Hello everybody and welcome to the World Endurance Championship. My name is Duncan Vincent and it's been 172 days since we last had a competition, and that was in the Circuit of Americas in Austin, Texas. Something of a distant memory. The WEC family has reunited and we are all here, but there's one vital part missing, and that's you guys and girls who are at home. We look forward to welcoming you to a circuit at some point, but until then, enjoy the race from your house. We bring you to one of the original circuits. We bring you to Spa-Francorchamps, a circuit with fast rates, high speeds, and also, as you can see, the weather sometimes throws a spanner in the works. So cheer for your driver, have a good time. It will be the 6 hours of Spa, the total 6 hours. We are back.
We are back indeed. Thank you, Duncan. Welcome, everybody, to our live coverage of the total 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. This is now round 6 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Round 6 was due to be Sebring, of course, which was cancelled at the last moment just before the COVID crisis really hit home. So we race here in Spa, and as ever, it is the traditional final shakedown for the 24 hours of Le Mans, which comes up in mid-September, and then we will hopefully be going to the 8 hours of Bahrain to round out this long, nearly 18-month campaign, because of course we started not long after Le Mans last year in the early summer or midsummer, and the changes that have been forced upon us have put everybody on the back burner, but hopefully not too much on the back foot. I'm Martin Haven, alongside me in the commentary booth, Alan McNish and Graham Goodwin. And Alan, just hearing racing engines again reminds us what we have been missing for such a long while.
Yeah, it was very nice to hear it and see it, especially around this beautiful circuit. The thing is the fact that the weather has just suddenly turned from yesterday's beautiful sunshine to today's torrential rain. But for seeing cars on circuit, I don't think that weather will actually dampen any of the enthusiasm.
And Graham, we are now at race 6 of 8. However, essentially, if you and I enter the car, we have a chance to win the championship in almost any class, because the title races are wide open.
They are.
In theory.
In theory, and that's because, not least, of course, because whilst we've got 3 races, we've got 4.5 races with the points. We've got the Le Mans 24 hours next up, that is double points, and then we finish the season with the 8 hours of Bahrain. The back-go 8 hours of Bahrain, which is points and a half, if you like. So it's 4.5 races with the points, so 115 maximum points if you include qualifying. And the points gaps are way, way smaller than that. This is great news, though, for a couple of these teams, and rain lights at the back of the 22 car, Martin.
Well, back of all the cars, you just saw the points there in LMP2 between the drivers and the teams. The top pair, just 4 points in it. So effectively, after this long 6-month hiatus, we've got 3 races and almost everybody is on level pegging. None of the championships are even remotely out of question. So there is a vast amount of racing still to be done. And honestly, you know, rain or shine, and Spa will probably give us both this weekend and today for the race. Everybody is just so desperate to get back on track. So the new normal, teams in their bubbles, cars on each side of the garage with their own team of mechanics, keeping themselves separate from each other. No fans, unfortunately, and for us, no opportunity really to go and talk to the teams, because to do so we'd have to break into their bubble and out of ours. So, you know, it's a very different way of going racing, but at least it is going racing. And that's what they do, that's what we do. And you can see there in the GT category, Aston Martin with the points lead at the moment. And for a short while after qualifying yesterday, they did have a 1-2 lockout of the GT Pro field. But the 92 Porsche, which set the fastest pair of laps, had its time disallowed and has since been reinstated by the stewards. In the GTE AM class, another big field of eager beavers. And look at the points gap there between the 83 Ferrari crew and the TF Sport Aston Martin crew. A massive 2 points, with how many on offer again, Graham?
150.
Yeah, so effectively it is, you know, we start again now. We almost reset with no difference between the cars. What we're going to see is this, let's just run through this. We're going to see a slightly different way of starting the race. There's going to be no major grid procedure. There is a 7-minute open pit lane now. Cars can go out, run, come through the pits, and then the pit lane will be closed. And then each of our 4 categories will be released to go to the grid at 40-second intervals. And once the final car is in position and the green flag waves, 1-minute board before we start the final formation lap. Now, Alan, this is critical because it's the first time they have run on anything other than a hot, dry track.
Yeah, and also this circuit is very uphill and down dale, so therefore the water and the rivers that flow across the circuit at key points like down into Eau Rouge or down through Pont-Blanchement, Prouhon, that area, the drivers are now in this 7-minute period, I would suspect, doing as many laps as they can, because these are the starting drivers. So to get an understanding and a feel, not just how wet it is, but where those rivers actually are. And as we are seeing, we're on board with the 38 Jota sport car that's going up into Les Combes. So this is after Eau Rouge on the long drag up to the end of the first sector of the circuit. In the dry, that's a flat-out run from the hairpin at La Source all the way through Eau Rouge and up towards Les Combes. But there you see just exactly how wet it is.
Well, now this changes the dynamic of the race enormously.
Oh, yeah.
Talking to the Porsche GT guys, Alex Stehlig, the head of their operations, at 10 o'clock this morning, we were talking about how they would manage their 4.5 sets of tyres for the race. Of course, now suddenly they're allowed a number of wet tyres, and for them they've got a choice of 2 wet tyre combinations, one for wet conditions and one for absolute deluge. But he said we're unlikely to use the monsoon tyre, because by then, he said, the LMP1s would have waved the white flag and would have refused to race any longer.
Yeah, that's one big factor as we're on board with an LMP1, basically with the wider tyres that they have, as we're seeing a replay coming. That's a 36 LMP2 coming through, just spinning, and that's on exactly one of those rivers that's crossing at the end of the old pit lane on the left-hand side and running down, so it is very, very wet. I would suspect if it's this wet, they'll start behind the safety car. They wouldn't start it as a normal race. But you can see just how treacherous it is. But coming back to the LMP1s with the bigger, wider tyres and the huge floor section area, they actually aquaplane easier than a GTE car. So a GTE car with like little narrow bicycle tyres in comparison are much easier to cut through this heavy weather and evacuate the water. But as you say, that it would be under a sort of full course yellow safety car. Full course yellow, probably because of some incidents. Here's the starting grid.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the grid. On pole position is the #1 Rebellion. It outpaced the 2 Toyotas eventually once they got a clean lap, and Baikolles line up 4th ahead of our LMP2 pole sitters looking for another win here in Spa. The United Autosports #22 car, the fastest of the LMP2 machines. They won here in European Le Mans Series last week, and that was a 3rd straight ELMS Spa win. They're also on a hat-trick in WEC in LMP2. There are a few parish notices, changes of drivers and so on, but let's look at our GTE Pro pole sitters. The 92 Porsche got their lap back and get pole position ahead of the pair of factory AMR Aston Martin Vantages. Maxime Martin, Spa 24-hour winner, like his dad and his uncle, will start in their better car. And the 2 Ferraris, which actually flattered a bit to deceive in qualifying, looked as though they might have had a tilt at pole. They are in 5th and 6th in class. Christian Ried starts the 77 Dempsey Proton Porsche, which led a Porsche charge to the top 3 spots in GTE AM. Best of the Aston Martins, Paul Dall'Anna. He's joined by former BMW and many other cars driver this weekend in the form of Augusto Farfus. He is one of our changes, and another spinner, and that is Ben Keating's team.
Just touched the tyre wall, I think. If the camera dips its head down, the nose of that car would be just kissing the front of the tyre wall.
Right at the back of the grid, 2 LMP2 cars that didn't set, I think he just missed the tyres, that didn't set a time. Let's take a look. Out of the murk he will come. And right now, please stop, please stop, please stop, please stop, please stop. Ooh. Oh, thank you, Lord. Yeah.
Slight correction, one of those 2 did set a time, just not a very quick one.
Ah, right. Yes, yes, in the end did set a time, but it was it involved a spin. didn't it? So it was a complete lap, but not a very quick one. You're absolutely right, and that's the onboard from the Senior Tech Alpine that we saw earlier. Oh dear, oh dear.
It snapped in the straight, didn't it?
Yeah, well, that's, again, that's aquaplaning. And, you know, he was lucky there that the Porsche GT car wasn't quite so close behind him. And that was Andre Negrão, wasn't it, I think? Let's hear from the team.
So I have a huge aquaplaning now, huge aquaplaning. I don't know if from the tire or is the car. I don't know.
Thing is, you can only really do tyres and tyre pressure because you don't want to raise the car, because this is a 6-hour race. It could easily also have been on a gear shift.
Yep.
If he changed gear, just a slight unloading, because there was some small lateral load between the left and the right-hand side, may have been the thing that just was enough to send it on its way. But it's very, very difficult. Here, listen to Roberto Gonzalez in the 38 Jota Sport car coming round to Blanchimont.
Visibility is very poor, very poor. Behind the wheel, I can barely see it.
Copy, poor visibility,
And
can't
more,
see anything.
look at the steering wheel, his reactions. He's just tentatively holding on to the steering wheel, eyes wide open. It's a funny thing in the wet because there's a lot less force on the driver, but the tension in your muscles, especially your arm muscles and your chest muscles, is higher because you're kind of hanging on, waiting for the inevitable snap to come. But really coming back to it, you really can only play with the type of grooving of your tyre, which in some categories you're not allowed to do, and also your tyre pressures, because you don't want to change the car for wet, because chances are here it'll be dry for maybe 4 of the 6 hours.
Well, I'm going to add further bit of detail that could be relevant as we've got another car going off and going very wide indeed. That's the 35 Eurasia Ligier. That is, we were going to talk at some point about Goodyear bringing their new B compound for the first time here. We're going to have to be talking about the debut of the Goodyear wets. They have full wets have not raced yet in the WEC for Goodyear.
We're definitely going to have
gonna
racing
now.
today, that's for sure. Because if I look outside, there is a river that looks like the River Nith in Dumfries. If anyone's from the southwest of Scotland, they know that is quite a deep river, and it's flowing down the start and finish straight towards the bus stop chicane. It's really quite tricky and wet out there. Rebellion's on pole position. Gustavo Menezes was the guy that delivered the lap time, and hear from him now, sitting in the pits.
Overall pole position here in the LMP1 class, the Rebellion. Yesterday, the #1 car piloted by Gustavo Menezes and Norman Nato took a sensational pole position. However, today we stand here and we see the pit lane is soaking wet. What's the plans now for Rebellion in the rain?
It was funny. No matter what you do and how perfect it is, for some reason, when there's race cars in Spa, there's a chance the rain's coming, and it has arrived. The plan sticks to the same as it was. We're going to give it everything we've got. You know, I think we already kind of predicted the rain coming yesterday, so we're trying to have kind of a car that was capable of doing every condition. That's what you have to do in Spa.
Rebellion's on a roll here, back-to-back poles. Can we get back-to-back race wins?
We're going to do our best. We need every point right now, you know. Even the point in qualifying helps a lot, but we'll do everything we can. We really, you know, if we want to stay in this fight with Toyota to make it interesting all the way to the end, this weekend plays a crucial role for us.
Gustavo, thank you very much and good luck.
Thanks, guys.
Well, listen to this. That's our running order for how we were going to start the race. Well and truly out of the window. Race will start behind a safety car. The track has already been declared wet to allow, because you're not allowed to use a wet weather tyre until the race director has declared it wet. Here is our race director.
Information to the pit lane, information to the pit lane. We will start behind the safety car. We will start behind the safety car. The mechanic which will be going on the grid may take the blower in order to demist the windscreen. We are starting behind the safety car.
It was never really in doubt, was it, guys, that that was going to be the choice?
Well, the initial weather forecasts had this weather hitting us rather later in the day, but we've been talking about the weather forecast getting progressively poorer. So we're going down to someone who's probably quite familiar with these weather conditions. Scott Paul di Resta is going to be down with Duncan in pit lane now.
Driver of the number 22 United Autosports LMP2 car, Paul di Resta, secured pole with Phil Hansen yesterday. Today you're not starting the car, Philippe will, and we're now in the pit lane, Paul, and the rain's falling.
Yeah, it's going to make it quite different, isn't it? The biggest thing is I've never driven a P2 car in the wet, so I'd rather it was dry when I certainly get in. But listen, it's the same for everyone. You just have to deal with the conditions that you go through. It's very hard to predict because that actually wasn't on course for the track until 5 minutes ago, and it's steadily built very close.
It's 172 days since we last had a race. It was in Kota. It seems a distant memory. Are you up for this? Are you ready to go today?
Yeah, I think we definitely are. I mean, where we are in the championship, you've got to be. But at the same point, it's always easier to chase someone when they're at the top. So we need to be very reserved. We need to be calculated. And we need to make our decisions right. And we need to steadily get through it. We are starting in the best position you can. But from there on in, you've just got to control this race over 6 hours. And anything can happen. And with mixed conditions, that certainly throws another aspect to it.
Paul, thank you very much and good luck.
Cheers.
It's going to be tough for everyone, isn't it? And for the last 10 or 12 days, Graham Goodwin, you were here last week, it was absolutely melting the tarmac. It was so hot. It's been 35 degrees plus.
Way more than that. I mean, certainly when I last saw the thermometer on top of the old race control tower, well, to give a comparison, at the exact same time last week, it was 22 degrees Celsius warmer than it is right now. Weather forecast we're hearing from race control, level 4, that's obviously what you can see, is heavy rain, decreasing. Level 3 after 20 past 5, that's in about 2 minutes' time, with the end of this rain around 25 to 2.
Yeah, so safety car driver Pedro Cachero and Yannick Dalmas both out, reporting back to Eduardo Freitas. Hopefully Yannick won't be doing any more lock stops activities, but just getting a feel for the grip. And on board with Mike Conway, thinking about doing the same as well.
This is good news for Toyota. This is very good news for Toyota.
Because?
Because they, of course, have got their success handicap in place.
And four-wheel drive.
And four-wheel drive. But this is going to level the playing field hugely.
Well, let's join Duncan in the pit. Let's get him back out in the rain again and get down to the Porsche GT team. He can't be sheltering the garages all his life, can he?
Kevin Estre, the driver of the number 92 Porsche and GTE Pro, secures pole position. Eventually, it was have you, haven't you. Does that upset you for the rhythm of the race, or are you more than happy now?
No, we are very happy. It doesn't upset us, but for sure the race preparation was a bit special because we had to cover different strategies, starting first or starting dead last. So this was not easy, and the night was also not easy, but very happy with the decision. Happy that the WEC reviewed it and saw that there was a mistake there. We had the fastest car in quali. We both did a great job, so I would say it's deserved pole, and we are where we belong.
I spoke to Alex during FP3, and he said you were making some detailed changes to the car. I take it those changes worked well.
Yeah, I think we practiced qualifying in FP3. We did a quali sim. It worked well, and then we changed a little bit for the quali, and the car was just perfect. So so far this weekend has been very clean from us. The car has been great out of the box, and I think we see it on the results.
Kevin, thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was an odd situation for Porsche, as Kevin Estre said, having to plan to cover both options. In the end, Plan A came back to them. They are on pole in GTE Pro. GTE AM pole sitter Christian Reed for Dempsey Proton, leading a Porsche 1-2-3 in qualifying in GTE AM.
Pole position for the number 77 Dempsey Proton racing car. Christian Reed yesterday, stunning stuff. But Christian, today's race day, it's been a long wait. Are you excited for this?
Sure, always excited, and especially to be here in Spa. It's a pleasure, and a nice circuit, and yeah, we will see what's going on.
Yesterday, yourself and Matt put together a very strong run to secure pole in GTE AM. But as we look up towards the skies, you've said to me it's not going to rain today, but those clouds, they're gathering.
Yeah, you know, we hope it's not raining, but for sure, you're never sure here. It can change so quickly, but you know, it's the same for everybody, and also we will see.
Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you.
It could reach 64th consecutive FIWC race this will be. This is race 64 in the history of the championship since 2012, and he is last man standing, is never present. The team owner at Dempsey Proton Racing and Proton Competition, of course, and telling us last week here that confirming that they have bought and received 4 current spec Porsche 911 RSRs for their programs next year.
Everybody planning, obviously, for the future in the hope that the future will become a little bit more of a normal rather than the new normal. Cars heading out then, LMP1 cars out towards the grid, and each of the teams, each of the groups of cars will head out together and take up their grid formation. So there was supposed to be 1 mechanic per car at the head of its grid spot. A second mechanic has been allowed to go out with blowers, Alan, to try and make sure that they don't start the race with steamed up windscreens.
Yeah, well, there's many reasons as well, because obviously there's different temperature requirements now, but at the same time, what I did notice there as the Toyotas came through Blanchemont up towards the bus stop is it's significantly drier than it was before. You know, the rivers here are very, very bad, but ultimately they drain a lot of water off the circuit very quickly. Sebastian Buemi starting that car, and this is what it was about 8-10 minutes ago. You know, with the little puddle pools, and that's off the edge of the circuit. There again, that's in La Source and the hairpin. It's exactly where there's openings in walls or extraction fences or something like that, and that's where the rivers come across. But now I would say the majority of them have actually disappeared, and it's just fully wet.
It's gone from wetter than an otter's pocket to just quite wet. Let's hope the rivers disappear quickly as well.
Okay, what's the situation on the track? Everywhere rivers? Seems like it's a bit better. Seems like it's a bit better. No? Okay, boost 2, boost 2.
Boost 2, okay. And there's all sorts of things that you could do with the paddle shift gearboxes and stuff to just sort of soften the changes a little bit in these very wet conditions without having to change springs, dampers, ride heights, yada yada.
Yeah, look, the aerodynamics of the cars override any spring damper change, even in the wet conditions. The only thing is, if you knew it was going to be very wet for 6 hours, you may want to look at you know, a different aero package, especially for Toyota, because they've came here with their aerodynamic downforce levels, which is more low drag than low downforce. It's just a different sort of balance combination of Le Mans, and it's in preparation of Le Mans. However, if you look at Rebellion, and they've still got their high downforce, which is for your ultimate lap time around and about this circuit, but it's not necessarily quite as quick in Sector 1 and Sector 3, but it does make it all up in Sector 2. And so from that perspective, if it's wet for 6 hours, you would look at some tweaks on the electronics in terms of the recuperation strategy for the Toyota, because your braking distances are longer, so you recuperate in a different way, and your boost strategy as well, because you need to boost when the car is actually straight as opposed to laterally loaded to get the maximum efficiency out of it. The Rebellion's a little bit less changes in reality.
We just saw down on the grid Toyota going with a single umbrella strategy for the open door. How's your umbrella situation, Duncan Vincent?
It's slightly missing, Martin, right now, because the rain, actually, you don't really need an umbrella now. This isn't Y-class of rain, and it's tailing off very quickly, gentlemen. But I did ask Toyota, have you increased the aero? No, they have not increased the aero, Alan. They're happy with what they've got. I'm more concerned about Norman Nato sitting in his car. It's a face of... It's not a face of a pole position driver, it's a face of concern. Now, that car came in after one of the sighting laps, straight into the garage, the back came off, and there was a lot of hands in around the airbox. They said to me it's just a routine tyre change, but it looked a lot more than that, and there was concerned faces. Norman still look a little bit concerned and has had a big detailed chat with his mechanic, so only time will tell to find out what that #1 Rebellion car does.
Well, hopefully they will have no dramas, because we need them to score strongly to keep the excitement in the championship. As we heard in their pole position interview, they are really keen to take the battle to Toyota here and at Le Mans, and hopefully towards the finale in Bahrain. Graham Goodwin, we will start behind the safety car unless we hear different, but it might be that people are immediately starting to think, hang on a minute, how soon can we get rid of these wets?
Well, you can already see very different shades of grey, not quite 50, but not far short of that on the start-finish straight. But looking beyond the bus stop, actually was steaming just a few moments ago. That's come down a little now, but it's parts of this track are going to drain very, very well. one or two parts. Perhaps the one they had to fill with concrete with the drains yesterday, when one of the drains was dislodged, might not be quite so good. Track temperature is 24.3 degrees, 18.5 degrees in the air, and I'll remind you again, it was 39 degrees at this point last week.
A replay of the Signatec Alpine spinning, going down the hill, just touched. It was actually a small river that you see it later, where there's a small river, and he touched it with the right rear, and that was enough to kick him into a bit of a spin.
And can you imagine if that had wiped the front off the car? And that's before they even get to go to the grid. And this a week ago, we saw one of our competitors in Michelin Le Mans Cup wipe his car out on the barriers, exiting the pit lane.
On the way to the grid.
Yeah.
In fact, he came closer to wiping the back of the car off. He had, there we go, this is the second incident. This is Ben Keating just missing the barriers.
Actually, I didn't see whether it was Ben. It was Ben, but it's the colours of the car that he has. So the Wins colours back on the car, which, of course, he carried on his Ford GT at Le Mans last year. The first and so far only World Endurance race for a privately entered Ford GT.
If you come back to your point about looking to go to intermediate tyres, I think that respect you'd be thinking, depending on the car characteristic and type, whether your car warms its tyres up well or not. And again, we look at the wet weather favouring Toyota in LMP1 over Rebellion. I think certainly it favours them as well of trying to get temperature into the tyre, because there's so many things on the systems you can do to artificially energise the tyre, which if you're running an intermediate in these conditions, you can do quite easy.
We will expect another shower of rain in the next 15-20 minutes. And then for 1 hour, it should be no rain anymore. And after, we don't know. So 3 minutes.
Yeah, 3-minute board has been shown. Rain lights are on, wet weather tyres are on, cars are on the grid. So the arrive, 1-minute board and head off that we were expecting has not happened. The moment that the safety car moves away will mark the start of the 6 hours, and that will be in 2 minutes. The grid is being cleared, and so Duncan there and the camera crews and everybody else will head off in just a moment. Everybody on wet weather tyres. There were no tyre trolleys on the grid. Nobody is making that brave gamble for slicks, because they're all looking at the same weather that you heard the Porsche engineer was. Winners here in the 18-19 Super Season: Toyota Gazoo Racing, Dragon Speed, and Aston Martin's 97 car, the winners last time out. Dempsey Proton 77 won last time out. Same crews in both those GT cars. So they are all looking to repeat their successes from the race with the snow last year. I'm still sticking to my guns. I'm saying no snow. It is August. Hail, possibly. Lightning, yep, yeah, absolutely could have any of those. But I'm still going no snow. And actually, this morning I felt quite confident. Right now, that seems maybe a little ambitious. Graham.
One other quick thing to say is Kaz Nakajima and Seb Buemi have won the past 3 WC races here for Toyota. Their colleagues in the other car have never won, and neither has Brendan Hartley.
Oh. Okay,
Here,
so
that is, obviously.
Yeah, that's quite a run of success for them. But as you say, drivers' lineup has differed in the number 8 car. Fernando Alonso no longer with the Toyota team. He is, of course, off racing in Indianapolis, scaring the bejesus out of next year's team boss at Renault every time he goes out on track. Still, here we are ready to get things underway. 6 hours is just about to start as the safety car rolls off. It is 13:30 Central European summertime, although the summer weather that has boiled Spa for the last fortnight has been interrupted by a very heavy downpour. We start the race behind the safety car, but I imagine within a couple of laps we are very likely to go green. Martin Haven, Alan McNish, Graham Goodwin, down in the pit lane, Duncan Vincent. Welcome wherever you are. Really sorry that you can't be here at Spa enjoying the rain, but watching cars in the flesh wherever you are. Hopefully we'll be able to rectify that sooner rather than later. Little shout out before we get racing to our friend and colleague Louise Beckett, who often patrols the pit lane. She is not here this weekend, and she may not be for the next few races because she is expecting a very joyful surprise in her life. So congratulations to her, and lots of best wishes as well to longtime friend and colleague of the show, of sports car racing, and of anybody who's ever listened to any sports car broadcast across the planet, Paul Truswell. Best of luck to you, mate, and to Bob Varsha as well, who I know a lot of you will know. Bob announced yesterday that he will return to the announce booth in the US in the next couple of weeks. So his battle with cancer, it would appear, is turning a corner. So the very best wishes to them. For now, though, cars behind the safety car. And Alan, this is always tough because you've got to try and get some temperature into those tyres, into the brakes, and the visibility is all but zero.
Yeah, you're actually trying not to let the tyres cool down, as opposed to necessarily just getting it in as well, because they are still pretty hot from the limited time they were on the actual grid itself. But it's going to be a question, not necessarily if the circuit, I think, is capable of having a car driving around it without aquaplaning. It's the vision of the cars in the mid-grid. So at the back end of the LMP2 cars, looking at the GTE Pro grid with Kevin Estre on pole, radio from him is going to be something that Eduardo Freitas, the race director, is going to be listening to judge whether it is the right time to release the cars. Because as you can see, there's the spray, and that's doing, what, 100 kilometers per hour? Double the speed. That's going to be a lot of spray.
Now, the real problem for the GT drivers is possibly the final two cars on the grid, because the last two cars are the tardy LMP2 qualifiers. So Eurasia Motorsport with Nobu Yamanaka at the wheel, and the 29 Racing Team Netherlands car with Geert van der Garde at the wheel. Now, you don't want to start last. You don't want to start last behind all the GT cars. You really don't want to start last behind all the G cars in the pouring rain, but that's what he's got to do, and Gedo will want to get to the LMP2 battle as fast as humanly possible, so the GT guys are going to have to watch their mirrors as well as trying to see where they're going.
Well, to be honest, I was really looking forward to that, because Guido, when he isn't on pole position, fights his way through in the first few laps so ferociously. It would be fantastic to see him coming through. The only problem is with this spray, I don't think the cameras will be able to identify when he is coming past.
It's a very bright yellow car, though.
Yeah, it's got to be pretty blooming bright, though.
Well, the skies are clearing. I can actually see blue sky overhead. Let's hear what the number 8 Toyota has to say.
At the moment, we still have around 40% of risk of rain until 4 o'clock, and then it's all at zero. But so the start of the race will be for 1 hour and a half, a bit higher risk.
It does sound as though they may have to stay and double stint their wet weather tyres, or double stint the driver, maybe with a fresh set of wets, because wet weather tyre quotas are not limited. That's very much a safety deal. 1 lap completed behind the safety car. No indication yet from the race director when he's going to release the field, but I think sooner rather than later, Graham.
So to remind you, Rebellion out there on their high downforce kits. The two Toyotas, of course, as we've said on the Le Mans, the low downforce, low drag kit for them. Remind as well that whilst there are some changes you can make to an LMP2 car, you can't use your Le Mans Aero here or anywhere else other than at Le Mans.
Depending on how long the safety car is and how we are sure that it's not going to rain, we could consider to put drying wet, I think.
Yeah, that was Kevin talking to the team rather than the team talking to Kevin, so he obviously feels that he might fancy a bit of a gamble if it's not going to rain again, and that could be a long odds option, but, you know, if you're feeling brave, then why not?
Yeah, drying wet effectively will run from the wet into the dry. It's like an intermediate in effect. And but it's one that still has enough grooves, and so if it does drizzle a little bit more again, then they've got a bit of a wider window to work in and operate in. But here is a high energy circuit for the tyre, basically because it's very fast, long corners, puts a lot of energy into the tyre. So heating up a tyre usually isn't a problem here. It's about trying to keep it cool when it's in the slick. And so therefore in the wet, the biggest issue from some strategy like that's aquaplaning more than necessarily grip or energy into it.
Bright skies above now, several parts of the circuit, including here on the pit straight.
Yeah, that's why you so often hear drivers and engineers arguing. The engineer will be saying, come on, surely you need, you know, slicks now because it's nice and warm in the pit lane, whereas out in the forest, it's absolutely miserable. Let's hear from the 97 Aston.
Truck is quite okay now. There's plenty of water. Copy, understood. We can see there may be another shower soon. There may be another shower soon. So keep us updated about track condition.
Maxime Martin, absolutely a bit of a rainmeister. Seen him do the business both here at Spa in the 24 hours in a GT3 car, albeit, and around the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife, absolutely mighty. We'll be very interested to see whether or not his local knowledge pays dividends here.
It's not just him either. His father is a 4-time Spa 24-hour winner. His uncle won it twice with his dad as well, and Maxime has won the Spa 24 himself. Maxime does have a racing brother, but they have not yet won the Spa 24 hours together. So
it's not Martin, is it?
His Christian name is Haven, actually. In a bizarre twist of fate, it isn't. Don't bother Googling. So Norman Nato almost leads the field. The safety car leads the field, leads Norman Nato for Rebellion. The two Toyota Gazoo racing cars with Sebastian Buemi and Mike Conway at the wheel. And here is Tom Dillman in car number 4. That is the Bicoles racing team. Graham, how long since Bicoles started a WEC race?
2018 it was that the last time we saw Bicoles. And great to have them back, of course. The Bicoles team, it's their first appearance at the WEC since Le Mans back in 2018. Scored their best ever finish here in the WEC to this point. The year before that, 4th overall in 2017. And we'll be watching for the form of their new boy and second-time racer in the WEC here. Bruno Spengler joins the team, the secret Canadian as we've been describing him, and joins the team after just one start before at the WEC 2019 at Sebring for BMW.
When he was one of their 3rd drivers in the LMGTE. So 2 ex-BMW drivers on the grid, because in the 98 Aston Martin we've got Augusto Farfus as well, another BMW refugee. So a great view from on board of what the spray looks like. And at this pace, what are they doing here? Sort of 100 Ks, 90 Ks, something like that. It all looks quite manageable.
But it's more than that, you know.
It's double that and more, and suddenly the spray, the volume of water lifted off the road by the tyres and into the air, and it then hangs between the trees. As soon as you speed up, the visibility gets much worse. In a change from complaining about how much it was raining, Duncan Vincent now complaining it's warm in the pit lane. So warm and it's going to be very humid, but again, the forecasters are suggesting that there may be another shower on the way. However, the race director, Eduardo Freitas, I don't think will want to keep the field behind safety car for very much longer. If another real deluge appears, everybody is on a relatively fresh, sharp-edged, wet weather tyres, and as we heard from the Porsche team there, not on the, quote, soft wet tyre, but the hard wet tyre, the deluge tyre, the big water mover. So, if you like, then they are well prepared. There you saw Christian Reed circulating the head of the GTE AM field. Behind him, Egidio Perfetti in the first of the Team Project One Porsches with a new white and blue Mentos livery and the purple livery of Ben Keating's Project One Porsche in 3rd place. The other car, the 88 car from Dempsey Proton, with a driver change this weekend. Gianluca Giraldi joins them, and in fact he is the starting driver. So in at the deep end, which of course is a swimming pool expression. He is very much in the deep end of the swimming pool. He's in 8th place in the GTE AM field. So the safety car, this Porsche Carrera 4, keeping his pace up. Bruno Carrera leading the field round. And he will be pushing that Porsche, again, there you go, pushing that Porsche hard, because it is a high-performance road car, but it is a road car, and staying ahead of a purpose-built racing prototype in a road car, Alan, is not something that happens in the real world unless you have safety car lights on it.
Yeah, very true. Or you're a police car is the other thing. But
flashing lights are the common link there, aren't they?
But right now, you know, it's getting to the point, I think, where it's the visibility clearly that is the dictating factor for the people in the middle of the grid, as opposed to necessarily the actual track conditions. Second thing is that here at Spa, because of the amount of trees, the spray goes straight up, but then it comes straight back down again. It's not that it gets dispersed into the local fields and things, just naturally because it's got a vertical tunnel due to that. So it tends to actually have quite a lot of spray here for a little bit of time, and something that Eduardo Freitas will be aware of as well.
Watch that second orange, yellow and red patch coming up. That is level 3 to 4 rain, which is due to arrive here at 55, so in about another 10 or 12 minutes, and then, beg your pardon, at 45 until 55. So it's about a 10-minute rain, which should arrive in the next few minutes.
Hey, Mike, you can switch off the driver cooling fan. It looks like it's not working anymore.
Yeah, it's not working. I'll press the button again. I don't know if it's not off.
Copy, I will let you know.
See, for all the high-techness of everything, how long's the race been running? 11 minutes, and the driver cooling fan's already packed up.
Yeah, I don't think he'll really need the cooling fan at the moment. It's more what it does for the movement of air inside the cockpit than anything else.
I'm just going to correct myself, gentlemen. I think I said Le Mans 2018 for bike Le Mans 2019 bike so I'm completely losing track after lockdown. Thanks very much to a number of people who've pointed my error out with the safety car lights off, including Stephen Kilby watching back at home.
Safety car lights are off. We are about to go green. Safety car will come in this lap. That was that message. All cars to close up the gaps. That will be relayed to the teams and to all the drivers. And so they will move up into 2x2 formation, roughly around here, the low point of the circuit. What would originally have been called Stavelot, and is now named after the great Belgian journalist Paul Frère. So exiting the low point right there at the end of the slow zone sector. We haven't yet used slow zones except for at Le Mans, but they do still exist around the track, nominally at least. And starting to cruise up towards the line. Don't forget that the race is underway now, so they will not be stopping on the grid when they are released. As soon as they get to the start-finish line, they go green. The safety car is almost at the bus stop as the leaders head through the right-hander at Blanchimont. So it is about time to get racing. What will Sebastian Buemi and Mike Conway do about Norman Nato? Nato should have more grip, but they've got the boost. They should be ready to go green. They don't have to line up side by side. No overtaking before the line, not that line, but that line. They go green, and immediately Tom Dillman launches himself down the inside. The number 7 Toyota of Mike Conway can't get through. Conway was on that boost, and he drifts out wide. Norman Nato leads them down the hill. 22, Felipe Albuquerque ahead of Roberto Gonzalez. Jackie Chan car, the black and yellow car, trying to hold on to third ahead of Andre Negrão, but Negrão in the blue 36 Cinetec car has the advantage. He's got the inside line down into Eau Rouge, and that usually wins the persuasive battle. Jackie Chan car will be slow over Rédillon. Toyota now moving up ahead, 1-2 of the Rebellion, which is in third place for Norman Nato. But the next sector of the racetrack, Alan, is where he will gain an advantage in sector 2.
Yeah, but I think the Rebellion's struggling with grip after being behind the safety car. The tyres have cooled down too much. The energising effect of the hybrid system in the Toyotas, as well as the boost, will certainly have helped them a lot. And also the Aston Martin 97, Maxime Martin, the local hero, looks to have taken the lead from Kevin Estre at the start. And so the Aston Martin is now out into the lead as they come down to the Brussels chicane. But Estre, he's not having any of that. He's wanting to have his position back. He fought for it, lost it already in qualifying, and now he's looking to get it back again in the race.
Early trouble for the Cool Racing for 42 car. That car's dropped back down towards the back of the GTE Pro pack from LMP2. Racing Team Netherlands, Gide van der Garde already at the first timing beam. first sector is halfway up the GT Anfield.
Yeah, I can see him getting by Chetilar and Cool Racing, who have dropped right back. Alex Kwani, in fact, is now behind the car that started last on the grid, Racing Team Netherlands, Geert van der Garde. So Kwani's gone off somewhere. There you can see the blue and yellow Jota car, Roberto Gonzalez, hanging on, but up to second place has gone Andre Negrão for Senior Tech Alpine. So that Code Brown moment as he left the pits on standing water has not given him any question about racing in these conditions. Negrão up to second in LMP2, and now starting the chase of our runaway leader on lap 1 of green flag racing here in Spa, Felipe Albuquerque for United Autosports.
Yeah, adrenaline is a wonderful thing, isn't it, for Andre Negrão? And also remember, this is a battle of tyres. It's the Michelin tyres on the 36 car, both the Jota 38 and the Jackie Chan 37 behind the two cars on Goodyear rubber this weekend.
So they're all on wet weather tyres at the moment. In GTE AM, by the way, as you look at the pro battle, which is Aston Porsche, Ferrari. GTE AM, Egidio Perfetti leads for Mentos, ahead of Project One teammate Ben Keating in the purple car, and a change for third. The Bicoles car has moved up to third place, and Norman Nato, our pole sitter, is struggling in that number 1 Rebellion car. They've gone from first to fourth in LMP1 in a lap.
Yeah, he's struggling with tyre temperatures, just plainly doesn't have the grip of it at all.
Somebody ran out very wide. That was the Chetilar course car of Roberto Lacorte. He's been passed by Geert van der Garde, who's now up to 6th in LMP2. Has to get by this battle, the GTE Pro field, to catch up to the tail of the better placed LMP2 runners.
20-second gap to the lead car in LMP2, so he's restricted that damage beautifully, Guido van der Garde. We'll watch him now, I'm sure, doing much the same in the GT Pro field.
Now look at the lead Ferrari there, the red 51 car of Alessandro Pierguidi, all over the back of Richard Lietz and looking for a way by, not trailing out the back of the pack as they were a little in qualifying. Richard Lietz behind Marco Sorensen in the Dane Train 95 Aston, who is third in GTE Pro. So that's a three-way battle for third. The Ferrari, Alan, looks like it's got more grip and more options.
Yeah, and what it can do is it can run the curbs significantly more aggressively, especially the inside curbs in comparison to the Aston Martin and the Porsche, which allows it just to have a little bit better line and I would say a wider comfort zone in terms of from a driving point of view, because if you get it in there, you've got roughly a metre wider on the circuit on exit if you go in tiny little bit too quick. And the Ferrari's looking pretty good at this stage. It looks like it's generally got more grip and it can cut the curbs much more aggressively.
Sebastian Buemi is herring away this race. 8 seconds for good last time through. About to complete another lap, and that is going to be a 2:18.481. The gap is now 9.3 seconds to the sister car.
Van der Garde's just behind this car. You'll see a yellow flashing light in a second, and it's nothing else but Guido van der Garde coming through. There he is.
Yellow missile sweeping through the spray and just carving that battle apart. Maxime Martin, the Belgian driver, leads at home ahead of Kevin Estre, and the gap there is 0.6 of a second, Aston to Porsche, and then the second Aston in third place. New fastest lap, 2:18.48 for Sebastian Buemi as we look at our 1, 2, and then 3, 4, 5 battle. The second Ferrari, Davide Rigon 71 car, not quite with these guys, it's just a second or so behind.
You mentioned that 2:18.451. Alan, you were just spotting that is 5 seconds quicker than Mike Conway's time last time around, 2:23 for the number 7 car, 2:18.4 for the number 8.
And 9.5 seconds quicker than the Rebellion of Norman Nato that was sitting on pole position. It's a huge disadvantage that the Rebellion's got at this moment in time. Okay, it's going to be dry, we think, for the majority of the race, but I'm sure he'll hoping that those tyres, as we see, there's a bit of an attack here coming through up towards Les Combes. Not sure he's going to have to do it the long way round if he's going to get it. The Aston Martin's holding the inside, forcing him to move to the outside. But I think the Aston's sort of sitting in nicely done there. Actually got the car stopped very well, and the Porsche needs to have to think how he's going to do this again.
Now, normally going the long way around the outside there can be an advantage because that's where all the rubber is, that's where all the grip is. In the dry, in the wet, that's a disadvantage. The Porsche rides over the curbs. Richard Lietz going to lose second. Maxime Martin loses the lead. And so now it is raining more heavily here at Bruxelles. As the leader just showed us, Maxime Martin went off, teammate Marco Sorensen went off. So Kevin Estre leads from the better of the Ferraris of Alessandro Pierguidi. And suddenly we are inches apart again, but not for the lead of the race. This is the 91 Porsche's view.
Yeah, no, the Ferrari actually just got a third because the Aston Martin did recover just in time the 97, so it's retained second place.
But I'll be very interested. As soon as the rain came down there, both Porsches and Aston slid wide. Ferrari still able to hold its line. Ferrari has got more grip, and I would suspect the wetter it gets, the bigger that advantage will actually be.
Well, often we've seen that the wetter it gets, the more the Aston Martin comes through. But was it just that the Ferrari had half a second as he saw them sliding wide to just alter his line and his throttle a little bit?
Look, he's already straight on the back of the Aston coming through here.
So Kevin Estre, the Pole Citroën GTE Pro, leads the field again from the 97 car of Maxime Martin and the Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi. And there is Marco Sorensen ahead of Richard Lietz. So we've got Porsche, Aston, Ferrari, and then Aston, Porsche, Ferrari as our two GTE Pro battles. We're not seeing LMP2 because Felipe Albuquerque is still 7.8 seconds ahead of the second place car. We're not seeing LMP1 because Sebastian Buemi appears to still have four-wheel drive, whereas nobody else does, and that includes his own teammate Mike Conway, who's gone quicker on the beginning of this lap, and the Ferrari runs out very, very wide. Now you've got to stay out wide, and you can only rejoin at the end of that red curb in the green there.
Yeah, but he's rejoining flat out.
You do, but you've got to be careful, because if you hit somebody, that's the end of your race as well as the end of theirs.
Well, I've got to say the Ferrari obviously hasn't got unlimited grip because it did run off.
Well, you know, any driver can eventually overcome the grip of any car, can't they? If they try hard enough.
Don't look at me.
I don't have to try that hard.
Just say one thing about overcoming the limit of the grip. Rebellion is slower than Felipe Albuquerque in the LMP2 United Autosports by 1 second a lap. It's got no grip, never mind overcoming grip.
And Felipe is only 2.5 seconds behind him. So actually, Felipe Albuquerque is soon going to be starting to harass the LMP1 pole sitter for 4th overall. And for Rebellion, the rain cannot stop soon enough. 20 minutes of Sebastian Buemi going 8 or 9 seconds a lap quicker could well just be the end of the race as far as Rebellion are concerned in any terms of trying to get that back.
He's 30 seconds up the road at this moment in time after 7 laps so far. In fact, he's already completed the 8th lap with the Rebellion. Is only another, 30 seconds ahead of this battle as the Ferrari is now just the second part of Pool, not able to get it done, but the Ferrari, I'm sure by the time they get back to the end of this lap, will have got up into second place.
Don't forget, although we are on lap 9, this is only lap 4 in the actual racing, so 5 laps behind the safety car. So change of position, double yellows at turn 8, which in real life is Bruxelles or
looks like 98. It is.
It is.
It's gone straight off though.
98 Aston started by Paul Dalla Lana.
Yeah, he's just pulled to a stop, I think. Something.
Rear end locked. Rear end completely locked. Okay, no, I wondered whether the transmission had just shunted itself, but it hasn't.
I think he's locked up, but he's stalled the engine as well when he's locked, because he's had both feet barreled onto the brake pedal there, and so needed to restart.
He's got it moving just in front of the leaders.
Showers are forecast to lighten to a 2 to 3, which is a sort of heavy drizzle to light rain in the next few minutes, and should stop fairly shortly thereafter. So the forecasters have been pretty good so far. Unfortunately for everybody in the LMP1 field, again, Sebastian Buemi purple in the first sector of the lap, half a second quicker even than Mike Conway could manage. There's the Toyota car Roberto Gonzalez, and behind, Guido van der Garde coming up behind the 4th place car in LMP2, Will Stevens. So, and off goes the high-class car, Kenta Yamashita. Just runs straight on, and in fact they were told not to try and rejoin at the top of the hill at Lecom, but to go all the way around on the old circuit, down the inside. I don't know what he had for breakfast, but it was clearly revenge flavoured. Guido van der Garde up to 4th in LMP2, disposes of fellow Formula Grand Prix driver Will Stevens. And So the two Goodyear-tired cars are struggling a little at the moment. Next up for Guido is Roberto Gonzalez in the 38 Jota car.
He's done a very good job to catch up in this group. Once he gets into third place, which I think will be reasonably soon, there's a big gap up to the lead battle in LMP2, which Felipe Albuquerque is still in that position.
As we're watching the GTE Pro battle, that battle back from Guido van der Garde, he dropped no time to the lead cars in P2, despite the fact he had the entire GTE field to pass.
I know you've all been shouting at your tellies, but that's telly and not radio, so you can see it the same that we can. Is the 91 Porsche Richard Lietz all over the back of Marco Sorensen. And in fact, the wrap on the back of that Aston Martin will be starting to bubble from the heat of the headlights of the Porsche if he's not careful. He is so close behind him.
Big moment.
Yeah, but every corner in these conditions is a big moment. The front end goes, the back end goes, and it's interesting to see, Alan. You've got a front-engine rear-wheel drive car, you've got a pair of mid-engine rear-wheel drive cars with very different handling characteristics, and they sort of to and fro on almost every corner of the lap.
Yeah, the weight distributions, you'd be surprised, are not that different front to rear engine, because they package the engine in the front as far back and in the rear engine as far forward as possible. But you do get characteristics in its natural DNA of a car, how it works with the tyre, and they seem to sort of follow through year to year to year. And Porsche have gone in very, very quick and deep there. He's had to slow that down. He's gone a bit wide. That'll allow the Ferrari into La Source to have a run at him, and so the Porsche made a mistake, brake too late. Estre, the Ferrari's got a clean acceleration out towards the run, towards La Source.
Yeah, Estre was very wide out of Blanchimont and then just carried too much speed into the bus stop. The Ferrari's going the long way around the outside. Momentum is king here. Can he keep it on the island and cut back underneath? Are we going door handle to door handle down into Eau Rouge? We are. The Ferrari's got the drive off the corner, and he wins the corner, doesn't he? Kevin Estre's not going to sit there with a quarter of a car overlap. So the Ferrari moves up into the lead for the first time. Ferrari is the best car in the wet at the moment here at Spa. Who would have thought that might be the case? So Alessandro Pierguidi, that was a brave move, well thought out, led up to it to take the lead from Kevin Estre, and up the hill. Estre's just not close enough to tuck up the inside. Third place is the Aston of Maxime Martin. Fourth, the second Aston, Marco Sorensen, ahead of Richard Lietz in the 91 Porsche, and behind him, Davide Rigon. Our first pit caller is Alex Coigny from Cool Racing. Now, he dropped down early in the order. We'll have to wait and see quite why. Only 28 minutes on the clock, and again, the Aston Martin skitters out wide. Marco Sorensen could not hold the line, and that allows Richard Lietz to move up to fourth place in GTE Pro.
Well, it is topsy-turvy stuff in GTE. They do look very squirrely indeed, those Aston Martins in these conditions.
I'm going to ask Duncan to try and find out what happened with Cool Racing. You heard the engine fire, they're leaving the pit apron. Duncan, it's raining again in the pit lane.
It is, it's starting to intensify quite a lot, Martin. It looks like it's coming in from the back of the circuit from the Stavolo area. I'm going to make my way down to Cool and I'll find out what was up there. There was a driver change, I did see that.
Okay, all right, excellent. So that's Cool Racing, dropped right to the tail of the field. Nico Lapierre, who is not only a stellar driver, but is also the team manager at Cool Racing for their World Endurance Le Mans, ELMS and Michelin Le Mans Cup efforts. He has taken the wheel. So there's the 33 car, Kenti Yamashita. And Yamashita hanging on in 6th position in LMP2.
Ex-Formula 1 driver Will Stevens aboard the 37 Jackie Chan DC racing car. Current reigning Japanese Super GT champion Kenta Yamashita in the number 33.
Now, radio communication being what it is, I'm quite surprised just to see below us somebody from the Bicoles pit wall run into the garage. You would have thought they could have radioed, but possibly they can't radio for what exactly it was. Maybe they've come for Tunnocks, I don't know. Here is our leader in GTE AM. This is Egidio Perfetti. New livery since the last time we saw this car back in 2012 or whenever it was we last had a race. Egidio Perfetti and his brothers, his family, run the Mentos sweets company that also produces Chupa Chups lollies. And so that's the livery on the car. He leads from Dempsey Proton's Christian Reed, who's moved back up to second in a Porsche 123 ahead of Ben Keating. And and we are back with our GTE Pro battle, which is as relentless as ever.
It might be, but so one person that's just disappeared once he got into the lead is Pierre Guidi in the Ferrari. We saw him overtake Estre going down into La Source, and he's 2.5 seconds quicker on that last lap. He's just disappeared. The Ferrari is significantly quicker.
Christian Ried behind the AM Ferrari of Francois Perraudot, and the leader going through there. That was Sebastian Buemi, has completed 11 laps of the race. The last lap, only a few tenths quicker than Mike Conway, and 4.5 seconds slower than his fastest of the race so far.
The battle between Perraudot and Gianluca Giraldi. It was late addition to the crew here. But looking at the inside as they come down towards Les Combes, and Francois, one of a number of drivers who was here last week in very different weather conditions. Don't think there's as much preparation for this weekend in the ELMS race with the 83 crew, albeit then numbered 88, rather oddly in these circumstances.
Yeah, same wrap on the car though, so that much didn't change. It was still instantly recognisable. You're right, it was Gianluca Giraldi in the 88 car. The Porsche, that was not Christian Ried. So there is the Aston Martin and Porsche battle still raging.
Porsche's, he's in a tree, he's got to do it now. He's going to look down the inside. Gave enough room there. In fact, he could have quite easily have compromised the Aston Martin by sticking the nose down a little bit further, but Leeds backed out enough to give both cars enough room to go round, which is something that, well, to be honest, you don't often see.
Yeah, you've got to survive as well, haven't you? You get nothing for being a superstar and binning the car half an hour into a 6-hour race. So Maxime Martin,
you get a real row by your team boss.
you get a real shoeing, and that's the words of a team boss there. Maxime Martin ahead of Richard Leeds. Right up behind them is coming Roberto Lacorte, who's picking up speed in the Cetilar Racing LMP2 car. You just saw it in the background of the shot there, coming under the gantry. So at the moment he's behind Marco Sorensen. And again, Roberto is going to be very cautious about where he tries to pass these GTE cars. It's not easy for an LMP2 car to get past a GTE car. This time the Porsche's on the inside, but again, discretion the better part of valor, and the Porsche does not like the curbs, does it? It's really squirrely over the paint, as any motorcyclist will tell you is likely to be the case.
Yeah, he's losing grip there, but he's actually got a nice clean run. The thing is, the Aston's just holding to the inside. He's placing the car where he needs to, so he's going to have to be quite brave, or alternatively do what he's doing, compromising the entry to the corner by the Aston Martin as often as possible. Someone that's never had that problem though, Sebastian Buemi, out in the lead.
No more power.
Oh, hybrid power's gone.
Yeah,
no more boost. He's now down to 2.5 seconds. Conway is catching him. The last lap was 5.3 seconds, and that's because it's not recuperating energy going in. It was only the brakes that were working there. It sounds like the hybrid has actually got an issue for Toyota.
Is it normal now? Is it normal? What is this?
And this is where we start getting those familiar...
Look, he's done it again. The thing is, your hybrid is recuperating, and the Bicolis is going slowly as well. 2 of the LMP cars, LMP1s, have had problems on this lap.
The Bicolis is being passed up the hill by a GTE AM Ferrari, and it was misfiring, clearly. Water in the electrics,
well, we don't know.
Something.
What we do know with the Toyota, though, is because you've got longer braking distances in the wet, then you recuperate a lot of energy, so temperatures go up more than they sometimes do in the dry, and you've got to be careful that it can actually create problems from that with your hybrid MG unit, motor generator unit.
Up the hill, we just saw Norman Nato taking 3rd place overall and in LMP2, and up to 4th place overall, the number 22 LMP2 leading car of Felipe Albuquerque, who must just be having so much fun. Great battle here continues. 83, the Ferrari of Francois Perraudot, white and black, and right beside him, 88, the Porsche of Gianluca Giraldi, white and black. And that battle has been going since the beginning of the race.
We're back to speed, I think we are, for Sebastian Buemi. The gap has stabilised at 4.3 seconds now
Yeah, what you saw when he was running out wide there was no retardation from the regeneration system, so it was only on the braking, and that's why he was using the same amount of braking as he normally would, i.e. lots, and it wasn't slowing down.
We need to see it when it comes to heavy braking areas. This is him now live on board coming into the hairpin. And here we've got Sebastian Buemi's radio again.
I controlled all the energy in turn 18, and I could not accelerate exactly like yesterday on 2030. Yeah, copy that, copy. It was supposed to be fixed. Okay, let's focus back on the race, please.
Okay, let's get down to the pit lane while Toyota figure out what's going on. Duncan, what do you know from Bicoles?
Limiter, they are having to try and reset the car. Tom's resetting it as he drives along, so the rev limiter cutting in very, very low. So false limiter is an electrical software issue, hence the reason, Martin, you picked up on the driver or sort of the mechanic running from the pit wall back into the garage. That was the problem starting.
All right, okay, thank you for that, Duncan. So they've got an intermittent problem where the speed limiter is cutting in. That's just what you need. So that could just be a short somewhere between the steering wheel and the loom, and who knows.
I've had it here before, though, where you can knock on the speed lane limiter in the bus stop chicane because you're crossing over your arms so much that you can actually incorrectly do it, or La Source is the other one. Unlikely in this situation, something else, but it has happened. Coming back to Toyota, though, they seem to have, he had the problem specifically at bus stop, but he also went off at this corner in Brussels. And so it looks like they had a recuperation issue, but looking at the delta times and how he's proceeding now, having pulled out a little bit more of a gap to Conway again, then Sebastian Buemi has had some sort of reset and is on his way again.
So Sebastian Buemi, one panic over. Was just waiting for all those very familiar Formula E radio messages. Calm, Seb, calm. And here he is at the beginning of the race. Pole sitter for Rebellion, Norman Nato, just with no tyre grip whatsoever. And suddenly the four-wheel drive, the Quattro Allen of the Toyota, whoomp out the corner like a rocket.
Yeah, 850 plus horsepower, I think, is probably also another helping hand going down. But yeah, Nato was just, he had to get out the way more than anything else.
Yeah, and the number 7 car following in short order, and in fact the number 4 Bicoles car also shot by. And the start of the race in LMP2, as the number 22 car raced away, you saw high class Jackie Chan and Jota all battling for position, but Goodyear's wet weather tyre at the moment seems to be just struggling a little against its rival Michelin covers. Goodyear, by the way, look at that for a start of the race. Which Aston was that on board with? That's got to be Maxime Martin, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Holy moly. Well, let's get down to the pit lane while you're watching the replays. Duncan, what do you know at Toyota?
Well, I'm down here with Rob Loypin, and it's always great to catch up with Rob, but there might have been a little bit of a panic there on Sebastian Buemi's car, Rob. Can you tell us exactly what it was, please?
We don't know exactly what the root cause is, but Sebastian was reporting that he had a loss of power in the last corner, and then he managed to get back. He lost 8 seconds on that lap. The engineers were looking for what the issue was, but at the present moment, no further problems reported. So we continue.
Rob, was it due to recuperation or was it hybrid re-entry?
We don't know exactly.
Okay, thank you very much, mate. Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Bye.
Thank you very much to Rob Loypin for that update. You just saw, by the way, as the Dempsey Proton car of Christian Reed retook the lead of GT Am from Egidio Perfetti, who ran out wide. A change coming up potentially for second in LMP2, Gerdo van der Garde. Last car not in the class, but on the grid, don't forget. Now chasing down Andre Negrão at Cinetic Alpine. Graham.
Well, he's more than halved the gap to the leader, but absolutely hacked into the gap to second place here. Remember, started from the back of the grid, was, even when he'd cleared, the GTM cars, he was 22 seconds back with the entire GT Pro field to deal with. An astonishing first stint from Gide van der Garde.
And having passed all those cars, he's gone from 22 seconds behind Felipe Albuquerque to only 16 seconds behind him now. And there's just one car to pass before he moves up into second place. Is he going to go by Cinetic Alpine here? Not yet. Andre Negrão hangs on in the blue car. But Gide van der Garde seems to be driving an entirely different set of track conditions.
It's just a matter of time before he does take that second place and chases off after Albuquerque. It's a bit of a gap up to Albuquerque, who without doubt is going to be a bit more of a challenge. But Van der Garde is on it at the moment. Remember, the actual stint lengths are going to be longer because they had a long time behind the safety car as well at the beginning of this race. And also in the wet, you tend to consume a little bit less fuel. And so therefore, the stint will be a little bit longer than we would normally expect to see.
See bright sunshine around parts of the track now. The rain has stopped, and so the circuit will start to dry. I mean, the inherent temperatures here are not that low. So hopefully we will see, well, where are we now? We're probably got 5 hours and 9, so we're 40 minutes into the race, but really only 25 minutes in terms of fuel usage and a change for second. We might have another 5 or 6 laps, maybe even for the LMP2 cars before they are pitting. They would normally be pitting around another 4 or 5 minutes. They've gone by the Gulf Racing Porsche. Mike Wainwright starting that black car with the orange highlights. And here is the move. Gide van der Garde, absolutely classic. Up the inside of the bus stop. Show your hand nice and early. Mike Wainwright outbrakes himself, watching the action in the mirror, and goes off, trying to make sure he didn't get clattered by an LMP2 car. And there you saw Andre Negrão actually swinging out wide to make sure there was room for the Porsche to come back in. Yep. Fritz van Aert with his hand on his head, wondering whether it was all going to go okay on the exit of the corner. And we hear from Duncan in the pits that Rebellion are preparing for a pit call.
Yeah, it doesn't look anything other than troubled at the moment. For lovers of Austrian LMP1 teams, by the way, I should say that after that hiccup, and I think it was literally that for the Bicolors, they're back down to the kind of lap times without traffic we were seeing before. Slightly slower last time around, but I think that is traffic for the number 4 car.
Yeah, and he's 3.2 seconds behind LMP2 leader Felipe Albuquerque on board in the Porsche train. 92 ahead of 91, still AF Corsa and Alessandro Pierguidi leading in the Ferrari. The Porsches come below our feet, second and third. Aston Martin's fourth and fifth, and still Davide Rigon in the 71 Ferrari making no impression whatsoever on anybody. He's tailing the Astons, but he can't, it seems, do what Alessandro Pierguidi is doing. And I wonder if Ferrari have maybe split their opinions between the two cars. Porsche did in qualifying. 92 used 2 sets of tyres in qualifying. And 91 car used 1 set. So 91 have one more full, fresh set of tyres for the race. That was a lot harder work than it needed to be, that sentence, wasn't it? So that may come back to play into their hands towards the end of this 6 hours of Spa, round 6 of the FIA World Endurance Championship.
Hearing that Will Stevens has been dropping a little bit down the field in LMP2 in the 37 Jackie Chan DC Racing Orica, is suffering from rear brake problems.
Rebellion are in the pit lane.
Tyres will be the important thing here. What are they going to do with tyres? Wet tyres, because it got Duncan in the pit lane saying wets are out there, but if I look at the top of the Lake Com, then it's definitely intermediates up there. There is no question that wets right now is going to be a very short-term thing. With this sort of temperature and the steam coming off the circuit, I'm not sure that I'll be sticking on a set of wets.
Is that a full wet or is that an intermediate getting ready to go on? We'll catch up afterwards. Look.
Yep, it's a wet.
It's full wet.
Looks like it's got just as much groove on it.
Yeah, they've been struggling in in this wet period, they fell behind the two Toyotas before they got, around a third of the way around the lap, and then also behind the Bicolis as well in LMP1, is struggling to keep ahead of the leader in LMP2. And so it's not a case of they can generate tyre temperatures very easily, but the circuit is drying pretty quickly right now.
You see the two Porsches here lapping in 2:37. The Ferrari in the lead, Alessandro Pierguidi, lapping a full second quicker than they are.
Yeah, and just to talk about that, the Rebellion has now gone out the pits, but he's only maybe 6 or 7 seconds away from being lapped by Sebastian Buemi as well. So coming from pole position, it looks like this first hour of the 6 hours of Spa is not going anywhere like they anticipated.
Not even close. That's his first sector of the race last time around from the number 8 car, the hands of Sebastian Buemi. 4.7 seconds is that gap. And then a further minute and 6 seconds, minute and 5 seconds back, not to another LMP1 car, but to Felipe Albuquerque.
We talked a little bit earlier about being dropped in at the deep end. Gianluca Giraldi starting the race in the Dempsey Proton car in the pouring rain. Nobu Yamanaka, who's racing for Eurasia, not only hasn't raced in the World Endurance Championship before, hasn't actually driven anything since February, and has had no running in the rain in 2020. So not a great time to be starting the race, but he's being very cautious. Don't hit anything, stay between the white lines. Yeah, how can this not be a slick track now?
I'll put it a different way, how can it be a wet track? That's the thing. They put on wet tyres on that Rebellion. Look at this is already dry, and it's got a dry line, and it's only going to get drier.
He can't stay out for 40 minutes on those tyres, unless it hoses with rain again, and at the moment rain is not forecast. The Porsches were telling us a 27-lap stint will be standard, maximum stint length in the dry. They might want to start looking at slicks now. There's a change for third overall, beg your pardon. Tom Dillman goes up to third for the Bicoles team in the grey and yellow car, and down to fourth, but still in lead of LMP2, Felipe Albuquerque. And here is the battle for 5th place in GTE Pro. Marco Sorensen ahead of Davide Rigon in the Ferrari.
We had a bit of action at the bus stop with one of the Ferraris going around.
Oh,
I think it's a 54.
See, we got a window and we still can't see. That was for Alan, that was. Two Porsches here. Kevin Estre ahead of Richard Leeds, second and third in the GTE Pro class. Alessandro Pierguidi is just creeping away. He's now, well, creeping 12 seconds ahead of the two Porsches in that Ferrari. And yet again, his teammate here, Davide Rigon, struggling. So you do think that maybe they've gone for different options. Which of these two guys is on the radio now going, bring me in, let's go for slicks?
Well, wide for Richard Leeds.
Maybe not Richard Leeds. Okay, maybe not so much. And that's the problem with the circuit that's so long, is that where you look at Les Combes, oh, absolutely slicks. Here by the pits, maybe not so much.
Yeah, but you talk about Pierguidi, he's been a second a lap faster than the two Porsches as an average since this race started under the safety car, or after the safety car, I should say. Davide Rigon, his teammate's been 2 seconds a lap slower on average.
Yeah.
It's a huge difference.
And it's not because Davide Rigon has forgotten how to drive since the last time he was in a car.
He's not 2 seconds slower, that's for sure.
No.
Two Porsches. At this point, though, if you want to let your drivers race, but if one is definitely quicker than the other, you've got to switch them around, because all you're doing is allowing the competition a gap, and you can't afford to allow them the gap. Now, there is a big chance there's a safety car or something that closes everything up. There's also a chance there isn't. And in GTE Pro, we have seen it so often that the winning margin is so minuscule that if you give anything on the table to the opposition, they will take it and just run away.
The other thing is, let the faster car tow the slower car along. Even if there's only a fraction between them, if Kevin Estre sits behind Richard Leeds, it will help his car's performance. Instead of, at the moment, as you're saying, they're holding up the quicker of the two cars.
Probably helps his fuel mileage more than necessarily the pure performance. It gives him a little bit of a wider window. In these situations, that is a very important factor as well, because you want to widen the window so that you maybe don't have to come in for a stop before it is definitely into another tyre strategy.
What it what did we just watch Kevin Estre do there? He moved over to the left to cool the tyres in the water. They are starting to run out of tyre. He's feeling those things go up. Yet another reason for Kevin Estre just to pull aside and wave Richard Leach through. Don't do the hard work. You don't have to fight your teammate now. It's not going to be a long-term win, is it?
We've got to be careful because they are in the same car and they're very, very close in times. They may not necessarily have a big dynamic advantage between one and the other. And so we're surmising a little bit there. But I've just got to say, Rebellion, Norman Nato has just done his quickest lap on these new wet tyres in drying conditions. But down in the pits, I think we're going to be expecting the LMP2 cars coming in pretty soon as well. Very interesting what they decide to do.
The other thing is, what did they do in that pit stop, if not just tyres? That's significantly quicker than anything we've seen from that Rebellion since the start of the race.
Yeah, but if you've got a brand new set of tyres with the big blocks on it and maybe tyre pressures, if the tyre pressure's been a little bit too high, you've reduced the tyre pressure down to a correct level, then you will get that sort of time difference. But at the same point, the question is, can you get away, or could he have got away with going with an intermediate?
Well, 92 Porsche stays on the inside. I think this is where the 91 car is possibly going to be allowed to go by. No, he's going to have to fight for it, isn't he? Again, you know, you're a team manager now. Does this make sense to you?
No, that's what I said before. I would ask for the switch. You know, at the end of the day, the drivers, as much as we want them to race and you give them to race, we are early in the race, and the Ferrari, which is a competition for Porsche, have disappeared off up the road.
Oh! And the second Ferrari has actually finally got by the Aston Martin. So the 95 Dane Train Aston is now in 6th position. The Ferrari of Davide Rigon has moved up to 5th. So again, as conditions continue to change, as they're starting to dry, the Ferrari, or the second Ferrari, is coming back into it. Now, we need to have a look at whether the other Ferrari is starting to lose pace as conditions dry. Second pit caller of the race is Egidio Perfetti for Team Project One. He comes in from 2nd and is going on to slicks. I like Egidio. He loves a bit of a gamble. Bicoles are in, and Andre Negrão is in for Signatec Alpine. I can't imagine anybody taking wets now, Alan.
Leader of the pits.
And
Duncan down in the pit lane. What are you hearing? Toyota coming your way as well.
Yeah, no tyre change for the Bicoles car. They've stayed on the original wets. There are now slicks outside the 22 United Autosport box. They're going to follow the 56 Project One car. That Egidio Perfetti in the Mentos car has just gone out. So slicks, this will be the first P2 car we see going to slicks. We've seen the first GT EAM car on slicks, away it goes. And there goes the number 37 Jota Sport car down the pit lane as well. The heat is getting intense now down here, guys. Really is getting very warm and drying rapidly.
Hands in the air from Toyota's Sebastian Buemi, the race leader in the pits. And it was, what's going on now? Was there a tyre change there? It didn't look like there was time for it. It looked like that was just fuel. No, he's got wet weather tyres.
He hasn't changed tyres.
Okay, so
he saved the tyre. He saved the time of the tyre change. He's not done anything there, and he's just gone.
Okay, so Mike Conway leads by 38 seconds. Black and white flag for Gianluca Giraldi for abusing track limits. Into the pit lane comes the
92.
92, all right, it's got a smear across it. I couldn't quite read that immediately. You're looking at the timing screen. Jackie Chan, DC Racing's Will Stevens in the pits.
Slicks.
Yeah, it sort of looked like that was the only call. Why did Toyota not change tyres? Will they change on the number 7 car? Will Conway come in now? A lap behind the number 8 car. Yellow for the Eurasia car. That is Nobu Yamanaka. And as conditions have changed, got less and less and less wet, maybe he's felt a little bit more confident and finally overstepped the mark a little. 92, fuel first, as in all conditions. This is the rule in GT Pro. Certainly in the GT Pro category, you must fuel first and then do anything else, and they are going for slicks all round. And those are scrubs, so those have been used already. Those will be the tyres, or one of the sets of tyres they used in qualifying, Alan.
Yes, one of the sets in qualifying, and off they go with that car. Now, the tricky thing for him is coming out of the pit lane, so releasing the pit limiter now, and then the acceleration out of here, because this is a wet part of the circuit. Then once he gets through Eau Rouge and up to Lecombe, he should generate enough tyre temperature because it's an already preheated slick. Interesting thing, as you said, what is this car going to do? Mike Conway coming into the pits from the lead was second, but Buemi pitted in the lap earlier than him as well.
Gerda van der Gaard is in as well. Felipe Albuquerque's in as well. So that's the 1-2 in LMP2. There's the Jota Sport car, Roberto Gonzalez. That is third in LMP2. They will really want to go onto slicks. Good examination around the back of the car. Tyres on the apron are shiny new slicks.
But they're not going to do a tyre change, I think.
Right.
No, they are.
Well, if you're behind, don't do the same as your rivals. Do something different.
Yeah, but you're 3 seconds behind there, so I think in that respect it's not necessarily that. It's a case of, say, a team position as opposed to necessarily just the car.
Well, that was a very swift change. In the left-hand side, you can see new slicks going on. Goodyear Eagles on the Jota 38 car, third place in LMP2.
36 going wide in the background there.
Yeah, High Class are in as well. Sinitek stay out with Andre Negrel. Ooh, I was waiting to see if there was any twitches there into Eau Rouge from the number 7 Toyota on its fresh slicks. Sebastian Buemi has retaken the lead from Mike Conway. Norman Nato lies third for Rebellion. So that car has stopped already.
We wait now for significant sector times from slick-shod cars.
Yeah. So Alessandro Pierguidi still leading GTE Pro, and into the pits from third, the 97 Aston. Don't forget, both Porsches have stopped. One Porsche has stopped. 92 has stopped, hasn't it? The other Porsche has not. And there have been 2 pit calls now for Cool Racing. They stopped very early on to put Nicola Lapierre in the rain, and he is still in the Cool Racing number 42 LMP2 car. That's the only car that has stopped twice. Duncan down in LMP2 pit lane. Busy times at Eurasia.
Yeah, as United's going off there, and that's a piff-paff at the bottom. Sorry to jump in on you, but that's a race leader in LMP2, Felipe Albuquerque, just out in slicks, found out that the piff-paff is a little bit wetter, but on the other side of it, you've got Sebastian Buemi, who's been very close to the fastest middle sector already on his outlap of that. So certainly there's points on the circuit where it is clearly still on the other side of it, but there's also points that are definitely dry.
Well, the Eurasia team just stopping. Nobu Yamanaka coming out in front of the LMP2 leader, but Duncan reported to me on the headset that there was nobody ready for him when he came in, so I'm not sure if he's got a working radio button, whether he thought he told the team or not, but they have now serviced him. He's on his way out. TF Sports swapped over to Johnny Adam in the 90 Aston Martin. That is also just leaving the pits, on board with the Jota 38.
This is exactly where the United car went off. Did it roughly the same thing on their outlap as well.
Bit too much, you see the United tyre marks there. Bit too much speed into piff-paff.
Less time lost than the United, I must say.
Yeah, 98 Aston is in the GTE AM category.
Yeah, but lost time with Paul Delano running on, rears locked and installing the car.
Mike Wainwright is in for Gulf, so too is Thomas Floor for AF Corsa. They're 7th, 8th and 9th, those 3 cars in GTE AM. Here's our GTE AM leader, Christian Reed. Been there, done that, seen it all a squillion times in the 20-plus years he's been a Porsche GT racer.
Absolutely. New fastest lap of the race as we're watching Christian. Comes from the lead car, 2:18.132 now from Sebastian Buemi. Just a minute and a half to go until the end of the first hour of this 6 hours of Spa. Welcoming the WC back to racing after 4,000 hours missing.
Pro leader is in, Alessandro Pierguidi in the 51 Ferrari. And confirmation from Porsche that Richard Lietz will stay in both cars, his and Kevin Eschers, having a tyre change, 2 slicks. And there's no question either the Ferrari going that way. There is Richard Lietz. Fuel, tyres done and dusted. 92 will come back and cycle into the lead of the Porsche battle, but there's the Ferrari. That's how close the GT Pro lead has become, and the Ferrari was not too many millimetres of throttle travel away from looping out to the pit exit there. LMP2 car coming down the hill will help the Ferrari just by slightly taking some of the line away from the Porsche, but Twitch. Fresh tyres on the Ferrari. Kevin Estre has already put a lap in and has got a feeling for grip. Are we going to see him try and make a pass at the top of the hill?
Fastest lap of the race, 2:16.860, including the fastest middle section of the race, goes to Guido van der Garde in the LMP2.
That's what 900 horsepower and four-wheel drive will do for you. I don't know when they were allowed to fit it to that Racing Team Netherlands car, but clearly that's what they've done.
It could have been slick tyres.
It could have been. So running out wide goes the 88 Porsche. And that is the car.
Oh, dear me.
After me, after you. Oh, door open at Eurasia.
Well, doors open, and also the Porsche missed the cone.
Be a penalty.
He's gone round the cone the wrong side, and then the Eurasia's gone round the cone on the other side. What's with the door open,
Right, and why, with the door open, was he was obviously distracted by trying to avoid the Porsche. Did he not go into the pit lane? Because now he's going to have to do another lap and then come in again. I tell you what, Nobu Yamanaka, welcome back to racing. It's not as simple as it might appear. 57 car Ben Keating, 33 car Kenti Yamashita, and just avoiding contact. And trouble, 98 Aston is off in the gravel. That's Paul Dall'Anna on an outlap on slicks.
13 turn 13 pit back. That's where we saw the two LMP2 cars running across the actual grass, so he's gone wide there. Guido van der Garde is still the fastest car on the circuit. Rebellion in for a pit stop. Is this going to be timely for them, with the potential of a safety car or something, and whether they're going to go to slicks?
See how wet the pit lane still is. He slid into the pit box there, fully locked up. This is Dall'Anna. Oh, comes into shot backwards. That had swapped ends going into Piff Paff, not coming out.
Yeah, he's accelerated round turn 12, the right-hander, and it's flicked on him and gone into 13 sideways.
Chaos in the pit lane, everybody in and out. Nominato in the pits at the moment. Chetelaars, Roberto Lacorte is in the pits at the moment. So too is Christian Reed, the GTE AM class leader. 8 Toyota leads here as we just go by the 1 hour mark of the Spa 6 hours. Mike Conway is second in the 7 Toyota. Tom Dillman still third in the Mike Collins. And they were saying that the potential for a podium had not escaped their attention in LMP1.
The incident that we saw entry to the pit lane between the 35 and 88, the total confusion of going round the cones is going to be investigated. I suspect that there's going to be some sort of penalties coming from that. But just to reiterate, Van der Garde, another fastest lap of the race, and he's catching the overall race leader of Sebastian Buemi, safety car.
And that will close the field up a little bit, but actually might not help Guido van der Garde, because right now he is just murdering the wet-shod Sebastian Buemi. Pit lane will be closed, so Sebastian Buemi cannot get off those wets behind the safety car. Into the pit lane now is the Eurasia car.
That would have come before the pit entry was closed, so okay for Nobu Yamanaka. I
must say that Van der Garde is the luckiest person in the world, because the race leader, the number 8 Toyota, is directly in front of the LMP2 class leader, being Albuquerque. If Albuquerque had just been in front of the 8, then Albuquerque would have gone right round to the end of the field.
Wow, so. Yeah, they nearly gained a lap on everybody in LMP2. Oh, here comes the digger to pull out Paul Dall'Anna, so hopefully the 98 Aston Martin will be able to complete the rest of this Spa 6 hours. Safety car is out. After 2 weeks of sweltering weather, race day at Spa-Francorchamps, after 6 months away from the racetrack, produced a deluge before the start, delaying the already shortened start procedure and throwing teams into confusion. The first wet track that they have seen since Fuji last October. It's been a while. Everybody on wet weather tyres for the very first time. 2 sighting laps, and then the race started behind the safety car. As conditions dried a little, Norman Nato led the field away from pole for Rebellion. Tom Dillman's by Colles having a look, but in the end, the superior full boost power and front and rear traction of the Toyotas allowed them to fire out of the hairpin at La Source into the lead. Sebastian Buemi rocketing away from Mike Conway at more than 8 seconds in the first couple of laps. In LMP2, all honours even, but the Goodyear wet weather tyre struggling a little against its rivals. A great, although very illegal, 4 wheels off pass up the inside at Rédillon, moving the 97 Aston Martin up the field. But the Ferrari seemed to be the car that made the best use of the wet weather conditions. The 51 car of Alessandro Pierguidi coming from 5th in the GT Pro class up to the lead. 36 Cinetec Alpine car moving up into 2nd place ahead of Jota, into 3rd ahead of Jota in LMP2, as the Ferraris continued to hassle through to the lead of GT Pro Alessandro Pierguidi, who then drove away from the field. But as conditions dried, the battle between them and the Porsches would change. From the back of the grid, the last row of the grid, Geert van der Garde moving through into a top position in LMP2. And finally, the 91 Porsche, which was the quicker of the pair, moving ahead of 92 as they hang on to 2nd and 3rd place in GTE Pro. All of which led us up to a considerably drying track and a flurry of pit stops right towards the end of the first hour. Most choosing to change on to slick tyres. Christian Reed, 77 Dempsey Proton Porsche, leading in GTE AM, 51 Ferrari in GTE Pro. Every inch of the LMP2 race led so far by the 22 United Autosports car. Sebastian Buemi leading in LMP1 and overall. Safety car remains out because of this car, the 98 Aston Martin in GTE AM. Paul Dall'Anna, the Canadian, remains at the wheel as he is craned out of a dangerous position in the gravel on the exit of Piff Paff. Once he's on terra firma, he should hopefully be able to get restarted, head back to the pits and pick up some fresh rubber and give away some gravel. Toyota 8 and 7 lead from by Colles, that's the 1, 2, 3 in LMP1. United Autosport Racing Team Netherlands and Cinetec Alpine, they're the top 3 in LMP2. Ferrari, Porsche in GTE Pro, the 51 car still in front, they're all now on slicks. And in GTE AM, Team Project 1 from Dempsey Proton and Team Project 1, 56, 77 and 57. It's a Porsche 1, 2, 3, 4. GTE AM at the moment is a Porsche route, but TF Sport from the tail of the field with Johnny Adam has now come up to 5th position. However, he's quite a long way back in traffic. We are going to start getting a few wave-arounds of lapped cars in the classes in just a few moments. But let's get down to TF Sport Aston Martin with Duncan Vincent in the pit lane and catch up with Sally Yolok.
Currently in 5th place is TF Sport Aston Martin. Sally Yolok has already made a driver change. He's decided to get out. Sally, it's difficult out there. Visibility wasn't great, and you're telling me the car doesn't seem to have a lot of grip just now.
No, the visibility was poor for the first 4 or 5 laps, but then maybe 8 laps, but then the rain eased up and it got better. But unfortunately, neither the guys in Pro or us in AM seems to be getting the cars worked as good as the Porsche at the moment. Well, you see in the Pro as well, they went 4th and 5th from 2nd and 3rd. So yeah, we are hoping for it to dry up so we can catch back on the pace, because the car is definitely not working in the wet.
Is it just a lack of overall grip, or is there a feel somewhere that there's something wrong?
It's quite a lot understeer. We've struggled with it in the dry as well, yesterday in the qualifying and all throughout the practice sections. But in the wet, it just exaggerated even more. I literally almost couldn't do wet lines in the race. Like, pretty much had to do dry lines to get the car turned in. So as a result, we've been slow, and we see the 98 car went off as well. So we lack general balance and grip for sure.
Okay, the best of luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was Duncan Vincent with TF Sports' Sally Yollick. Johnny Adam, the factory pro Aston Martin driver, is in the car at the moment. 98, Paul Dalla back on his way. And I think perhaps a precautionary stop in the pit lane may be heading his way. You can see how much drier the circuit has got in the last 5 or 10 minutes. This is his outlap on slicks after a pit stop, having survived the first hour in the rain. And the safety car on what is now pretty much a dry track for all intents and purposes, leading the field down at the hill.
Sorry, we're about to see the pass around after Radion, which will be a relief to most of the GTA Pro field, since just the lead 2 managed to get around to the back of this.
Great view of the lead battle in GTE Am. Egidio Perfetti in the white and blue Mentos Porsche for Team Project One. Right behind him, the pole sitter Christian Reed there for Dempsey Proton. 51, Alessandro Pierre Guidi leading in GTE Pro. Shares with James Collado. They will double stint, as the other GTE Pro field will. Felipe Albuquerque double stinting as well. Phil Hansen and Paul Di Resta will drive that car. That's the LMP2 leader. And our LMP1 and overall race leader, Sebastian Buemi, who shares with Kazuki Nakajima and, of course, Brendan Hartley, who's left New Zealand for the first time since pre-lockdown. GTE Pro wave around continues. In fact, Paul Dalla I can see has joined the back of the field, so he's obviously not heard a vast amount of gravel rattling out under the car and is happy to continue. There he is in the 98 GTE Aston Martin.
Probably asked for a bit of a shake-up on that forklift.
Yes, exactly. Just bounce me up and down and shake a couple of 100 kilos of... Oh, I can see rain in the distance. I'm not saying that. It may well be coming this way. It may well not. From almost the highest point in Belgium here in this, at the peak of the Ardennes, you can see all the way around you from the high camera point at the top. And you can definitely see the weather arriving. Let's see what the Porsche team have to say.
Heavy rain in 30 minutes. Heavy rain in 30 minutes. Okay, copy.
Did he say 10 or 20?
30.
30? Right. 20, yeah. I thought maybe 20.
I thought 30.
30 minutes, 3-0.
Yeah, I thought 30.
That's what we could see in the distance. It may not be too far in the distance either. Weather radar has been very good at predicting the arrival because you can track the pace of the clouds. Let's join Duncan Vincent down in the pit lane. Actually, the wave-around cars are just coming by him. But Duncan, you had news from Rebellion for us.
I do. I just spoke with Justin Taylor, and the last time I spoke with Justin, it was on the pit wall at Kota, and they were serious number crunching to see what they could do about winning the race, which they did. Rebellion made a bad call with the tyre pressures here, guys. They put them way too high in that first stint. Norman done everything he could. The team are praising Norman for not going off the road. They brought him in to try and remedy that with the correct pressure in the wet weather tyres. However, it was at the point where maybe it could have been intermediates or slicks. They had to go out on the wets again. But what Rebellion are saying is they are going to come back strong. They're going to come back fighting towards this at the end. The call at the beginning, on the team, nothing to do with Norman.
Well, Duncan, they definitely have to come back fighting because they're quite well. They're a long way behind. They're a lap behind at this moment. This safety car's kind of been difficult for them. They've got the pace to do it. If we remember back to China, they were in a difficult situation and did exactly the same thing. And so they're able to do it with the time left available, but they need to make a good call to get into that lead lap.
Little shot there, Mark Patterson, we saw discussing with the team. He was supposed to have started his car, but because of the weather conditions, they appealed to the stewards and said, we would not like to start our gentleman driver in the car in driving rain. Can we start with Kenty Yamashita? And they said, yes, you can do. So High Class made that last moment choice. So he will take over a little later in the race. And it was properly wet at the start of this. And for gardeners around the Ardennes region, I mean, it's a lush green region, but actually it's looking a bit brown at the moment. It has been absolutely meltingly hot for a couple of weeks. So this weather will be very welcome. And listen, it's Spa-Francorchamps. If it didn't rain, you'd feel shortchanged.
Next interesting thing for me is what's Toyota going to do. Sebastian Buemi's still on wet tyres. Teammate Mike Conway has made the pit stop and has gone on to the slick. So we saw in 33s just had a bit of a loop around at the hairpin. And so therefore, I would suspect that Buemi is going to have to take a stop if that rain that's supposed to be in 30 minutes doesn't come a little bit earlier.
Here we're on the pit lane now. We catch up with Racing Team Netherlands' new driver to the World Endurance Championship, Job van Uitert. But I've got to say, you've been here before, you were racing at Spa last weekend. What's the difference? We'll let that go past in the background. We know there's a great difference in the weather, but overall, different teams as well. How are you picking it up?
It's always interesting when you jump from one team to the other. They both have different philosophies, but in general, both of the teams are at their best level in LMP2 field. So it's great to be, with both of them in the past 2 weeks.
It's a fast team that you're involved with. Normally Nick de Vries in there. A lot of good data in that garage. Are the guys helping you get used to how Racing Team Netherlands work?
In the end, with TDS, I drove with them last year for G-Drive. So I have experience with the guys. I know them very well. It's more like coming home for me.
Guido's just 2 seconds behind. Is he up for it on the team radio? I could see you've got one in your hand there.
Yeah, we're just listening to what he says on the radio, and it's all going quite okay now.
Welcome to the World Endurance Paddock. It's great to have you here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very much looking forward to seeing that
Cheers, buddy.
pit if Guido van der Garde has an opportunity to look at an overtake with Felipe Albuquerque, because if I remember when they've done that before, then the pit has erupted as if they won Le Mans 24 hours. They're so enthusiastic about it. It's fantastic to see. However, I'm very sure that Albuquerque's got other opinions and ideas about that whole process, but you know, there you see the yellow car going through and 2 cars up ahead of him is now the race leader. Remember, Van der Garde started absolutely last on the grid because Job van Uitert got penalised 3 times for track limits yesterday in qualifying and didn't set a time.
Yeah, huge opening stint from Guido van der Garde, as we've seen before here. Indeed, we've seen not just with the Oreca, but back in the days when they ran the Dallara chassis. Quite, I think, by far the most convincing stint we'd seen in the P2 Dallara to that point. And can't wait for this to go back to green, because it is going to be like the blue touch paper time.
Yeah, well, I think we're going to see a change. So Louis Conway is on those slick tyres. Buemi is on the wets.
Pit entry is still closed.
Just a reminder, pit entry's closed at this moment in time. They can come into the pits under safety car, but it requires...
Instructed to go at full speed. Safety car instructed to go at full speed.
So therefore, full speed by safety car, so not around about the 100 kilometres per hour, which is the kind of average, I would have said, over a lap that it does. And that's partly to try to keep tyres up to temperature, especially the people on slicks more than necessarily the wets. They need to keep the pressures up as well, because when the pressure drops through Eau Rouge, there's a huge compression. You can actually damage the carcass structure of the tyre if those tyre pressures are too low.
So this race has got a lot left to give. Dramas already in the first hour and 20 minutes.
37 Jackie Chan DC racing car is in the pits, and it came in when it has actually been pit closed. And I think we should go down to Duncan in the pit lane, who's got some information.
Yeah, the back brakes have come in and they're on fire. Both sets of back brakes still on fire just now. They're trying to get the back wheel off, but the car 37 in the pit lane just now with the extinguishers, as you can hear in the background, just extinguishing that just now. So it's a serious issue with this car as they take it in. The back brakes again ignite, so there's something wrong with the back there. They're pushing the car in the garage while the wheels and inside of the wheels are still on fire. So A bit of panic down here in the Jackie Chan DC Racing camp, the 37 car. But the guys that run it, the Autosport team, very, very prepared for this one as it was coming in. They know what to do. I'll hand back up to you guys just now as the driver steps out. And when I get information on what's wrong with the actual car, apart from the fire, I'll bring it back to you.
That was something we'd heard reports of quite some time ago from Will Stevens, was suffering, I think it was, with a rear right brake problem. But both sides now.
Two things, if it's burning on both sides, it's either rubber pickup, which seems unlikely in this weather, lights out on the safety car, we're about to go green, or classic car owners will tell you brake fluid squirting onto the brake discs will very often catch fire, particularly when they're at the sort of temperature these brake discs run out. So
double trouble for them.
Not ideal, yes, not ideal.
Well, double trouble. One, they've got to fix the problem, but also they came when the pits were closed, so therefore they'll have some sort of penalty for that. Talking of pits closed, they're now open because the safety car lights are out and we're about to have a restart. As you can see, Buemi holding back as much as possible as the safety car is now accelerating off into the distance.
Will Buemi comes straight in this lap. He can't survive any longer on wet weather tyres. Teammate Mike Conway made the choice. They lost time in the pits and went on to slicks. Buemi leads the field up the hill. Behind him, immediately behind Felipe Albuquerque, the LMP2 leader. Safety car peels into the pits below us. And 29, Racing Team Netherlands, Geert van der Gaard, not far behind Albuquerque as well. There is our GT Pro battle, GT Am battle as well. Perfetti, Christian Reed, and behind him, Johnny Adam.
Yeah, and I think he's gone into the pit lane. The 8, I think, is in the pits. And so it's been straight into the pits for Buemi.
He had no choice, did he? At least he didn't lose any more time on the wet weather tyres there. And he's not the only one who came in. Jackie Chan's Will Stevens is in. Somebody else ducked into the pit lane.
Yamanaka missed the pit entry again.
Now he's in this time, but he may not have come in the right side of the bollard. On board with a 92 Porsche, this car second in GT Pro. And the Ferrari right in front is the GT Pro leader. There he is, flashing headlights at Bon Grimes and the Red River Sport, the dark red Ferrari. The red car with the Ciccolori. That is the AF Corsa car of Alessandro Pierguidi. Oh, and he loses time coming up the hill. Here comes Kevin Estre. He can smell the blood in the water. He's got the run on the Ferrari. He's going the long way around the outside, job done. He'll be passed before the braking zone. And up the inside to add to the Ferrari's woes comes the 33 car. And that means the high-class car gets through, but it stops the Ferrari counter-attacking. So Kenti Yamashita, in that case, helping out the Porsche.
And there's the lead and second place in LMP2 as they duck down towards Pouhon. Now there is no car in between Racing Team Netherlands, Guido van der Gaard and Felipe Albuquerque in the United Autosports up ahead. Both of them had to displace the Cetilar Dallara that is just behind, so now van der Gaard has got the race leader in his sights.
One of the other cars that ducked in as you watch this pass from Kevin Estre, all the long way up the Kemmel Straight, which looks flat on camera. Understand this, it is definitely not flat.
Well, it's flat from left to right, definitely not from bottom of the hill to the top, that is for sure.
Yeah, you try walking it or cycling it or running it, what do you know about that? Sebastian Buemi exiting the pits, Tom Dillman is out as well for Bike-Colles. Fastest middle sector of the entire race by any car from this man, the LMP2 Racing Team Netherlands car, Guido van der Gaard. He is like a dog with a bone, isn't he? He just worries away. Felipe Albuquerque, first flying lap for him, a 2:09.2 and a 2:09.0. They are the fastest two cars in the race so far, but of course, they're in the best conditions of the race so far. But how come Mike Conway's not going quicker?
Well, Mike Conway's on slick tyres and he's just had to make his way through some of the traffic behind him. And his teammate as well, we've got to remember, Sebastian Buemi's 40 seconds behind, so Conway's got a little bit of a buffer to try to play, but there's a lot of traffic here coming through, and the Ferrari is just trying to make his way through it, but he's got boxed into the inside as the Aston Martin and the Porsche GT Am are fighting for position as well.
Yeah, that is the battle for 5th, with the Johnny Adam chasing Christian Reed, 5th in AM. Lead Ferrari goes through, then the Porsche and the Astons are now right with the Porsche, and the second Ferrari is there as well. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in GTE Pro down the inside channel, and the AM's going, oh, just leave us some racing room, and they all get through. Imagine being a P2 or a P1 car coming up behind this bunch.
Marco Sorensen was the one that lost out everything there. He was trying to follow through, but just got bolted at the last part with one of the Porsches.
Well, there's the race leader, as Graham points out. You don't have to imagine being trying to get through that. Oh, in fact, that's not the race leader, is it?
It is. It's a brake car. Yeah, it was the previous race leader. But as you said it, I was just watching on the graphic as the 8 just came into view, and yeah, that's not what he wants to see ahead of him.
In fact, the race leader is now behind the United Autosports car that restarted behind him. No, he's not. He's still ahead of them. The race leader is now climbing the hill as we start to drop down the hill. And pit entry for car 88. That's the second of the Dempsey Proton cars. They did a driver change to Lucas Legere. So Lucas Legere will possibly have to suffer somebody else's penalty. There's the LMP2 lead battle, and the gap remains about for circa 1.5 seconds.
And Van de Garde has done the fastest middle sector again, 4/10ths quicker than Mike Conway in the Toyota behind him. And Conway was clear on that lap, and 2/10ths quicker than the actual leader, Felipe Albuquerque in LMP2.
Albuquerque went 2 seconds quicker on that lap than on his previous lap, and so did Geerder van der Garde. 2:07.0, 2:06.8, and Conway a 2:05.4.
And now laps the 29 car.
Yep. And off he goes, so he will have no problem getting by the number 22 car. How many laps of green flag racing? And 22 started at the green flag right behind number 7.
2.
Crikey. Hasn't taken long, has it? So Mike Conway 2 seconds quicker in sector 1. Sector 2 as they start to go down the hill. This is where he'll struggle a little bit to put too much over the LMP2 car. He's only got about 150 horsepower advantage.
Yeah, but it's actually not too bad. It's one of the Aston's left rear.
95.
No, it's not. It's the Dane chain. So
yep. Oh,
Marco
that's the championship leaders.
Yep. Into the pit lane he comes.
That's close to the end of the lap, and the tyre has come off. So depending on when that's happened, we don't know when it's happened, but depending on when it's happened, then it has been maybe very fortunate. Now he's got to go slow. The tyre's still flailing. Here's a replay, and this is coming down into the bus stop, so it's right at the end.
Well, his middle sector was barely any slower than Davide Rigon's Ferrari. His first sector was barely any slower, so it's been coming up the hill.
Yeah, it's been at the very, very fortunate.
9 laps into that stint when that happened for Marcus Sorensen.
I would suggest it's probably a puncture from debris more than anything else with 9 laps. You know, at that point, any issues from load or whatever is quite unlikely, unless they've been very, very low in pressures with the safety car running through Eau Rouge. But normally it'll be a puncture through debris.
He heads back out to the pit lane. Lucas Legere holding on from Ben Barker at the moment. Ben Barker in the black and orange highlights car. The black and white highlights car is Lucas Legere. You see the Michelin engineers there examining the tyre. You can tell an awful lot from a carcass. How long it's been punctured, where possibly the puncture happened. It does help if you come in with the tread attached as well, but usually it's more a sidewall that gets punctured rather than the actual tread itself.
Now the fastest lap of the race goes to the race leader Mike Conway. So we continue to watch this hectic activity in GTE AM, and also joining that battle for the LMP2 lead up behind now. It's aboard the Aston Martin.
He's got a real run through Blanchimont. Porsche got held up there by another car up ahead of him, and this has given half of a sniff of opportunity. Looks to the outside, Porsche defends, and he's just going to try and cut back here on the right and get an acceleration up into La Source hairpin. Better squad of acceleration, but the traction of the Porsche was very good out that corner.
Well, the car in front is the Ferrari that was started by Francois Perrodo. That is now being driven by Manu Collard. Well, he leaves room, and wisely so. This isn't his battle, but he's still got to try and survive the corner.
Maybe he's not his battle. Maybe leave it going into the corner.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
on board the Aston, gets a better run than the Ferrari through Eau Rouge and over Rédillon, so he goes by, but he's lost ground to Richard Leeds, and that will be 3 or 4 laps of hard work. Meanwhile, change, Gulf car has gone in front, and as the 51 car that leads, second now in the Pro class goes by, that's Ben Barker ahead of Lucas Legeret for second in the AM class. It is still Egidio Perfetti that leads, and another outstanding double stint from Egidio Perfetti as the Rebellion gets ahead of Racing Team Netherlands.
5th overall, yeah.
Splits the difference, yeah, that's a move up the order overall, but still 4th in LMP1. And by the way, Will Stevens in the Jackie Chan DC Racing 37 car still in the pit lane. It's a problem with the rear brake balance adjusters, apparently.
So it's been adjusting to the rear, which has then set the rear's been far too hot, which is the reason that it's cooked.
Doing all the braking,
and, yeah, done the effect. So he'll have had actually a very imbalanced car as it's been starting to oversteer through that. As you see, Fritz van Aert was the person closest to the camera, and Job van Uytert was the person that was at the back. As now Rebellion moves up to 4th. No, doesn't quite get it done.
Sebastian Buemi, fastest first sector of the race for anybody. Last time round, though, another fastest race lap. 2 minutes 4.0 for Mike Conway. 2 minutes 3.0 for Sebastian Buemi. He's now under 50 seconds behind his teammate who leads the race and going faster.
He's got to go pretty fast. He's 49 seconds behind Buemi to Conway. All courtesy of that stop where they didn't change to slicks and the sister car did. Then the safety car came out, bunched Conway right back up, and then Buemi had to take the pit stop under a full green track.
For comparison, both the number 4 by Collis of Tom Dillman and Rebellion number 1 of Norman Nato are doing 2:05.0s, and the leader in LMP2 is doing 2:06.7, so just 1.7 seconds slower over an entire lap of Spa, Felipe Albuquerque, which is why it's been tough for Norman Nato to get by. You have to pick and choose where that horsepower advantage works for you in the LMP1 car, and he has now moved up to 4th overall and still 4th in LMP1.
Yeah, Norman Nato is going to be looking to get a hurry up here because the pace at the front from both the Totas is coming really very good, as I say it. A new fastest lap goes to Mike Conway this time, 2:02.417. Felipe Albuquerque, by the way, was sitting in his highest finishing position overall ever at this race. That then was for Audi in LMP1.
Battle here in GTE AM between the purple Porsche of Ben Keating and the AF Corsa Ferrari of Francesco Castellacci. So Castellacci closing in relentlessly on the Texan, and fabulous livery, the Wins Oil livery on that car. Very retro looking colour scheme, but Ben Keating hanging on at the moment. And I wonder whether Team Project One did a tyre change or whether they stayed on those wets. They have had a tyre stop.
Quick.
And you would imagine they've gone on to slicks.
What we didn't see, did we, gentlemen, is what befell the 77 car, which had been leading the race in GTM, and now in the hands of Christian Reed, has dropped all the way back to 8th in class.
Again, I wonder when they stopped, whether they made a tyre change or stayed on wet tyres, expecting more rain to arrive, in which case it's always a little bit of a gamble. But most people went on to slicks. I can't see any other reason how Christian Reed would have forgotten how to drive a car in hour 2 when he clearly knew how to drive it in hour 1. Ditto with Ben Keating. Well, here again, Ben Barker in the black car with the orange highlights for Gulf Racing. This is the battle for the lead now of GTE AM. Egidio Perfetti leads, Ben Barker in second, and a Pro Porsche coming up behind. That's Kevin Escher, the 92 car. 37 leaving the pit lane, so Jackie Chan DC Racing trying to gain valuable information for themselves and for Goodyear before Le Mans. And here comes Ben Barker looking the long way around the outside. It's the 91 Porsche, which is trying to find its way through Richard Leeds. And he follows Ben Barker, and Egidio Perfetti hoisting the white flag sensibly early there, I think, Alan, seeing what was coming up behind him.
Yeah, he realised that he was going to get into a fight that maybe he didn't need to be in if he had sort of kept on going into the braking area. So lifted off, survived to fight another day. He's dropped to second place now in the category, but he's had a stunning drive, I have to say, Perfetti. At the beginning of this race, I was really impressed once again, because he is a true gentleman racer, and but he doesn't always drive like a gentleman. He gets stuck in. He's got big elbows and he pushes his way around, but he does a very good job.
Well, he drives like a pro, is what you're saying, rather than not like a gentleman. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. He is, yeah. And again, as with Ben Keating, another exemplary performance. Don't forget, none of these guys have been in cars either since Kota, so it's been a very long time. Here comes the Toyota through the middle. Nico Lapierre being warned for the final time for abusing track limits. He'll get a telling off from his team boss, won't he? Oh, hang on, that's him.
Yeah, but he's had warnings already at turn 7 and turn 9 at the top of the hill. That already came up about 3 or 4 laps ago, and so obviously he's done it again, and this is a final warning before a penalty.
Yeah.
So he's got to take care now. He's got quite a few laps to go before the end of the stint.
Yeah, per driver, per stint, you get 2 warnings, black and white flag, then penalty. Because if they tell you 3 times and you're still not listening, then you really ought to be thinking about it on the naughty step.
On the subject of penalties, the 88 has been reported to the stewards for that pit entry, and there's a similar investigation with the stewards underway at the moment into the 35 Eurasia. Ligier, we saw Willy Yamanaka wrong side of that pit entry cone in recovery. Will Stevens back in the race? We can't come over that. 15 minutes. And 29th and last runner at the moment. But this time, well, not this time last year, this race last year, despite the fact that we had that extraordinary weather, every bit of weather in the world, every car finished this race. At the moment, every car is running. That was only the 3rd time in WC history it had happened. It happened again at Fuji before Jota were excluded, and again at Kota. So could we have number 5?
Well, my mouthful of biscuit was a lot chewer than I was expecting there. So apologies for that. Toyota 1-2 here, and looking at the 1-2 battle in LMP2 United Autosports, Felipe Albuquerque still just about keeping a second and a half ahead of Guido van der Garde. GTEM, Ben Barker leading, Egidio Perfetti right, not too far behind him, but behind Ben Barker at the moment is the 91 Porsche of Richard Leitz, and Leitz needs to get a move on because he's being chased by the 97 Aston Martin of Maxime Martin. Here's the battle, though, for second and third in GTEM, because Lucas Legere in the 88 Dempsey Proton car is catching Egidio Perfetti. But as we saw, Legere being investigated for, or not him, but the 88 car for the pit entry when it was handed over to him. So he's going to end up paying somebody else's penalty, quite possibly. Oh, 3 wide behind.
Little Toyota in the middle.
Yeah.
But Lucas Legere, lest we forget, one of our 2 debutants this weekend in the FIW scene. It's the first race in GTE, and in these conditions, a GTE car with no ABS. GT3 cars do feature that system.
Ben Barker Ben Keating, beg your pardon, being warned about track limits. Fritz van der Garde, Fritz van Aert, wrong, too many vans. No Hertz van Hire. Fritz van Aert having a quick chat with the team there, the Racing Team Netherlands. Now, because we had half a dozen laps behind the safety car at the beginning of the race, the first stints sort of went an hour, so we are now 20-odd minutes to the next hour, so we should be getting towards next 2 or 3 laps, maybe an LMP2 pit window opening again. By that time, will a United Autosports car still be in the lead? Because Guido van der Garde is closing inch by inch. He's no longer taking monster munch bites out of him, but when we started the race behind the safety car, Graham, the yellow and black car was 22 seconds behind the blue, red and white car. He's no longer 22 seconds behind. He's barely 22 centimetres behind.
22 seconds behind once he'd cleared the GTM cars.
Right,
he lost no time clearing the GTM cars and closed immediately thereafter. Remember, we will get slightly extended stints for these cars if they choose to do it, because they've had that time in the safety car in this kind of time stint, if you like.
Yep.
So fuel saving for that. So we've seen 1 or 2 cars pitting out of schedule, but we keep you up to pace with that.
Yeah, now's the time, because he's going to get held up here, Albuquerque, by the Aston Martin, and it'll allow Guido van der Garde and the Aston move to the side, so it's not quite as much, but it is enough. So the van der Garde goes to the outside to braking into the pit path. Is he going to follow? He's not. Albuquerque runs it out a little bit deeper. Van der Garde's got the cut back, but it's not going to be enough.
Hot dog. Jumping frog. Hey.
That was coming as you start. You could see that sort of picking itself up as he came down the hill in towards Pujol, the double left-hander. Now Van der Garde's in the slipstream. They'll get past this car before they get towards anything at Blanchimont, so it won't be any issues there, but Van der Garde's having to do it around the outside.
Well, as the conditions get drier and drier, everybody taking a little bit of a liberty with the curbs. Davide Rigon now being warned about it, but Felipe Albuquerque and Guido van der Garde being, as they are, very well advised to stay off the painted surfaces, A, because they're wet and slippery, and B, because you just don't get any grip off them. All the AstroTurf, by the way, outside the curbs that was here last year and previous years has been replaced by green painted concrete. So actually, it doesn't deter drivers from going off wide as much, because you don't lose grip.
We're going to get the same situation again at Eau Rouge, because now Albuquerque is going to get caught a little bit as they come down. He's lifted off early to accelerate up through the hill. So Albuquerque saw the traffic was going to be there, didn't want to get in the same position, lifted off, accelerated through, and he's still got decent momentum up all the way up the long hill. And so now Van der Garde is now going to have to get past these 2 cars, and he's now trying to look to see when he can approach the next opportunity. It's going to be an overtake due to traffic, not an overtake due to difference of speed, because there is no difference of speed between the 2 of them.
Exactly. 2 absolute sports car professionals at the peak of their talents and racing effectively identical cars on the same tyre as well. So it's not even a tyre battle. These are both Oreca 07 chassis, being run by different teams and with very slightly different setups possibly, but a great battle between Felipe Albuquerque in the blue, red and white United car and Guido van der Garde in yellow and black. That big cloud is getting very much closer to us, and we are not going to escape all of that weather, are we? 20 minutes or so, could be another deluge. How long before we expect to see pit stops? Sometime in the next 10 or 15 minutes, maybe?
Yeah, definitely. It'll be around about that period.
So we might have to make a decision and then wait to see what the rain brings us.
That's the point, isn't it? They're looking to stretch it until they can make a decision based on the prevailing conditions rather than guessing what they might be.
Cool Racing's Roberto Gonzalez ahead of Nico Lapierre. Lapierre trying to close in behind for Cool Racing.
And again, they've used the traffic. Albuquerque's used the traffic to try to give himself a bit of breathing space from Van der Garde, but these guys have got the GT cars up ahead as well. There's 3 or 4 GTE Pros ahead of this one, so the opportunity keeps coming back towards Van der Garde. But Albuquerque's playing the traffic extremely well here. He's clever, he's using it to his advantage, getting past, but making sure there is still the opportunity for the GT to close off so that it blocks Van der Garde on his way.
Roberto Meri almost had a look down the inside of Ben Barker there, because Roberto Meri has taken over the 35 Eurasia car. 30 seconds stop and go for the 88 car now. 19-year-old rookie Lucas Legeret will serve it, but it wasn't he that earned it.
That was the, I'm sure that's the penalty for the wrong side of the cone entry, with that mix-up between 2 or 3 cars at pit entry. Heads-up stop, by the way, there from Ben Barker. Leading GTM wants to consolidate what is a near 9-second lead last time through and kept well out the way of the battling pair of LMP2s.
Yep, don't get involved in fights you don't have to. That's Alan's rule, isn't it, Alan?
Yeah, not always at school, but anyway. Now we've got another chance here, but it's the Porsches just lifted enough. That's allowed the 2 of them to come through.
And again, Van der Garde like Albuquerque, full commitment, and that's the real mark of somebody who knows how to read traffic, is just the way they side through. Here's Cool Racing's Nico Lapierre. This is towing up behind Roberto Gonzalez in the Jota Sport car, and through he goes. So Lapierre up to 4th, but on his final public warning for track limit abuse.
Aside from that, though, good recovery drive from Nico Lapierre. Remember, that car was stone last after the first kind of half stint with Alexandre Aquani really struggling in the conditions.
Yeah. Obviously lost tyre temperature, and as we saw with the Rebellion that started on pole, if you lose temperature and or pressure, you can't make any headway. Nose to tail separated by a very short piece of elastic. The leaders in LMP2, United still ahead of Racing Team Netherlands, and again that lone Ferrari didn't offer enough of an opportunity for Geert van der Garde to get the jump on Felipe Albuquerque.
No,
I imagine this will end up being a nose-to-tail battle into the pit stop, won't it?
Yeah,
United again.
United are starting to actually prepare for that pit stop. And so now we have done in this stint 19 laps. They did 20 in the previous one. 20 was also included, remember, the start of the race under safety car at the beginning. This one was also safety car due to Paul Dall'Anna going off. So this is a final lap of this particular stint. Van der Garde is on 19 laps as well.
Porsche reporting rain at the bottom of the circuit, turn 14. That is the corner campus before you start the climb back up the hill. We are watching that battle heading down here right now. Ben Barker has a final public warning for track limits abuse as well.
I've got to be honest, if I had the opportunity and I was Van der Garde to do one more lap, I would do it, because up ahead he's got very limited traffic, and so he might be able to use a little bit of extra speed to leapfrog in the pits. So right now, the next serious group of cars that he's going to come across are actually the bus stop chicane and half a lap later.
Well, here we come down to turn 14. Leader has safely got through there in the Toyota.
All cars with rain lights on in full mode. All cars with rain lights on in full mode. It's raining at T12.
So it is not just the Porsche team that have had that message on the radio. Eduardo Freitas has had that message from his marshals on the site, down at corners 12, 13, 14. 12 is Piff Paff. So the rain is sweeping in up the track from that part of the valley. It's coming over the hillside on the far side and coming back up with the cars. So it's chasing these guys. And the longer they can survive, the more information they have to see how wet it's going to be and if they have to do a tyre change.
Is that why they've delayed?
No, they can't. They haven't delayed the stop. The only way you can delay a stop is if you've got the fuel to do it.
Indeed.
I don't think these guys are in a fuel economy mode right now, are they?
No.
Doesn't look much like it.
The thought did occur to me, by the way, those guys at United moved the second that the camera went to them.
Yeah. Well, I did say, is that Formula One foxing going
I wonder.
Not Cool Racing, Cinetech in the pit lane. There are tyres ready, but he's too far away, and I haven't brought my binoculars, which is obviously an error.
Just so you know, it's roughly about 50 seconds from getting a tyre out of the oven to actually having them on the car. So you need roughly to work back 50 seconds from when the car enters the pit lane to where you make your call on the tyres. So that's in Sector 3, roughly at Blanchemont. 88 overshooting the pits. That's on slicks in a slightly damp pit lane.
And
this is stop-go.
Well, he's come in for a stop-and-go for this.
Earlier on.
That was a penalty for dangerous driving. He's come in for a stop and go. He overshot because just out of shot behind him there is where the LMP2 car was, so he couldn't pull in front of the Cinetech car without taking the nose off it, and there's another penalty right there. So he overshot. They have got wet weather tyres, and that's because of all of that orange and red coming our way. We are going to get very wet soon. Forecast is for a level 1 becoming level 2 to 3 thundery shower. Is summer over here in the Ardennes already?
Just for clarity, we're not going to get very wet. It's going to be Duncan in the pit lane getting very wet.
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned that. You're right.
Yeah, it must be awful. So still battling away the lead of this LMP2 battle.
Wiper on there for Albuquerque. And Duncan's just said the 88 didn't overshoot. He actually had to go long, as both the first and second are into the pit lane. He had to go long because there was a car already in the pits and he had to get pulled back.
That's what I said.
No, he didn't listen.
No, Duncan didn't either. So in comes our lead battle. Now then, this is for bragging rights, isn't it? Both will likely need a driver change. Felipe Albuquerque's done a double stint, so too has Geert van der Garde. Of course, you must remember that their lowest rated drivers have a minimum drive time and their highest rated drivers also have a maximum drive time. We're not going for driver changes.
No, if you're in these changing conditions, you want ideally the driver to be in the car.
Yep. What you don't want is to put Fritz van Aert in now, just as the thunderstorm's about to begin. In comes the cool racing car. This is from third in LMP2. So Andre Negrão stopped a lap earlier for Signetek Alpine, or took back over the Signetek Alpine car.
Fuel only for United and fuel only for Racing Team Netherlands.
So we are triple stinting our pros. In comes the 38 Jota car, Roberto Gonzalez. Does he get out? There is a... Oh no, doors open, but not the driver door open, because all these cars are nominally left-hand drive, which is 37% of your body on the right-hand side of the car and the rest on the left-hand side, I suppose.
Racing Team Netherlands half a second slower than the United in that pit stop. That half a second multiplied by 6 stops, as you see the rain, 3 seconds. That's more than the difference between the two cars at this moment in time.
Definitely is. So, front runners in LMP2 stop, everybody else will probably have to. Lucas Leger, as we said, has served that stop-and-go penalty, so we'll have to try and remember that when we're looking at how many stops they have completed. And the race leader is in, Mike Conway pits. Now, he is on slicks. Surely will have to stay on slicks at the moment, because gambling that it's going to be an absolute deluge and going out on a barely moist track on wets is asking for trouble.
Driver change there for Conway, gets out, get caught, the drinks bottles caught as well.
Now, all this time, has Sebastian Buemi still been on wets? No.
No, he went to slicks.
Again,
yeah. Remember, after the safety car, he came straight in. He was leading at the safety car, came straight in because they didn't change the first time.
Safety car saved them, because that was definitely a miscue by the number 8 team. And Duncan reporting that he's getting moist again, poor boy. Mike Conway in the pit lane and a driver change.
And comes Buemi as well.
And this will be a driver change as well, you would think. So Sebastian Buemi, is he going to hand over to Kaz Nakajima? Kamui Kobayashi and Kaz Nakajima battle might be quite entertaining.
This is a replay.
Whoa. Come back, baby, come back. It's heading down to Piff Paff again. You can see how much moisture it is getting there.
It's up to the same point as they saw troubles earlier, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly, and it's a very, very quick entry. The other thing about that corner is you're actually braking, turning in and pulling a downshift, and any of those combinations, if you lose a bit of grip, especially rear axle, then the car will snap very quickly.
And the answer is Brendan Hartley gets his first drive in a racing car, although they did do a little bit of testing at the end of July. I don't know whether Brendan came over and was testing then.
It was an endurance test at Paul Ricard just before the ELMS prologue, and then the ELMS first race at Paul Ricard, and I think all drivers were there,
including the new test and development driver, Mr. De Vries.
Oops, little bit of an overshoot there.
Heavy rain, 2 to 3 minutes. We're ready for you this lap.
Well, we're ready for you if you need it. The question is, how long dare you stay out?
Until you go slower.
Yeah.
Until you actually are at the point of a crossover with a wet tyre. And they've got the information now, because we didn't test wet tyres until today in the race, but now they know where they cross to slicks. So they have that crossover time. And so they'll be able to see how tricky it is. Now, I would say that you've got to be careful of jumping onto something else right now, because if it dries up, then you'd be losing the pit stop straight away.
Well, there have been changes to wets. Giulio Perfetti brought in the 56 Team Project 1 car, and that has gone on to wets. Johnny Adam in the pit lane for TF Sport. Lucas Legere in for a pit stop for Dempsey Proton as well, after having served that penalty. So they all have the option now to change tyres. Looking in the inset, you can see the Rebellion is in as well, the number 1 car. Watch the fuel, driver's door.
Yeah, but they're just touching the throttle pedal now. They're driving so gently.
Change of driver at Rebellion as well. That was Gus Menezes. I'm sure his helmet was there in the door. So I think Norman Nato is out. And Felipe Albuquerque creeping away a fraction from Geert van der Garde. But so much of that is where you are catching traffic now and how much you dare creep your way past. Well, that's handy for the 92 Porsche. The LMP2 car just getting out of the way as he swung into his pit box. Door open and a change of driver. So 92 Kevin Estre out. And Michael Christensen gets in. Driver change as well at Aston Martin. Yes, Max Martin undoes the belts. You're not allowed to do that until you come to a halt. And he hands over to Alex Lynn. We still have a few Formula 1 refugees from Berlin in the field, as well as in the commentary box.
Formula 1.
Formula E and Albuquerque. We've got a few Formula 1 refugees, got a few Formula E refugees as well. Albuquerque and Van der Garde are both going off there. They are effectively as one, and Van der Garde completely got the entry there. There's a new curb on the left-hand side as you turn into the left at Eau Rouge, and if you touch that, it puts you all offline all the way up through the hill, and you have to have a bit of a big rescue.
Guido's got to be very careful, because these damp conditions, if you make a mistake, you run wide, and he's done it now twice in a couple of corners. Then when the car lands off one of these curbs, it can easily just spit you straight off into the barrier. Look at the low deviation as he comes up, and the front tyres pumping up and down. He's got to be careful with that.
And of course, the other thing is that's exceeding track limits. Whether you cut the corner or skate all the way off wide because it's wet, you're still infringing track limits, and you only get 3 of those before you start running into penalties. Pit stop for Bike Colles.
From 3rd overall, let's not forget.
Yeah.
It's been a quiet race for the number 4 car so far.
No driver change. Tom Dillman stays in, so Gustavo Menezes did take over the Rebellion.
They must have fixed by Colles as it is now. Guido van der Garde is looking round the outside as they come into Pifpath.
We saw this again before in the dry at greater speed, and he's there, and through he goes. Cut to the garage. Racing Pit 11's the camera's not there because we're busy covering other pit stops, but they will be pumping the air with delight. It might have been a slow motion pass, but it was still a pass for the lead and 5th place overall.
What a great battle this pair have been doling out for us.
Yeah, on the door handles and now on tippy toes on a highly polished floor. He squiggles his way through on board the 92 Porsche. They're all trying to sit this out in the hope that that really nasty rain doesn't arrive. Wet weather tyres are on the United pit apron.
Yeah, looking at that Porsche though, it's got good grip. It's just leaning into the corner.
Yeah, but look at the long shot. It looks like the rain is getting heavier there. Yeah, we got a whole bunch.
Oh, 22 back in. Both of them back in.
Yep. And Duncan, you're down there. They've got wet weather tyres ready, haven't they? Yeah. So we have a slew of pit stoppers. Our LMP2 lead battle comes in. Everybody in GTE Pro has been and through the pits. Now, whether that was fuel forced or whether they all decided, no, wet weather tyres will survive this.
10-second stop and go penalty for 35 for crossing pit entry line on the way in.
That's a later issue for Nobuya Yamanaka.
Yep. Well, for Roberto Meri, in fact, in the 35 car. So 36 coming to a halt, and who goes out first?
Look at the gap that now Van der Garde has over Albuquerque.
Racing Team Netherlands run, as we heard from Joop van Uytert, by the TDS Racing crew, so they will be full of high fives there for themselves.
6 seconds the difference in the pit lane.
Wow.
So maybe a quick fumble from one of the wheel changes at United. Maybe, we didn't see that, but significant gap now.
Yeah, also remember they fueled as well, so if you're a little bit quicker at getting the fuel nose on, the nozzle onto the car, these details do certainly, they join up a little bit.
Those are the hot slicks that have come off, and high fives all round from the Racing Team Netherlands crew.
Potential trouble looming for car 98, the Aston Martin Racing GTM runner. It's not had the best of days so far. Might be getting worse, reported to the stewards for speeding in pit lane.
Now, I don't know whether that was Paul Dall'Alana coming in or Augusto Farfus going out. I would hope it wasn't Augusto Farfus going out on his very first race drive with the team. But he is now at the wheel of the 98 car, trying to make up for lost ground. They are last in GTM. The only car behind them is Ho Pin Tung, by the way, who took over the Jackie Chan DC Racing 37 car. You see from the race leader, there is consistent rain now at the top of the hill at Les Combes. So again, this is all in the sort of same area of the circuit. It is raining on the pit straight as well. It's wet pretty much everywhere, wetter in places. And we are told that there is still a thundery shower on its way to us, so we might get a proper downpour. Well, driver change as well in the 56 Porsche. Matteo Cairoli is at the wheel, and that means that Duncan is in the pit lane with his teammate, Egidio Perfetti.
And while it all goes a little bit crazy in LMP2, we catch up with GTE man, Egidio Perfetti. What a fabulous stint that was for you there. You got out of the car, you looked really tired, but a really good monster stint, we have to say. Well done.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I really enjoy Spa, and I think I like it even more in the wet. I think it was a good call to let us start under the safety car, but I think that I tried to convince the team to switch early on to the slick, and although it was tricky at the very beginning, but that's the choice that paid off, and I think that we were the strongest bronze out there, so I'm very pleased with that.
What information could you pass on to the driver who got in after you? What information could you pass over to the team about the track conditions?
You know, at the very beginning, when we started off with the warm-up, it was clear that it was impossible to start the race. We then decided to move from the intermediate to the full wet race. And for the race, okay, it would have been better with the intermediate, but we hang on there, and we immediately jump to the slick. And although I struggled the first few laps, I think it paid off.
Egidio, thank you very much. We love the colour scheme. Good luck.
Take a listen back to that, and if you get a chance to see a replay, then turn off the vision, listen to what he's saying, and you tell me that sounds like a gentleman driver. Excellent stuff from Egidio Perfetti. Yeah, what spirit, and changes, by the way, while we were listening to Egidio on the in the GTM class with Matteo Cairoli in the Team Project 1 car, now moving ahead of Andrew Watson, who just, I think, went wide at La Source in the last lap. Yep. Had lost the lead to the AF Corsa car, Manu Collard, who's now pitted. But GTM serving up the entertainment.
Yeah, Andrew Watson taking over from Ben Barker. Lanky Ben started the race for that car. Matteo Cairoli and Andrew Watson there, the 1-2. Sally Yolick now up to third. Don't forget, he started the TF Sport Aston, handed over in the heavy rain to Johnny Adam. He's now taking it back over. Let's get down to LMP2 territory and hear from Jota.
Okay, the Michelin guys have all gone to full wet. They've all gone to full wet. Let's see how this works out. Rain reported to be getting heavier in about 15 minutes.
Okay, so that was 2 at Davidson. Don't forget, Jota Sport, a Goodyear shod car. So the Michelin guys have gone to full wet. So what does that mean he's on? An intermediate, and we're just going to suck it and see, because it may rain a lot in Le Mans, and what we learn now could help us win the one we all want to win.
And alternatively, you could think, right, okay, I've got 2 cars in this fight. I'm Jota Sport, one of them's Jackie Chan DC racing car, been in the pits for a brake trouble. It's last at this moment in time, 8 laps down. We could use that as an opportunity, because they're not going to get into the really much higher up in the points, and whatever they really do. So therefore is an opportunity to maybe try and take advantage of crossover times, to go maybe a little bit earlier to a full wet or an intermediate, or do something a little strategically different there.
Well, there is the Jota Sport car, and there is a shot of what the weather looks like, and here's another one from on board the number 8 Toyota. And there's a track over there somewhere.
Brendan Hartley just going in a little bit deep up at Les Combes, and now that's all tarmac, so you can run straight over without having any real negative effect. A little bit of time loss, but nothing serious.
Not too bad on board the 92 Porsche. Well, they've had the screen cleaned, look. And right in front is the 51 Ferrari. This is the 1-2, and the gap is coming down. Now, don't forget, when it was really wet, the Ferraris came from 5th to 6th, 5th and 6th after qualifying, to lead in GTE Pro. Well, at least one of the Ferraris did. This one, Alessandro Pierguidi, is still at the wheel, clearly feeling that he doesn't want to relinquish this while the conditions are changing. Maybe he's going to do the first half of the race, and James Collado does the second 3 hours.
Spotted a subtle but possibly quite important change. The information we've got on weather, that did say a 2 to 3 thundery shower. Now this is a 3 to 4, and 4 is, of course, the kind of conditions we started this race with.
Yeah, Michael Christensen, Kevin Esterada on the radio to Michael Christensen, discussing what they might or might not do. So, you know, traditionally you say you leave it to the driver to make the final call, but in this case it's the drivers, and that heavy rain is going to be very heavy. Those red highlights are
information to the pit lane. We are expecting heavier rains coming in. We are expecting heavier rains to come in.
Which means, please choose your tyres wisely. Don't go skating around in flip-flops.
It means don't actually take a pit stop. You don't need to before the safety car comes out. If it's going to rain so heavily, they will put a safety car out. So therefore, strategically, you need to be in a position where you survive until that safety car.
Yeah. And of course, when the safety car comes out, the pit lane will be closed, at least for 3 laps. On board number 7, carbon copy of what the number 8 car did. And that shows that the track is getting less and less grippy. And here's our GTE Pro leader, and their replay of the 7 car going off at the top of the hill at Les Combes. Of course, you come up this really steep hill, it's steep under braking, and then it plateaus. It's a little bit like coming into Druids at Brands Hatch. Just where you need the grip, it drops away. Well, there are some of the fans that would love to have been here watching the race with their Toyota heroes. There are similar fan walls, I'm sure, all over the garages. Everybody very much happy to be back racing. And of course, the vast majority of World Endurance Championship racing fans see most races via the television, and so that much has to change. But without the fans at the circuit here, it is a very different feeling place. And this place is always full of very enthusiastic fans all across Europe, and you can understand why when you look at the pictures we're seeing.
So Alex Lynn is now drafting up in the back of the Porsche up ahead of him, and Michael Christensen. Christensen looks like he's just holding to the middle, and Lynn's going down the inside into Les Combes. Hasn't quite got it. Yeah, he's been able to get it done. Aston's going better in this stage in the wet than it did in the first stage. The Ferrari, I'm sure, is looking to the skies and thinking, yeah, I hope it is a little bit better. Suggests to me that Aston's were maybe over tyre pressured in that first part of the race.
You've got to think, haven't you, if conditions go back to sort of what they were, but the performance changes, well, although nothing much has changed there, has it? They do definitely run out wide a lot there, or skate out wide.
Yeah, but that's brake feedback and feel. That is the ability to know when that front brake is locking down the hill. It's a downhill section, you lock a brake easily, and if you can't feel that and sense it, or alternatively, when you release the brake, when it is locked, it doesn't unlock itself very quickly. That's what happens. So that, to me, is a brake feedback situation as opposed to necessarily just the fact they're always just going off there.
Paul Dalla whether it was he that incurred it or Augusto Farfus, 98 Aston Martin does have a speeding in the pit lane drive-through penalty. Here is a battle. TF Sport Aston versus AF Corsa Ferrari. Francois Perrodo back in the AF Corsa car, has retaken the wheel from Manu Collard, just in time for it to get wet again. And again, Sally Yolick struggling with the Aston in the rain. Giancarlo Fisichella's AF Corsa Ferrari, the 54 car now, coming around the outside. This is a carbon copy of what happened to TF Sport. They have not been able to improve the car's wet weather performance over what Sally Yolick had early on in the race. And he said, you know, we struggled and we don't know why. They do need to have a word with AMR and try and figure out what is going on, because the car is essentially the same as the Pro car, and they have been able to adjust to that. There's Johnny Adam, who took over early on from Sally Yolick in the wet weather conditions.
I say he wasn't looking very positive there, Johnny. He looked as if...
well, he can see the same thing happening, can't he? And that's not great. if you make the same mistake twice, there's something fundamental either in the car or in what you're doing with it that's not helping. Francois Perotto then just ahead of Giancarlo Fisichella. Has Fisichella been reported to the stewards so far? No, not so far.
Not yet.
Well, is it
check.
really a world endurance race? Here they come, side by side. He goes the long way round the outside. That was a clean pass. So, although Francois Perotto has gone by Sally Ullick's TF Sport Aston, clearly he does not have the grip that they've got in that 54 car. Here is our race leader, Kamui Kobayashi. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Who got a drive-through last year for putting a car off there, Graham?
Oh, now you're asking.
Yeah, I am.
Somebody put a car off in the left-hand side.
They did.
He moved in and tapped the front.
It was an Aston, wasn't it, that got shunted off?
Yeah.
I can't remember which of the prototypes. Was it a Rebellion? Might have been.
I'll check.
Yeah. See, that's
It's
how
a long time ago.
It's a yes, it is a long time ago. Everything's a long time ago in the new modern. On board with our race leader, Kamui Kobayashi. Visibility is dropping as well, and there's one car in front of him, and it's hard to pick out the line.
Yeah, I mean, I say the visibility actually is a little bit better than what you're seeing at the moment. There are points when you're directly in the spray, when it is difficult, you're actually using all your peripheral vision to the right and the left, as opposed to what's ahead of you. But this visibility is, yeah, that's not bad at all.
So he's catching a 51 Ferrari, which is our AF Corsa car that leads in GT Pro, and right in front of him now is car number 4, so he is about to lap the third-placed car overall. Brendan Hartley a minute behind, so the gap continues to grow, 7 ahead of 8. And it's now a minute and a second, 61 seconds. There's the number 4 car of Tom Dillman. He is looking to the inside of the 51 Ferrari, doesn't get through, and he will just survive this lap without being lapped. But on the next lap, the Toyota will leave him in its spray, and the Toyotas will then have lapped the entire field. Gustavo Menezes in the Rebellion number 1 car that started from pole is already a lap behind. And how far up the road? Long way away, actually, 3/4 of a lap ahead, but by midway through the race, Toyota might well have lapped everybody but themselves, which is a very different proposition in the rain here at Spa to how things were shaping up in free practice and qualifying, where Rebellion had the advantage over everybody. 2 hours done, and just under 4 to go. Toyota 1-2, just about to lap the third-place car, which is by Colles. In LMP2, Racing Team Netherlands ahead of United Autosports, courtesy largely of a quicker pit stop. Cinetech, Cool, Jota and High Class giving chase. In GTE Pro, as the rain has returned, so too has a Ferrari to the lead, ahead of the 97 Aston and the Porsche duo in the GTE AM class. Team Project One back in front with 56, ahead of the 88 Gulf Porsche and the 2 AF Corsa Ferraris, closing fast as TF Sports Aston slips back down the order. Very delayed, the 98 Aston after a drive-through penalty and a spin, and the Jackie Chan DC Racing car after a big rear brake problem. over at 3/4 remaining of the 6 hours of Spa, round 6 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Martin Haven, Graham Goodwin, Alan Manish, and in the pit lane, Duncan Vincent calling the action for you. Wherever you are joining us, thank you for being with us as we return to racing in World Endurance Championship. And what a race it has been after scorching tarmac melting conditions for the last couple of weeks, particularly last weekend for European Le Mans Series and Michelin Le Mans Cup. Temperatures have gone from 35 to 40 degrees down to 20 with heavy rain. Drying, heavy rain again. We started under safety car. We've had a second hour that was led predominantly by, or kicked off by a safety car period for heavy rain. And now we are back with more thundery storms coming in. Felipe Fraga in the purple Project 1 car ahead of Ricardo Sanchez, an all Latin American battle. Is Brazil Latin American? Even though they spell Portuguese, I suppose. Anyway, that is the battle in the GTE AM class. Felipe Fraga just ahead of Ricardo Sanchez, and that is the battle for 6th between those two cars, between Project 1 with the purple and the Dempsey Proton 88 car with the black and white livery. The 77 Dempsey Proton car with the blue, black and white has dropped down the order. It's behind them. Ricardo Pera is now at the wheel. Christian Reed, having started that car and run the first 2 hours in it. In fact, he's not too far behind Ricardo Pera, but Felipe Fraga at the moment clinging on in the 6th position in the category.
And with thanks to a couple of people on Twitter, but Jens Jensen, it was Fritz van Aert that put Nicky Thiem into the wall on the left-hand side last year.
Talking to Nicky Thiem, he's actually been very, very quick in this stint. He's the only car out there that looks to have the pace of Per Goody, who's leading, even though he's last in category. Since he got in the car, which is 7 laps ago, then his average lap times has been very, very similar to Per Goody. Don't know what they've done there, but they've got the speed. The only problem is they don't have track position. They're a long way behind.
The last lap for Nicky Thiem was as quick as Kenti Yamashita in the 6th place LMP2 car.
Well,
within a couple of hundreds.
They've installed the Nicky Thiem, I think, is what they've done.
Yes, they've dropped the Dane in, haven't they? Yeah, which is not to say that Marco Sorensen isn't as quick, but they've clearly done something with tyre pressures to find a bit more performance there.
You know, as we said before, everybody did a little bit of a thumb in the air to sort of guide where they would be on these track temperatures when they put the wet tyres on at the beginning of the race, and they didn't obviously want to be on the wrong side. So therefore, I think there was probably a little bit of conservatism. Now,
just about to see the Toyota number 7 lap the number 4 by Colles, that's in 3rd overall. But let's get down to Ferrari and James Calado.
As the weather starts to close in here in the Ardennes Forest at Spa, more rain on the way. James Calado, when will you actually get in this car and have a drive?
No, Ale seems quite happy at the moment. Yeah, I mean, we kept him in the car because he's used to the conditions, so we find a few seconds, you know. But yeah, I'll probably get in the next stint. Whether it will be dry or wet, I have no idea. But yeah, the car's performing really well in the rain. So yeah, as long as he's happy, you know, we can carry on.
How is the car performing so well? Yesterday, I'm not saying it was slow, but in these wet conditions, it has come alive.
Yeah, I mean, we were hoping for rain. We know we're not quick enough in the dry. We don't have the power, but, you know, when it rains, you don't need so much power. You know, it's more about the car balance, the setup of the car. And, you know, Ale's doing a good job, and it seems that the Ferrari generally is working great in the rain.
I do hope you get a chance to drive Spa today at some point and enjoy it when you get out there, OK?
Cheers, pal. Thank you, mate.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're not keeping him on the bench for, you know, just because they don't like him. But actually, I seem to remember when, was it in Bahrain or Fuji, that they did that exactly. They split the race halfway between each of the two drivers. So it seemed like James Calado basically, you know, got up at lunchtime and meandered in and took over. But
why not?
In these changing conditions, it makes sense.
Yeah, but there's also, even in dry conditions, the thing is that if you're able to judge the consistent movement of the track evolution and the rubber build-up and everything else, then it's the out laps and the in laps that are the key differences, not the actual racing laps, and that could be something very critical when it comes to how close GT Pro is.
Weather looking a lot grimmer here at the bus stop. You just saw the Rebellion overshoot, and the It's definitely a lot greyer and a lot wetter now than it was even 2 or 3 minutes ago. Gap between Tom Dillman in third and Gustavo Menezes in fourth, just under 50 seconds now, but we did just see the Toyota go, or didn't quite see, but the Toyota has gone by. Or has it? No, it still hasn't gone by the number 4 car. Now, 2 or 3 laps ago, it was just about to lap the number 4 car.
It was slower last time around.
Yeah, so the number 7 car is 3 seconds a lap slower than the number 8, and a second a lap slower than the number 4 car.
Has had a bit of traffic on that lap, but either way, while we were listening to James Collado with Duncan down in pit lane, the Jota car in the hands of Ant Davidson has come in, and I can only presume that's for full wets.
Yeah. Look at this. Phenomenal shot down through Eau Rouge and up Radio and the Kemmel Straight of this battle that is not even half a car length apart. Look how much grimmer it is now. Very much wetter track. Felipe Fraga still just hanging on from Ricardo Sanchez, and both right on the ragged edge, because, Alan, every time they get to a braking point, they don't actually know how much grip's going to be available.
No, they don't, but the second car always has the advantage because the first car is there and he can use it as a reference, and Fraga went in a little bit deep into that braking, locked up, and he's gone into this one very deep.
Those close-up shots are great, because you've got a grey track, grey background, a sort of predominantly grey Ferrari, and then the bright purple car in front looked like it'd been colorized into a black and white picture. But in fact, he just overshot himself, and the Dempsey Proton car moves up into 6th position. Alan's just looking at me like some doofus. It does, it just popped out there. That's what great livery design is all about. Imagine what it's going to look like on the telly,
in a
not
wet
on
race
your drawing board.
Ferrari very, very wide.
Was that Pierre Guidi behind them? Was that 51?
Yeah, 51.
Yeah.
A big wiggle and a slide through Piff Paff from the 88 as well.
Look how wet this is. This is very, very wet now. As you see, Pierre Guidi just from the apex, the rear has stepped out and he's gone straight off. But also now they've got like train tracks you can see where one car has just been. It's very wet down there.
We're back in Otter's Pocket territory, aren't we?
Well, we're back in the lap times dropping off by, I would say, 5 seconds a lap on this one.
I was about to say, by the way, Ricardo Sanchez now at the wheel of number 88 car. Second start, the WC this year aboard this car, and he will be in the car for Le Mans. Another ex-gamer.
Guido van der Garde was 10 seconds slower on that lap than the previous lap. That's not just traffic.
Yeah, it is very, very much wetter. What do the Toyota team think they're going to do now?
Okay, Brandon, for in full condition, should get even worse in the next lap, possibly. So not better for sure. Well, I don't mean it, guys. It's really dangerous. Okay, copy.
That's, yeah, can understand it, because the thing is, if you hit standing water with lateral force on the car, then you just float. You've got no real control of where it's going. And if one wheel, they say the right rear is on less, as you can see the wiggling there as Brendan Hartley comes up to Blanche. Well, this is at about 300 kilometers per hour. They're not talking about slow speeds here, and the car's just dancing underneath him, and all he's doing is reacting to what is coming, but he doesn't know what's coming, can't anticipate it at all. He just knows something's coming all the time. It's absolute seat of the pants driving at this moment.
Yeah, this is horrible stuff, isn't it? And you've just got to survive until what? Until it gets better. Well, let's get down to Rebellion and find out what Norman Nato is hearing from his teammate Gustavo Menezes about this canoe race.
The number 1 Rebellion car started on pole position, but Norman, it was a very difficult start, and we believe the pressures were set wrong by the team for the car.
Well, yeah, it was a very difficult start. As expected, to be honest, we knew that with this condition compared to the Toyota with 4-wheel drive, and even with the Coles, it's gonna be difficult. It's a condition where we've been struggling a lot, and we're still struggling. We didn't get any opportunity to test in this condition. So yeah, we knew that with this kind of condition today, it might be difficult. At some point we didn't have the right shot of tire on the car. But you know, in this condition, it's always easy after the job has been done to say, okay, we should have done that. Or so yeah, it's a tricky condition, and it's important to go to the end and take experience.
You seem to get better as it dried up, but now the rain's come back. Is this bad news for Rebellion today?
Well, yes, it is. It is in terms of, I would say, like, because we know that to fight with the Toyota, it will be nearly impossible. But it's a good opportunity for us to try to understand and try things because, yeah, as I say, when you're at Le Mans, for example, we might get this kind of condition. So we need to get this opportunity to work for Le Mans and to try to finish this race and go to the end and and take some points for the championship.
Norman, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure. Thank you.
Well, he's absolutely right. Whether you're going to win, lose or draw, everything goes into the data banks, and the big target, of course, is the Le Mans 24 Hours. The World Championship as well, but I think they sense a chance of this is slipping away. But as Toyota, above all other teams, have shown us on a number of occasions, too many occasions probably for their liking, Le Mans can be a very cruel mixture. So nothing is yet done. Well, Rebellion are ready with wet tyres. The question that remains, though, at the speed that they're going now, will they even actually make it up the hill? I think the Morris Minor might be relatively competitive in this weather. Quite moist, obviously, but relatively competitive. It's very slow going, Alan.
I think the velour hood might get a bit wet. Safety car, which is not unexpected, that has come out. Now the pits will be closed, which will mean Rebellion cannot come into the pits. But we heard quite a few drivers talking about the lack of grip, the spray, and Brendan Hartley saying it was dangerous, and that was about a lap ago, so not a surprise that they've put a call on the race at the moment just to make sure that they keep everybody in the race and not in the barrier.
Significantly heavier rain on the start-finish straights in the last 4 or 5 minutes.
This is one of those situations where you then get the leader going, could you please ask the safety car to slow down? Can't keep up with him. So safety car is out, pit lane is closed, and the hope now for everybody is that the safety car will stay out long enough for the wet weather conditions to move away. So there is our safety car driver, Pedro Cachero.
He's waiting in car number 7, which is actually half a lap round, so he's going to let those cars run round, and then he'll pick up the 7, which is now coming up to turn 12.
Another driver who cut his teeth in the Formula Opel Lotus Euro Series, Alan McNish and
Allard Kalf, actually. We're talking about our time here in 1988.
Rattling on endlessly about
original bus stop.
Please move. Car 83, please pick up the pace. You're slowing all the procedures.
Is really struggling at the bottom of the hill, and the leader is 2 cars behind him trying to come up the hill.
Well, more importantly, he can't overtake under safety car, and I'm sure that the 83 is actually more at speed lane limit, and it's this Ferrari there, just trying, not realising that the safety car was waiting on the car behind him, being the Toyota number 7, but driven by Kumi Kobayashi.
Yeah,
so I think that's just misunderstanding than anything else.
Yeah, he can't see in the mirrors who's behind him.
Yeah.
So 4th safety car. That's last season, 18-19, 4 safety cars and 2 full course yellows. This is our 3rd safety car. We haven't had a full course yellow because the only problems we've had have demanded a safety car because of the very heavy rain.
Well, weather-related last year, weather-related again this year. It must be Belgium.
And last year, of course, was Super Season, which we thought was going to be the longest season on record. It probably still will be, but don't forget, this season started on September the 1st, 2019 in Silverstone, and will not finish until December in Bahrain. In fact, Silverstone, and I'm not sure this has ever possibly happened before, will have been more than a year before Le Mans in the same season.
There you go. There's a record.
That's ridiculous.
They will find it as a pub quiz question somewhere.
It always used to be Silverstone, Spa, Le Mans. Those that often started at Monza, Silverstone, Spa, Le Mans. You know, in the Group C era particularly. But Spa, usually the last shakedown before the 24 Hours of Le Mans. So the safety car is out for the 3rd time, and so are the tea bags. Alan McNish with the kettle, as we leave you with some glorious shots from the super slow-mo. It looks fabulous. I'm sure the drivers are enjoying it a slightly less than we are. It is wet, wet, wet here at Spa-Francorchamps for the third time in the race, including at the start. The safety car is controlling the field. Kamui Kobayashi, the race leader, has now been picked up by the safety car. Racing Team Netherlands, Geert van der Gaard and Felipe Albuquerque of United Autosports are like about third and fourth back in the queue, so they are still nose to tail. Here's the onboard view from our GTE Pro class leader, the 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi. That heavy rain you can see on the bottom left-hand side of the screen is working its way past us. There is a gap in the clouds, or at least a gap in the thunderstorm coming from behind. But two-thirds of our field is still stretched out around a sopping wet Spa-Francorchamps circuit, and the safety car cannot be released safely, really, while they're still trying to catch up. So the race director asking everybody please to try and close up the order behind the safety car, and we will wait and see. After 3 laps of safety car, the pit lane will open, so we're not yet open with the pit lane, but we might see some tyre stops behind the safety car, depending on what the forecast is looking at. Graham Goodwin.
Looking at potential big winners from this safety car period, and the first one that occurs is Rebellion Racing, because they're going to get the better part of a lap deficit to the Bicolis back. They're way, way back in the train, but they were better part of, what, a minute and a half, almost approaching 2 minutes back from the number 4 car.
Yeah.
So they're going to be at opposite ends of the train. In fact, I think that's a timing glitch. I'm seeing the 4 ahead of the safety car. I don't think that's right.
Oh, yes, I don't think it's been waved by.
No,
you can see it in the queue. It is 4 or 5 cars. There it is. In fact, it's not even 4 or 5 cars. It's 2 cars behind. There is the view from the Toyota, started by Mike Conway. He's had this view a couple of times. Kamui Kobayashi now for the first time. Pedro Cacheira, our safety car driver, pacing the field. You don't have to be Portuguese, by the way, to be a safety car driver in FIA events. It just happens that quite a few of them are.
So it's going to, by the way, help the GTE Pro battle to close back up. All on the same lap, remember. But could this be? We talked about the pace of Nicky Team since he got in the car. This is going to give him back a lot of that track time lost earlier in the race for the 95 car.
Well, there's the Ferrari that is our GTE Pro class leader. There's the Aston Martin that is second. There's that Porsche battle for 6th and 7th in GTE AM is between them. So pick it out in the Merc. There's the Porsche. There's the AM battle. There's the second Pro car. Where's the third Pro car? What are we looking for? We're looking for the 92 Porsche. There it is. That's the third Pro car. So there is a gap between them. But there is not a big gap between them. It is 5 seconds on the road between Alex Lynn in second. Well, we talked about Mike Conway's experience of 2 wet weather periods. Let's hear a little bit more about that.
After a fabulous first stint in the number 7 Toyota, Mike Conway is now inside the nice warm dry garage. You've handed the car over, Mike, but with this safety car procedure and everything that's happening, does this mean that when you get back in, you'll be finishing the race?
Yeah, the first stint was quite long, so maybe now one of the last stints will be gone. So I'll possibly, I think Kamui may finish, but let's see. I mean, this could be a long, drawn-out stint now. So, but Jose will be in next, and then I'll be in after, and then we'll just go from there. But yeah, I mean, the first stint was quite good, quite tricky in the wet for us. Seb was really strong. But then made the right call on the tyres, and after that, yeah, we were able to extend the stint out pretty well and lap faster than the rest of the guys, even though we have the penalty. I was surprised that we could lap a bit faster, which was good. Gave us a nice buffer.
How miserable was it in the car when you were driving that first stint? And did I hear on the radio that you had a problem with the fan blower in the car?
Yeah, the fan didn't work at the beginning, so I was expecting the car to fill up with steam, but luckily it didn't. And it's not too hot either, so it was okay. But the worst bit was actually doing the Rico lap before the start of the race. It was aquaplaning from the time we left the pit lane exit all the way down to like turn 5. So that was really, really bad. So yeah, that was the hardest part of the race so far. But it's always difficult here with the changing conditions. So, but so far I made the right calls. we may lose a bit of time here with the safety car in terms of our gap, but you know, we'll get back after it.
Good luck for the remainder of the race, pal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, number 7 Toyota, they are the points leaders, Mike Conway, Kamui Kobayashi and Jose Maria Lopez, but not by much. 5 points ahead of their teammates, Sebastian Buemi, Brendan Hartley and Kamui Kobayashi. Did I just hear thunder?
I heard something.
Was that was
certainly,
Alan.
certainly brighter skies at the moment. The rain is a little less heavy. Not saying it's stopping, but it's not absolutely stair-rodding it down.
Now, of course, the view we have is from the pit building, looking away from the direction that the weather's coming in. If we could look out the back, we could see what was coming towards us. All we can see is the bits that have gone by us. So, but the forecast is that it will get better. The whole field is now in the safety car queue, and we are 2.5 hours into and 3.5 hours from the end of the total 6 hours of Spa. We are starting to see wave bys, so you can see cars going past other cars. That's not just because they've forgotten the safety car means no overtaking, that's because they've been told to start the pass around. We don't call it a wave by because that's what they call it in NASCAR, so we call it a pass around. Doesn't sound English to me. So there you go, on board with the 97 Aston Martin. And again, an indication of how much water, even at these speeds, these heavily grooved monsoon tyres pick up off the road and throw up into the air. And that's what happens at speed. Once you start getting back up to racing speed, these things are shifting thousands of litres of water a minute, most of which goes right up in the air and then comes straight back down again. They have cleared a lot of trees on the Kemmel Straight on the driver's left-hand side. And as you can see, there is considerably less forest right up by the track than you would have seen in pictures from the 50s, 60s, 70s, or indeed even 80s. But it is still in a very densely forested, very convoluted valley system. And so we're not exactly at Silverstone. The weather doesn't blow away quickly. Kamui Kobayashi, Geert van der Garde, Alessandro Pierguidi and Matteo Cairoli are your class leaders. Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Netherlands in LMP2, AF Corsa in GTE Pro and Team Project One in GTE AM.
Now, against the predicted weather at the moment, we've got about another 5 minutes or so before this rain stops, but we can see already, Martin, plenty of places here where there are patches of standing water.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. 101 overtakes for number 8 Toyota, 87 only for the 87 car, and 76 for Racing Team Netherlands, Geert van der Garde. Well, given that number 8 started almost at front of the field and 29 started at the back, that's pretty good stuff from Geert van der Garde. Of course, he hasn't lapped the field several times. 77 Proton Porsche, that's Ricardo Pera. Incidentally, by the way, Matteo Cairoli leading in GTE AM has Andrew Watson as the next car in the queue behind him. And the tide's coming in up there at La Source. That's a great indication of how wet the track is. And Alan, you know, where the track, oh yeah, he's eating, where the track runs down through the valleys, water comes off the hillsides and across the track. It comes through the gaps in the wall, down the hills, across the tracks, and those rivers move all the time. And so the fact that it stopped raining, actually, there's then a lag before the water stops running across the track and conditions improve notably. So for the number 7 car, wipers on full speed. The lights are still on the safety car, and Eduardo Freitas will be waiting for, well, feedback from the teams, but particularly from our safety car driver. Pedro may well say, OK, lots of standing water at T3, at T5, at T7, wherever, and eventually he will say, OK, boss, I think we're ready. And at that stage, the lights will go off and we will get back to racing. As you can see, the sunlight is starting to make things look a lot brighter. However, you really see the water flowing across the track. There's a long run down the hill from the outside of the circuit to La Source, and all the water is still coming down that hill as well. Our wave by, led by Chetilar, are now halfway round to joining the back of the queue, so it'll be another lap or two at least as conditions improve before we go green. Graham.
A couple of questions on social media about the progress of Racing Team Netherlands, who've had, of course, Guido van der Garde in the car from the very beginning of this race, about Guido's potential race time, or how long he can stay in the car. Works like this. The maximum time for a gold or platinum driver is 3 hours and 30 minutes. He's got about another hour before we get to that point. More particularly, the minimum driver time for any of the drivers is 1 hour and 15 minutes. So he can do better part of another hour if he wants to, is the straight answer, and still have enough time to get the minimum drive time for both Frits van Aert and Jan Ponietiet in that car.
Well, safety car coming up the Kemmel Straight at about as much speed as he dares for the prototypes behind. You can see the Rebellion car driven by Gustavo Nez, is just sort of staying out there so he can see what's going on. Let's get down to the Porsche GT team. Alex Stehlig, who is their head of operations for GT Racing, is with Duncan Vincent.
Well, as the sun bursts out from behind the rain clouds, you know I always like to speak to the team bosses. And Alex, can you give us a little overview of the 91 and the 92 car and where we are sitting just now?
Overview is not so easy in the moment. I mean, the weather is quite crazy with a lot of rain. I mean, minimum we don't have snow like last year, but now we just got safety car for heavy rain. We had normal rain in between, so it's a gamble which tires to put on when. So not easy in the moment.
Have the team made all the correct choices when it comes to both cars for putting on the correct rubber at the right time?
I mean, it was only, we had to come in because it was raining, so there's one correct time now. And we were the first car going back out on slicks before, so in the moment we did the right calls, yes.
So last night you had to get two lots of strategies together, one from starting from pole and one from starting from the back. How did that affect the team?
Not at all. I mean, we are good enough to prepare more strategies. We already got yesterday indication that pole could be possible because they reviewed the issue, so we were prepared, no issue on that.
Why did you do that then? Why?
What do you mean, why?
Sorry?
I didn't get your question.
Why did they review it?
Because we were sure that there was no track limit issue, and they reviewed the track limits in turn 1 for the whole field, and they find out there were some track limits given to some cars which were not correct, and then they corrected the grid tomorrow morning. Today morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, that was something that when we saw that Estra was under investigation about 10 or 15 minutes after the session had finished, and it was for infringement at turn 1, and turn 1's got the sausage curve on the outside, and so really you'd lose quite a lot if you did that, but stewards looked at it and clearly revised their situation.
So Michael, be on standby to pit this lap. We need to wait for them to open pit lane. And you would stay in the car. We'll change the tyres to the drying wet and full fuel.
With apologies. Safety car still underway. The third safety car of this race, and that's been, well, with one exception, purely weather-related. After days and days and days of searing temperatures in the Ardennes. Welcome back to the World Endurance Championship. And our traditional, rather moist approach to tackling 6 hours around Belgium. Kamui Kobayashi leads the race. And the number 7, Toyota. Sister car with Brendan Hartley at the wheel. The number 8, TSO 50. Car nearing the end of its amazing career.
Pit lane open now, Graham, and both Porsche teams ready to receive their drivers.
Just keep an eye on who does dive pitwards.
Jimmy Bruni is going to take over the 91 car.
So that will be their first driver change. Richard Leeds has been in from the beginning, hasn't he? The 92 car did change drivers. Kevin Estra started.
He's had quite a couple of weekends, Richard Leeds. Set pole position last weekend for Proton competition.
Pit lane is obviously not yet open because they have not come in. And nobody came in. I was sort of expecting almost everybody to come in.
Came past here at a crawl, the field.
Yep. What's the plan with Brendan Hartley at Toyota then?
The weather for this shower is over. and there's something coming next. Should hit us as well, but let's see if we are in the middle of the rain or just on the side. So let's see how much it will impact us.
So more rain on the way, that was.
What I love from these onboard shots is the way there's water trickling all over the place. It just vaguely reminds me of my Morris Minor.
You keep referring to some of the most technological cars in the world.
That's the Morris Minor.
The Morris Minor.
Water's leaking in everywhere, like I said. All the windows are misting up. What they need to do is open the quarter lights.
You should have been a racing car designer. You missed your calling.
Absolutely.
Actually, every minute I spend talking to actual racing car designers makes me realise how out of my depth I would be in any attempt. And anybody who listens to me talk about racing car design understands.
Will you show me your sketches from your geography exercise book again?
Yeah, that was all. Marcel Tenkat pointing out that possibly every pass in these conditions is a wave by.
Yeah,
I see what you did there.
Car 77 may now give the position back to car 90. That's Dempsey Proton Racing, 77. Pera and Sally Yolok in the 90.
So he clearly accidentally passed him on the yellow safety car, kind of, or possibly
maybe the wave by.
The wave by.
It might have been confusion in the wave by.
Pass around, one of those, yeah.
They'd been on the race going, sorry.
Now, you know, out of our window in the pit lane, there is sunshine, there is a drying surface, there is no more rain coming down, but look at the spray. And this is at a pedestrian rate. Okay, if it was road cars, you'd be going, they were driving too fast, said police, for the conditions, but it is, they are throwing vast amounts of water up in the air still.
Pit lane is open, by the way, opened as the final car came through, so next time around these cars can pit.
No rain E, excellent.
Seems a bit Yorkshire.
Definitely does. So 2019 at 2020, third safety car, no full course yellows. Last year we had 4 safety cars and 2 full course yellows. Of course, we still have time to beat that record.
And it's a fine record.
Yes. Well, there may be a fine record as well. There's certainly been some sort of track limits record in free practice.
It's a strange thing. Started this race, we started by saying it couldn't possibly be like the weather last year. Then Spa decides to shuffle its shoulders together and go, hold my coat.
Yes, Alex Dalig was saying, well, at least no snow. And again, I'm saying no snow.
Don't say that. Here we come. 92 car in.
Rebellion and both Porsches.
Yep. And 71, Miguel Molina. And 95, Nicky Thiem, to hand over to Marco Sorensen. So they're swapping drivers.
Fisichella is also in the AF Corsa Ferrari and GT Am.
Not dramatically out of sequence for the Rebellion at this point.
4, in fact 3 leaders in LMP2.
Yes, so Racing Team Netherlands, United Autosport, Cinetec, Cool Racing. Is this an opportunity for them to do a near... Because we were getting close to pit stop window, weren't we, for LMP2? I wonder how close to bingo fuel they were. Were they on the radio going, we can't do another lap?
Yeah, but if you do, you can come in and have a splash and go back out, but you've got to pit under green to do your full service.
So driver change, Johnny Adam taking over at TF Sport from Sally Yolok. Jimmy Bruni taking over his Porsche. And Job van Uitert in for Guido van der Gaard in the lead team in LMP2. 77 and 88 stopped together. There's a great view of what the 2 Dempsey Proton liveries look like. 77 with all the blue, 88 just looking like it's a World War II, but a World War I battleship. Final car on the tail of the field is Eurasia Motorsports number 35 car. Nick Foster, by the way, is driving that car currently. He took that over in the last round of pit stops.
So Nick, a late replacement for the team. Raced this car in the Asia Le Mans Series, or rather the sister car for Eurasia in the Asia Le Mans Series. So no really impressive form. Not his debut in the FIA World Endurance Championship, because Nick raced for season with Gulf Racing, of course, in GT Am.
So his prototype debut, though.
It is his prototype debut.
Yep.
He came to us having made a quick cross-continental run, having taken part in the Jaguar I-Pace Trophy at Berlin. Remember Berlin?
It will haunt Alan McNish's dreams for many years to come. 6 races in 9 days. That's Olympic qualifying for the 100 metres. That's not what happens in motor racing. And even the Olympic 100 metres, you don't go backwards.
They're not long races, they're not like endurance.
Don't forget how close his fist is to you. That's not socially distanced right now. Gustavo Menezes out of the pit lane. So we had more than half the, in fact, almost, yeah, just a fraction over half the field in for pit stops that time round. Here's Pierre Rag in the 36 Senior Tech Alpine car. Alex Coigny taking back over at Cool Racing. Anders Fjordback for the first time for High Class in the 33 car. Phil Hansen for the first time at United. And, well, it said Joop van Uytert was going to take over, but the data system says Geert van der Gaard could not be levered out of the 29 seat. But since we're just about to listen to him, it seems that the timing and scoring may be misleading us a fraction. Let's hear from Duncan Vincent and some Dutch bloke, as yet to be determined.
We catch up with a man who deserves a big pat on the back from his race team, because that's first in. That was meteoric stuff. The rain, the weather, and how you cut through the field to battle with United.
Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, we knew that we had to start completely last because of yesterday's qualifying, and that was a big pity. But the pace was unbelievable in the wet, in the dry, the stint, the battle with Albuquerque, the battle with all the other LMP2s. It was really good fun. The car was unbelievable, so yeah, I pushed as much as I could. But unfortunately, again, safety car, so our lead is gone now. So it's up to Joop to the rest of the job.
You've pitched Joop against Phil Hansen, basically his teammate. How do you see that unfolding for Joop?
I think good. You know, Joop is doing so well the last year already, and this year again. He's quick, so hopefully he can pull a big gap for before Fritz jumping in the car, and then we'll see on the end who's jumping back in.
So is Fritz going to end the race? Will he finish?
Well, it depends. We'll see how it goes now, and then from there on, we decide. The team decides what to do. Of course, Fritz still needs to do a driving time of 1 hour 15, and then the rest of the time I probably will jump back in, but we'll see.
If you can do us a favour and tell Joop to change the driver ID switch, that will help us a lot, Guido. Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's it. Pass the message on directly to the team. Thank you, Duncan Vincent. Thank you also, Geert van der Gaard, who is both driving and not driving because he is Schrodinger's racing driver. Yes, Graham Goodwin.
I think that was quite a long stop from the Bike-Collis team, 1 minute and 45 seconds, albeit under the safety car, but they've dropped from 3rd place overall to the bottom of the LMP2 field.
Well, we'll have to send Duncan Vincent galloping up there to find out exactly why. You're absolutely right. They're barely ahead of Ant Davidson in the Jota Sport car. But there is our LMP2 leader, Joop van Uytert. He has now changed the switch and is now shown as such in the car. So Phil Hansen 2nd, Pierre Rag 3rd for Senior Tech. Cool Racing still 4th, driver changes here. High Class still 5th. So actually, there has been very little change except this battle between Racing Team Netherlands and United Autosport. Pass-around procedure under investigation. There were no further actions after the last pass-arounds. They always take a look at who should have and who shouldn't have changed position and make sure that nobody has sneaked a spot under the radar. Here's our race leader, Kamui Kobayashi. This has been another relatively long safety car period, hasn't it? He's now up at the bus stop and the safety car remains out, but the rain has stopped, the spray has greatly reduced, and I think we are about ready. I would not be at all surprised on this lap to see the lights go out on the safety car. I never want to double or try and outguess Eduardo Freitas, but I think, Alan McNish, we're looking like that sort of territory now, aren't we, where it is raceable?
Yes, I would agree.
Safety car remains out for the third time here at Spa-Francorchamps. Let's hear from Felipe Albuquerque, one of our race leaders in LMP2 for United Autosports.
Well, another man doing a meteoric stint is Felipe Albuquerque. That was sensational driving. It's like you didn't want to get out of the number 22 car.
I wanted to get out, but they just didn't let me go. Yeah, it was. It's a hard day in the office. Visibility was very poor, and in some places the aquaplaning was just too much. And yeah, I was. You know, and for us, because we are fighting for the championship, I always think I want to keep up with Guido, but at the same time, I want the points for the championship. So I had a lot to lose, so I need to think about that. And it was not nice on some occasions, you know, losing completely the car. But thankfully, everything is in one piece now.
Can you make this 2 weekends winning on the trot? Can you do back-to-back ELMS and WEC?
Of course, that's what we are aiming for. And now. So it's only halfway of the race, and it's been for ages. It's going to be a long one. Let's see how it goes. Phil and Paul, we still have great 2 bullets on the gun. So I trust on my teammates, so we definitely go for the win.
Okay, good stuff. Well done. Well done. Thank you.
Well, a week ago, air temperatures of 40 degrees, track temperatures nearly 6 degrees. They were melting. Now, of course, they're dripping for an entirely other reason. What I want from a weather app is not just to tell me when the weather's arriving, but how many days since it last rained in the Ardennes. It must be weeks since they've had weather like this, maybe months even. And of course, we rock up into town, first race in 6 months, and it's just giving us the whole playbook.
Yeah, and Toyota into the pits. That's Kobayashi, I think, that was dropping into the pits.
Yep.
Race leader.
We have had rain in the last week, but it's been late into the evening.
Yeah.
And even pretty heavy rain late into the evening, but nothing remotely like this, not for this long in daylight.
Both Toyotas have come in, and now that he's stopped chatting to his mates, hopefully we can get a little update from Baikoles, because Ollie Webb has now left the pits. And oh no, Alan McNish has got the TV remote control in his hands. That's avoided any disaster of random French daytime television appearing there. Both Toyotas in, going for
wets.
Wets. Not monsoon wets and not intermediates either.
Yeah, close call there. Could have been another episode of Real Housewives of Malouse.
Yeah, but we've got to remember they are miles in the lead here, and both cars are in together. Yeah. So a gap that was dropped by 8, having to come into the pits out of schedule, is now gone. So, sorry, the 7, apologies. So it's now gone back into the position. So 7 is leading 8, and it's going to be equal going out of the pits.
Yeah, because they were a minute ahead, and now they're a car length ahead because the safety car. So no gamble there. I couldn't see quite what the number 7 put on, but you wouldn't, would you?
You wouldn't take a gamble. It's still too wet to take a sort of roll of the dice when you're in a 1-2 position.
Hello.
Speed lane limiter.
Yeah, but that was...
Yeah, it's
well, hello.
Confusion.
They had stickers on those wets as well. So Kamui Kobayashi leaves, Brendan Hartley leaves, and the two of them took a bit of a while to actually...
Yeah, and the 8's still going very slowly down the... And the Baikoles is stuck right behind them now.
Yep.
So the 7 is now at the top of the hill at Les Combes, and the 8 is only coming up Eau Rouge.
And that pit lane speed limiter has not released, has it?
Safety car in this lap.
Oh,
no overtaking before the line.
What a break for the number 7 car. It is going to get pretty much a lap. It will be.
Not a lap, but it depends on how much that 8 before... Oh, dearie me. So it's still trickling up the hill.
And in fact, the Baikoles car has gone by, and so has the number 42 Cool Racing car of Anton Borger, who's in the car.
I think the answer to that is yes.
Now, I'm not sure that was for broadcast. I think that was supposed to be on the
but he's up to speed now. The 8's gone up to speed.
Yeah.
8 is back up to speed. And so he's effectively dropped about a third of a lap to the 7.
Brendan Hartley has been hitting things on the dash with a big, heavy fist. Well, that is about the 3rd time they have not caught a break. They got the break there behind the safety car, and suddenly it was all undone.
Yeah, but
you're
both
right,
cars had it. Both the 7
yeah.
didn't accelerate, and then it released the limiter very late, and the 8 just didn't release it until the top of the hill.
So the car at the front of the queue is the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. That is the lead battle. The Ferrari and the Aston Martin, they are the first cars to go green. That is the lead battle in GTE Pro. Alessandro Pierguidi ahead of Alexander Lynn. Alessandro, rather, ahead of Alex Lynn. And then behind them, the Mentos Porsche, which is Felipe Fraga ahead of Nick Nielsen in the AF Corsa Ferrari, not too far behind him.
Background, we've got the LMP2 battle.
I beg your pardon, it's not. It's Matteo Cairoli, of course, isn't it, in the Mentos car? So you've got the lead battle in Pro, right behind them, the lead battle between those two Porsches in AM, because the Gulf car is second.
And just a few cars back, as I say, the LMP2 battle as well. Yep. In that, the lead part of that train.
Somewhere in the spray, Joop van Uytert being chased by Phil Hansen, 2 young chargers. 3 hours down, 3 hours to go. We are a minute away from halfway as we go green for the 3rd time after, and a big shoot up the escape road. I think that was the Gulf Porsche. And there is the leader in LMP2, Joop van Uytert, trying to find his way around the 91 Porsche. And at slow speed, he doesn't have any traction or visibility or downforce advantage. And behind, you can see the red, white, blue, or the blue, white and red of United Autosports, and that could be a gap for Phil Hansen opening up.
Yeah, he's got to be very, very careful, because those cars are playing around, trying to overtake and do their own race. Going on the outside, it's good at the initial part of the corner, but late in the corner, it's a big risk.
Finally gets back past Charlie Hollings, running 3rd at the moment in GTM. Got Van Uytert. Phil Hansen went through Puyon, yet to make that move. It's tippy-toe stuff from the LMP2s right now.
92 Porsche, the team tell us, had thought of slicks and decided not to, so they have
this one off. Rebellion.
Careful,
careful. That's where they've all been going off. Yep. When they've realised there's significantly less grip as you turn and brake and turn into that corner. But just one thing, the Toyotas are split by 41 seconds. So Brendan Hartley lost 41 seconds with that issue, which appeared to be not being able to release the speed lane limiter.
And would have lost an awful lot more. Gus Menezes does not have great history on the grass. I think he does not need to become a rallycrosser. He gets it away from the barriers there. And here is our lead battle.
But that's the 2nd issue for the number 8, because we did have that lap, remember?
Yeah.
But Seth Wavey had no boost.
And we're hearing that he's got energy mapping issues as well. It's not picking up at low speed. So 1st gear, he's going to have to use 2nd now at the hairpin and the slower corners. Alessandro Pierguidi leading from Alex Lynn. They were the front of the safety car queue. They're also the 1-2 in GTE Pro. And the Mentos Porsche, we got it very wrong at the bus stop and overshot there. That is still leading in GTE, and Matteo Cairoli pulling away quickly from Andrew Watson in the black and orange Gulf Racing car. Andrew had a bit of a scare at the top of the hill the last time round, but he's still 2nd in the GTE AM battle as we ride in that GTE Pro fight.
That's a bit close here coming up the hill. The Ferrari's there in 3rd, but the Porsche behind 92's got a bit of a slipstream. Christensen just looking to the outside, to get a bit of a clear vision of where he is, but also to use the Ferrari as a braking, and in the inside of it is the LMP2 of Joop van Uytert. But he's done it, he's overtaken off circuit, given the place back. But the Porsche, that you'll not be able to keep that time, I don't think, as the two of them touch coming down there. I think Christensen gained the advantage by going off the circuit, which allowed him to run round the outside of the Miguel Molina in the next corner.
And of course, what we didn't see when we were on board that Christensen would have seen is the headlights in his mirror, so he knew a prototype was coming. That's one of the reasons he stayed out of the way, to guarantee he had the line he wanted. Under investigation for overtaking beyond track limits is 29, which is Racing Team Netherlands. And there, oh, look at that.
Ooh, there's been a bit of history between those two.
That's pro racing, though. That is pro racing. That's 71, which is not Alessandro Pierguidi.
No, that's Molina.
Yeah, so that's Miguel Molina and Michael Christensen.
And this is the end of it at the top of the Kemmel Straight through Le Corps.
More rain due, by the way, from now-ish. bit of a spit and a spot.
Yeah. You could argue he got a little bit of a nudge as well.
It was here. He still has 2 wheels on, though.
No. I meant he overtook because at the left-hander in Les Combes, he was all 4 wheels off the circuit. Yeah. So it was that point that gave him the opportunity to run round the outside at the next one. But he did get a little bit of a nudge on his way to being all 4 wheels off.
Now, this is the second Aston Martin Ferrari battle. Nicky Team behind the 71 car of Miguel Molina. The Aston looks like it's a more competitive proposition now. Alex Lynn's second, only 1.7 seconds behind Alessandro Pierguidi, but Pierguidi's F Corsa Ferrari has opened up that gap. 51 over 97, 71 over 95, and Porsche sort of falling between the 2 stools at the moment, Graham.
Yeah, absolutely. Nicky Team taking full advantage of the opportunity offered by the field closing up. All that time lost, he's grabbed it back. Behind this battle, here comes the number 7 car. Nicky Team already picks up 1 position. And now looking to do what he can do about getting a second. Here comes the 7.
Right, we've got a long gap in traffic. Let's watch the 7 Toyota find its way through on the grass. Duncan, what do you know about the problems for the number 8 car?
It has an energy mapping issue when it's in first gear. And the accelerate, the car doesn't always want to pick up and go. So he saw him leaving the pit lane, nothing really happened. It was almost as if it was in a false pit lane limiter, as we've talked about already. So they're trying to manage it as they go along. Once he's up to high speed corners, high speed straights, everything is fine. But the mapping issue, or the engine recovery mapping issue, is at low speed. And Sebastop and La Source are big issue areas for that car.
Yeah, that's one of those where you've just got to go with a different gear, isn't it? Thank you, Duncan, in the pit lane. And continuing to watch these battles in GTE Pro. This is, again, halfway through. Any clue who's going to win GTE Pro? Not even remotely have we got any indication who's going to come out on top here. Let's take a look at this battle again. Miguel Molina under threat, but the number 7 Toyota having to go the long way around on the grass, right on board.
It was 2 wheels on the grass.
You can hear him. Oh, I'm not really convinced I want to commit to this. I don't think he knows I'm coming so fast.
Brendan Hartley has pulled back 10 seconds on Kamui Kobayashi in the last 3 laps.
So that's principally because Kobayashi's in traffic and Brendan hasn't caught it yet.
Yeah,
that's true.
Also remember that Brendan's having to do 2 corners in second gear and not first as well.
That moment, by the way, for the Rebellion dropped them back 2 positions overall. Up into 3rd overall is Job van Uitert in the number 29, followed by the 22. Rebellion now back on the tail of Philip Hansen.
Oh, Job's gone wide. Bus stop. 2 seconds quicker than Phil Hansen on the last lap, but he's right on the edge. Coming into the bus stop, overtakes on the outside.
Goes past, past the Gulf car and straight on, and then rejoins around by the tyre wall.
Wide again at the hairpin.
Yep. And he has, I thought we saw the Signisec Alf car go by. I think has he lost a couple of places to United and Signisec?
No, he's still in the lead. Yeah. He's still in the lead. He needs to take a breath. This is at the point as a driver, you've made a couple of mistakes. It's wet, it's greasy, it's easy to take another one. You just need to take a wet breath and then take it back a step. But as well, they've got a 5-second penalty for this overtaking off circuit. Track limits, left-hand side, keeping his foot in it, and then going round about 36, which is clearly, it's not legal.
That was the car that got back in front of him, in fact, the Jota car, which he had lapped. That
was Guido van der Garde about an hour ago.
But that car has now got back in front after Job had a bit of a skate off wide. He's got the Toyota right behind.
Doesn't look happy at the moment, does he?
He doesn't. What he's got to do, though, at the next stop is just before they do any work on the car, it'll be held for 5 seconds, and then they can start working on the car.
Fritz van Aert there, in the foreground.
Look at how soft the grass is there on the inside. Yesterday, that would have been a cloud of dust being thrown up by the F Corsa Ferrari. Now he was digging up the mud. Here he comes out, attacking Felipe Fraga for 3rd in GTE AM. This is Nick Nielsen in the AF Corsa car.
And 2 new for this season Ferrari GT factory drivers, and Daniel Serra, both well-deserved appointees. He's going to be looking to impress.
Now, both Porsche and Ferrari have maintained their pace as the rain came down in GTE Am. Aston Martin has not. TF Sport are still struggling. The 98 Aston is also struggling. The leader, Matteo Cairoli, did a 2:35 lap. These guys are doing 2:36s and 7s. Augusto Farfus, all right, the first time he's in the car, doing 2:36s, but that's sort of bringing the pace back up in the 98 Aston. And the TF Sport car, Johnny Adam, 2:37.5, not quite matching the pace of their Porsche and Ferrari rivals in these wet conditions. And that dropped the Astons back in the first set of rain and in the second set of rain. The GT Pro cars dealt with whatever that issue was and are much more competitive now in the wet than they were in the first wet period. So the GTE Am teams, TF Sport and AMR with the 98 car, need to learn from Paul and his team in the GTE Pro side of the garage exactly what they're doing right and what the Am cars are doing wrong. Here comes Nicky Team, trying to come up behind Miguel Molina. He had a really good run down into Eau Rouge. He's gone the long way around the outside. This is where you need your brave pants on, and he's gonna get around the outside. The 22 car is right there. Oh, Nicky can't stay on because the 22 car runs out wide as well. That'll be a mitigation card.
Yeah, that could be an interesting call, isn't it, for race control? Yeah. Did he take advantage?
Well, he was losing the Aston before the 22 car started. It maybe he anticipated it. Yeah. Let's take a look again at the top of the hill. Phil Hansen running in deep. He just gone the other side of the Ferrari, presumably.
Phil was actually in the process of going off track himself. Yeah. He actually went to the left of Phil in avoidance of a car already off track.
Ferrari guys are going, come on, you can't do that, give us the place back.
Should also say, by the way, we've got a battle for the lead in GTE Pro. Alex Lynn is with Alessandro Pierguidi. He's now just dropping back a little to 2.2 seconds back.
Again, the balance, you know, the Ferraris came from the back of the field, or at least what Alessandro Pierguidi did, to the front in the first time it rained. Second time it rained, they held their own. Third time it's rained, Aston Martin have got more pace than Ferrari and Porsche. So the Aston Martin team are learning and reacting better to more rain information than their rivals are. They're finding more pace back.
I think it depends as well on how wet it is at the time and which tyre they're on at the time. If you've got a different compound of tyre on, for example, if you've got a drying wet onto a full wet, they look very similar to the outside, but they work at different operating temperatures and different operating levels of wet, and that's a thing we don't know, so I suspect that we've got some differences in the field there as well.
This time around, by the way, the number 7 car will finally clear traffic. It's taken that long since we went back to green flag racing with the number 8 mired in the middle, but he has still been quicker, Alan.
Yeah, 25 seconds, so he hasn't lost any time through traffic. In reality, it was 41 seconds when the safety car went into the pits. Now it's down to 25 seconds. Here's a 7 coming up the hill.
Now we'll see what his true pace is in these conditions. He's free of the number 51 car and has half a lap of clear track ahead of him.
Well, yeah, he's got a huge amount. He's got 3 laps of happiness where he can see what's coming up.
And the number 8 car has to work its way all the way through the safety car queue now, because of course they stopped and put themselves behind the safety car queue. And then the number 8 car lost that time. Whoa, fit of the head shakes for Gustavo Menezes. That's his second major off-track excursion. And again, when you're coming up there, Alan, and suddenly the car's skating off, how wide are your eyes and how close to those barriers look like they're coming?
Well, all you're doing is holding your breath and just trying to make it through.
Can you hold your breath and say, please, God, give me this back?
It's over before you can say, please, God, can you give me this back?
Therefore, racing drivers resort to shorter, pithier, more Anglo-Saxon phrases. Yes. Well, there's the gap between 7, the race leader, and number 8. But in between, if you could see the tracker that we can see, are about 23 of the 25 cars.
13 cars,
they're
actually.
like this.
13 cars between the two of them.
Now, as the 7 car got free of that traffic, it was 25 seconds was the gap. So that's what to look for, is the disadvantage now to Brendan Hartley making his way through.
Great on-board view there, and especially the audio of the car spinning up as you try and find some traction on all that paint. Here's the Racing Team Netherlands team, that 5-second penalty waiting for them in the pit lane, of course, before they're allowed to leap on the car next time they stop. But it is still, well, by Collers we're talking about potentially an overall podium. If the weather continues like this, hello LMP2, paging.
Well, if you look at a longer shot with the 29 car, you'll see 3 seconds behind Joop van Uitert is the Rebellion. That is for position, and it's been topsy-turvy stuff for the final podium position in this race. I think we've had at least 3 cars, I think 4 different cars, 22, 29, the 4 and the 1, have sat at various points in third position.
And for the first 100 metres, the number 7 car as well.
Yes.
And you saw just behind the Rebellion, as you said. However, it's 12 seconds back to Phil Hansen, who's the 5th car in line, just coming into the hairpin at the apex now. And so Hansen's dropped back quite a bit from Joop van Uitert. And even although Joop's been off the circuit a couple of times, he's still managed to take it on board. Now remember, there was a little bit of overtaking incidents and discussions between the Aston Martin and the Ferrari. Well, that's under investigation. Turn 6, the top of the hill.
Well, we saw the Ferrari mechanics throwing their hands up in disgust. At the same time, somebody will be on the Discord to the team, from the team to the race director going, really? Are we allowing that now?
I should say, by the way, there's been quite a bit of discussion about our description of Discord. To make it clear, this is obviously a system that Eduardo Freitas had the first opportunity to experience during Virtual Le Mans. Liked it, thought that was a more useful medium.
More flexible, more useful, more rewarding.
And it's now used to communicate between race control and the teams.
What I want now, obviously, is for some of the drivers to have a live Twitch stream from on board their real racing cars, the same way that they do on board their virtual racing cars.
See if anyone can get fired doing that. Yes.
Let's hear from Duncan Vincent in the pit lane. We've got a bit of a quiet period coming. You've been chatting to Paul Howarth, the team boss at AMR, and their wet weather problems, Paul says, were...
Yeah, he said that the car started on the wrong type of wet weather compound tyre. They went the wrong way, Porsche went the right way. Now he says it's swung back in their favour. They're on the correct tyre, and it appears that Porsche and Ferrari are maybe on the wrong tyre. And Alan, you did say that Aston have definitely upped the pace. They look like they're more competitive. Well, it's all the Astons, the 95, 97, 98 and the TF Sport all on the wrong tyre at the start.
That's an interesting one, that they have the advantage as well, as do Porsche, of having cars in the GTE AM as well, so they can actually see if they do try something somewhere else, how it affects into it. AF Corsa do as well, but in that respect, it's something that certainly within Aston Martin, because they're all within the same garage, but and it's all controlled by the one party, apart from the TF Sport car.
But you're having that, you know, the Pro and the AM feedback, it all goes into the same melting pot, and in the same way that the Audi Formula E team and your customer teams have some exchange of information as well with powertrain and so on, you can look at what the others are doing and learn from that. Misty, moisty and very, very wet after a sweltering week of free practice and qualifying just before the start of the 6 hours of Spa. 6 months after racing last took place in Austin, Texas, rain. So full wet weather and a safety car start for the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, round 6 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. It was Rebellion that outpaced Toyota in the dry qualifying, but from the moment we went green from behind the safety car, the Toyotas used their four-wheel traction of the hybrid system and the horsepower boost out of turn 1 to just run away and hide. These conditions they couldn't have planned better for themselves to get an early advantage that they then did not surrender as the weather dried. LMP2, as ever, was a knockdown, drag-out fight right from the start. United Autosports looking for a third straight World Endurance Championship win started from pole, and there were cars going everywhere in the wet conditions. The GTE Pro battle, Aston Martin lost pace early on as Porsche and then Ferrari came to the front of the field. And then as the weather started to dry, the battle continued and the power balance evened out. For the LMP2 cars, well, Signatec Alpine had a worrying moment leaving the pit lane, heading to the dummy grid. The car spun down the straight, didn't touch anything, and so they dodged a major bullet. Fantastic pro-class racing, door handle to door handle, and after starting from the back of the field, Geert van der Garde for Racing Team Netherlands, the yellow and black number 29 car, carved his way through into a podium spot, second in LMP2 in the opening stint. Second of our safety cars brought out by Paul Dalla Lana, who went off into the gravel, and then more rain arrived, more pit stops, going green again. Eventually, Geert van der Garde caught and passed Felipe Albuquerque in the pole-sitting United Autosports car just before they headed into the pit lane. And the Racing Team Netherlands TDS crew found another few seconds. Equally close in GTE AM, an astonishing opening stint by Egidio Perfetti in the Mentos Porsche, getting them to the front of the field, his teammate then taking over and moving back up the order at the expense of Gulf Racing. Aston Martin with a better tyre choice in the second wet weather period, moving up the order and looking very strong indeed as Porsche started to lose ground. A second and then a third thunderstorm and safety car period sweeping through. And everybody trying to survive the heavy wet weather. We are 3 hours in to the total 6 hours of Spa, with nobody having any clue who's going to win overall or in the classes. So 3 hours and 20 minutes gone, 2 hours and 40 minutes remain. Toyota 1-2, and Rebellion lying in third place overall. Racing Team Netherlands from United Autosports and Signatec Alpine, that remains the 1-2-3 in LMP2. Just outside the top 10 is Alessandro Pierguidi's 51 Ferrari for AF Corsa. He leads from Michael Christensen and the fast approaching Nicky team. It's Ferrari, Porsche, Aston. And then in the AM class, just inside the top 20, Gulf Racing now have the lead with Andrew Watson in the 86, ahead of Nick Nielsen's AF Corsa Ferrari and the Team Project 1 Porsche 57 of Felipe Fraga. All the cars that started the race are still running. Jackie Chan's 37 car had a major brake imbalance. It caused fires at the rear, lost them several laps. And Eurasia Motorsport struggling here on their return to the World Endurance Championship. So a couple of cars in the pit lane. Alex Lynn for Aston Martin in the Pro class. Lawrence Herr, a prototype driver predominantly in LMP3, taking over the 56 car for Team Project 1. And that's quite a different. Last weekend he was racing in the Michelin Le Mans Cup for DKR Engineering. They had a really successful time in sweltering conditions in a prototype. Here he's out in a hosing rain in a GT car. That's a quite different balance that he's got to deal with, Graham Goodwin.
It is very much so, and it's obviously a replacement mid-season for a bit of reshuffle for the 56 crew. But Lawrence Herr, a coming star, I'm sure, in endurance racing, got a number of those up and down the field. And in particular, we're seeing some of this young talent emerging through the GTM field, and principally, it should be said, through the Porsche teams, the young guns being placed there. Nicholas Nielsen, of course, we were just talking about earlier, into the pits of the 51 car.
Pierguidi leading the race, and this is the point where you would start to think about maybe a switch of tyre compound as well.
Yeah. Is he going to be the first to jump for slicks? If you go for wets now, you are almost certainly going to have to go for slicks soon. We're not being forecast rain for the next, let's say, 30 minutes, which is a good half of your stint. So
it's marginal, I've got to say, but it's not far away from it. When they went to slicks before, this top of the hill section, Martin, if we remember, was actually a little bit drier. You could see some bright marks, so we're a little bit further away from it than what you would ideally want. But there's got to be that sort of, you've got to roll the dice at one point. However, they're leading the race, so I'm not sure you would really want to roll it that much.
Now, here's a question. Alex Lynn, who is 6th and the 2nd of the Aston Martins, as you look at the lead battle here with the first of the Aston Martins chasing the lead Porsche, Alex Lynn has just stopped. I've just sent Duncan down to find out, did they put him on slicks to see how fast he can go to judge the crossover for their more competitive car, or have they played safe with him, hoping that Nicky Team maybe is going to take a gamble? Graham.
On this same lap, by the way, just the last time we mentioned the Toyotas, talked about the 8 car being in the middle of that traffic. It has now just cleared that traffic, and that gap has gone up as a result of that from 26 seconds when the 7 was cleared to 40 seconds down.
But before the safety car, it was 61 seconds and growing. So actually, they've had a net gain of a third of that deficit that they had originally to the number 7 car for not changing onto slicks at the first pit stop when the number 7 did. So 7 behind, the points leaders, gambled correctly, 8 went safe incorrectly, and actually going safe incorrectly is almost Toyota's middle name, but we'll see how it plays out, and I may live to eat those words, Alan.
I'd like you to eat some more words. When you said that Alex Lynn was in the less competitive Aston Martin, his last stint has been exactly equal to Nicky Team's lap time stint.
So he is 6th compared to 2nd. And
yeah, I know, but he's
pitted.
pitted. He's just pitted.
I know he has, but he was in 6th place before he pitted.
But if I look at the lap times, then he's actually quicker than Nicky Team, who's in the more competitive, as you say. But he was fighting for the lead at the beginning of the safety car.
And so my question is, what tyres is he on now? That's why I've sent Duncan down to find out.
Say, by the way, talking as we look at the number 95 car.
Thank you very much. All right, well judged there, Duncan. It wasn't slick, so has he gone off the monsoon tyre onto the only wet tyre?
Yeah, behind the safety car, you would.
Now then, okay, so we talked about Duncan, nobody else heard that. Tell me again.
Yeah, I'm right beside it. The 98 cars in the pit lane. They've got 4 lovely scrubbed, in fact, they're brand new tyres. 4 slick tyres are ready to go on the 98 GTE arm. And it's quite interesting. They didn't want to tell me what tyres that the 97 went on to, but they just said it wasn't slick. So I think they've gone on to intermediates.
Has Farfus stayed in 98, or was there a driver change?
No, there's no driver change in the 98 car. Driver's staying in.
There's tendency for a climb. Yeah, copy. So 97 went on wet, 51 on slicks. We're watching lap time. I'll update you.
I love the way teams watch each other. They can do that from the pit wall better than we can. So Alan's got his pen out already. Alessandro Puerguidi has dropped from the lead to last in class on slicks. Slicks onto 91. So that's Jimmy Bruni. No driver change there because he knows what the track's like, so he can judge now. Christensen in the lead is not going to gamble yet. 98 with Farfus loaded for bear is now on slicks. So again, Paul Howarth and the boys will learn from what Augusto is telling them. Oh my goodness, this is brilliant, or oh my goodness, this was a horrendous mistake. And from what the other car with Alex Lynn on a less aggressive wet or a less water clearing wet is, you're not going to go onto a full wet now. But I think Alex Lynn is possibly the sacrificial lamb, because right now, Alan, we're getting to that stage where you see Nicky Team now hunting the water to cool those wet weather tyres. This might be his in-lap for slicks.
Yeah, but at this moment in time, the first sector's 2 seconds off for Puerguidi in the 51 Ferrari, and the middle sector's 12 seconds off on his outlap. So I'm interested to see what it's going to be like on this next one as he comes through. It gives us a bit of an indication. And so right now, I'd certainly say it's not slicks. It depends. If you've had to come in for fuel now, are you going to lose less time scrabbling around for a few laps, or are you going to use less time by sticking on a set of wets and then having to take a second stop?
At the end of the last stint, all our pro cars were in on the same lap, so they weren't forced in for fuel. Some of them are trying something different, I think, aren't they? Nicky Team definitely, he's no longer hunting the Porsche, he's now hunting the puddles.
Yeah, he is. He stopped early, though, on his previous stint. Nicky did a shorter stint, if you just give me a second, of
So Jimmy Bruni in 91 Porsche. We saw that taking on slicks. Jota and Davidson is in the pits as well. I wonder if Goodyear are having a gamble there as well on that car.
Pierre Guigny 7 seconds off so far on this lap, and he's just through the second sector of it relative to the people on the wet weather tyres at the moment.
Is that his first flying lap?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe the second one he'll find a bit here and a bit there. There's the Golf Porsche.
As the circuit dries up, he definitely will. It's just how much he loses until the crossover.
He's been off.
Wow. Andrew Watson on his outlap, almost Paul Dall'Alana's the Golf Porsche, because that's exactly what happened to the 98 Aston on his outlap the first time he went on the slicks after our first wet weather period. So very nearly dropped it off the road there. Got away with that, lucky boy.
Remember, that's a car that has led this race in GTM.
Hands up anybody who has not led this race in GTM.
It's not wanting for drama, is it?
No, it's not, is it? So that was Andrew Watson. Yeah, that was he played a get out of jail card there, and I don't think that was. Are we giving him there more luck than judgment? I think possibly. Car 47 must respect track limits.
Settle.
Giorgio Serna Giotto having his first stint at the wheel, and Andrew Watson was possibly turning the air slightly blue there in the cockpit.
The Bicolis, by the way, is their recovery drive continues after a slow pit stop. It lost them something like 45 seconds. Now back up to 5th overall, closing down Jock Vanoutet.
But due to come into the pits, team are out on the apron, and the Bicolis comes in. It's might be an opportunity for Duncan to find out why it had that sort of odd long stop before, why it lost all that ground.
He's only done 14 laps on this stint as well.
It's a tension in the cockpit, and not to drinks bottle by the look of it either.
Battery, well, Duncan's down there, so we can find out possibly from the team in a little while why they think they lost all that ground. Looking here, AF Course's Nick Nielsen, who is now our leader. Okay, so that's another leader in the GTE field. He's ahead of Felipe Fraga in the 57 Team Project 1 car. And Johnny Adam now up to 3rd in the TF Sport Aston. And that was down to 8th in class when it was really heavy rain. I mean,
they were the ones that also started.
Swings.
Paul Howard said that they also started on the wrong tyres, he thought. Yeah.
But don't forget, again, early on, Sally Yollick did half a stint. Johnny Adam came in and did a double stint. Sally Yollick's just done another short stint, I think, or at the most a single, and Johnny Adams back in the car. And Sally Yollick, again, lost a lot of time. He has not got confidence in that car in the rain, I don't think.
But they are burning time with Sally at the wheel, which is an important part of the puzzle here.
As long as they aren't back down in 8th and are back up in the first or second when we get to the end of the 6 hours.
We've seen some stunning races by Sally Yollick. I think, remember back in Fuji when all of the AMs started at the same time due to the weather conditions and things. He was absolutely dynamite that day.
Absolutely.
Superb. And but here has been the alternate side where he struggled a little bit, lost a bit of confidence. And round here it's so quick. And the things happen so fast if you make a small mistake that if you do lose a bit of confidence, it really puts you on the back foot.
Yeah, and we heard from him in the interview with Duncan early on after he'd handed the car over to Johnny that they were just struggling for grip, temperature, anything. It just felt like the tyres were kind of made of wood, so that definitely didn't help. And as we heard from Aston Martin AMR, they definitely had the wrong tyres on at the start of the race on all the cars. I think they'd assumed it was going to be a bit less wet than it actually turned out to be.
You see the dry line picking up there, and then the spray when the LMP2 car went offline to overtake. Talking of overtaking speed and things, I think it's quite clear. You mentioned very early on that this was the first time that the Goodyear wets will have been in racing.
The full wets, yes.
Looks like they don't have the competitive level of the Michelin full wets. They're roughly about 1.5 to 2 seconds slower if I just take the general overview averages at the moment.
It's not been a great weekend for Goodyear, has it? We lost, I'm afraid, one of the 3 teams that would have been racing here. Good luck to Algarve Pro Racing. I'm afraid had to withdraw after issues, COVID-related issues earlier in the weekend. The Jackie Chan DC Racing, of course, we lost Gabby Aubry. Okay, Gabby, watching at home, I'm absolutely sure. With Ryan Cullen stepping into the 37, 38 car It's just languishing back there, isn't it? 37 car with its earlier troubles with brakes. It's just not been Goodyear's day.
But again, as as Alan as a driver and now as a team boss knows, everything that you do in racing teaches you, in fact, in life teaches you something, and you've got to learn from it. And where you get the knockbacks, they always say you learn more from disappointment than you do from success.
Alan was telling us earlier that one of the things he's learned the last week is don't do 6 races in 9 days.
That's only a week. That's what he's learned in the last 2 weeks.
2.5 hours remain. It's flown by this point to this point.
Well, while it's quiet by the pit lane, Graham, Duncan, you've been down to buy collars. What was their issue earlier on?
Yeah, I spoke to Tom Dillman. They've just got electrical gremlins. They're just kind of fighting along and nursing the car through it as the Ferrari goes past me just now. Nice quiet car, that one. But they're struggling a bit, but they're happy they're still running. One of these things, electrical problems, you think you've solved it, and then you realise you quickly haven't.
Yeah, classic car owners again can relate. Racing Team Netherlands leading in LMP2, and Job van Uitert, a little bit of a miscue in qualifying yesterday, left them right at the back. Job did not get a clean lap, one that counted because he kept exceeding track limits and losing the lap as a result. He's unblotting his copybook here though, Alan.
Yeah, he is. He's pulled away from Phil Hansen. However, Hansen, as it's dried up, is actually on his march back, and he's slowly creeping back into Job van Uitert's lead. So I think it's ebbing and flowing a little bit there, with depending on how they've, I presume, principally done the tyre pressures on the cars.
10 seconds is the gap at the moment between the pair. As Brunetech comes up through Rouge Radiant. On the run up to Rouge is Phil Hansen, with 4 GTE cars between the pair of them. This looks like developing back into another cracking battle, Martin.
And again, although it's still tracking wet lines up at the top of the hill, you saw Job then hunting for those puddles up, or the damp areas up the straight to help cool the tyre down. Is that Fritz van Aert? Looks like he is contemplating getting ready to go in the car.
Yeah, well, they've done 18 laps on this stint, so therefore they should be looking to come in, I would say, quite soon, and then get onto a slick tyre.
95 Aston in the pit lane, and Slicks, Duncan reports, well, that was a no-brainer, wasn't it? They've had Alex Lynn out on an intermediate. Slicks are going on the 95 cars. They have learned from Augusto Farfus that Slicks, or where Slicks are now starting to lap quicker, and that then puts the 97 car back in behind them, so they're not quite stacking, but they are changing 97, and he will now take Slicks. So that's not an unforced pit stop, but one that they had to make to learn what they needed to know. So Alex Lynn comes in for another stop. Nicky Team heads out. They were 3rd and 4th, and so they had closed up together, or they are now 3rd and 4th, because the Porsche Michael Christensen still leads. Don't forget, Jimmy Bruni took Slicks in the 91 Porsche. He is currently 6th in GTE Pro, and his last lap was a 2:39.7. Michael Christensen on his wets, a 2:32.4.
Just 6 laps, by the way, on that stint on the slicks for the 97 car.
Jimmy Bruni on slicks went 7 seconds a lap slower than the wet-shod Michael Christensen on the last lap. And yet everybody else is jumping onto slicks. Is that right?
I presume he's maybe gone off or something.
Possible.
I don't think they were ready for 97, were they?
Not sure they were.
Well, I think the 2 cars were bunched in 95 and 97, so there's a miscue between 2 sides of the pit, it would seem there.
At least Alex Lynn didn't have to come into the pits and jump into another car, like in the old days. Formulary. 97 goes up. Well, in the old days, like you used to have to.
Yeah. Just gone off.
It did indeed. I should say, just in the background there, we've just got to under wide for the blue and black 33 car of High Class Racing. They've had a quiet but effective race so far. They've been running strongly in 4th position, just doing what they've got to do.
I was almost about to make the same point a couple of minutes ago before something else distracted me about Cinetec. We've almost not seen any LMP2 cars apart from Racing Team Netherlands, United Autosport. Synditech still in third. They've been in third almost, I think, since lap 1. Relentlessly. Cool Racing still in fourth. High Class still in fifth.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the top 5, apart from the lead pair, have barely changed in 3 hours of racing. But
then again, if you're standing outside a nightclub and there's 2 big guys brawling, you're not really looking at the other 3 guys pushing each other, are you?
Yeah, exactly. Bolton, incidentally, is twinned with Le Mans.
Can I just say that the circuit isn't quite as good for slicks? Because if you go back, you remember you said about Jimmy Bruni. Since he came out of the pits, Jimmy's times were 2:44, 2:39, 2:36. And so therefore he's getting quicker, but it's taken a long time for those tyres. And the problem is that this area, remember, was reasonably dry before. They're actually cooling down on the wetter parts of the circuit, not getting quite as high up on the other parts. Here's Michael Christensen.
And he's much faster on his wet weather tyres.
Okay, Michael, from 6 laps, you're staying in the car, 6 tyres.
Okay, I've just had the message from Porsche's PR saying 92 pits this lap for slicks and fuel. Michael stays in. So there you are. You get it on WhatsApp, you hear it on the telly. We're all over that.
Yeah, well, I think that's actually the right time to have pitted, because the circuit's, well, clearly 4 laps later than and it's those outlaps and the ability to generate that initial tyre temperature and then keep it through the wetter parts of the track. That's the main key point.
And these guys in the 92 car are third in the drivers' points at the moment. Second in drivers' points, Alessandro Pierguidi, and the so far unemployed in this race, James Collado. Unless you count one interview where he chatted to Duncan, I can't really count that as work. And the points leaders, Marco Sorensen and Nicky Thiem. So you can sort of see why the other car in the team at the moment has been the one that's been sort of chosen to try out things, whether because the drivers want to try something different or the team don't want to prejudice their better placed car. In is 92.
Pole sitting car.
Yep.
Jimmy Bruni, 2:32. So Bruni back down to the times now.
Pole sitting car was again, and has been up and down the order like the Assyrian Empire. Never too much further back than 4th or 5th, and has had a couple of stints in the lead. He comes in as the race leader. AF Corsa's Miguel Molina in the 71 Ferrari, rather than the better placed 51 car, is currently the better placed of the Ferraris. He's going to assume the lead relatively soon.
Also on pit lane is the 3rd place car, or was the 3rd place car in LMP2. Synditech Elf, Alpine Elf. Pierre Rag brings in Les Bleus.
Thomas Floor comes into the pit lane as well for AF Corsa's 54 car. AF Corsa bringing in 83 with Nick Nielsen at the wheel. That seems to be quite a slow Ferrari. Why is it going a little slow up to Les Camps? Maybe not. Maybe it is just a bit skiddy still. Just thought it might not be going quite as quickly as it should do. This is our race leader in GT Pro, Miguel Molina.
It's not the fastest first sector, but it's not the slowest either.
Rebellion at the pit box.
From 3rd position.
Tyres ready to be thrown at it. Driver's door does not open, so Gustavo Menezes will stay in. Norman Nato started the race, which means that somewhere at the end of this stint, Bruno Senna will probably get in to finish it. And as you can see, nice shiny slicks, fresh with the release compound from the mould, and the LMP2 leader is in as well. So this is Joop van Uytert. So our 3rd and 4th place cars are in. 3rd place, the Rebellion in LMP1, 4th place, Van Uytert in LMP2.
This is the 5 seconds.
Double stint for Van Uytert, no driver change.
Yep.
So that was the 5 seconds additional penalty.
For overtaking outside of the circuit, but that was a penalty from about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, it's Radion on the 38 car, so that will help United. Bit of slick pick work here from the United team. That will be about, I think, about 5 seconds on adjusted time with the additional 5 second stop.
Yeah, as long as they don't take 6 seconds longer than Racing Team Netherlands like they did in the last tyre changes. Bicoles returning to the pit lane as we watch the battle between our lead pit crews in LMP2. Slicks going on for Phil Hansen. He stays at the wheel.
Paul, the rest of to come in this car, remember?
Yep.
That's where this car will come into its own, because remember, they've got Paul de Resta, ex-F1 driver, against Fritz van Aert.
Yep.
Who, not being rude by any stretch of the imagination, has got no experience in comparison to de Resta's experience of racing.
Absolutely. Although Paul's supermarket chain isn't quite as big.
No, it certainly isn't.
But Fritz, since they changed to the Oreca from the Dallara that they had in the previous season, has been like night and day. Suddenly he's got a car that he doesn't feel wants to kill him at every corner with no... He just couldn't get on with the Dallara. I'm not saying the Dallara is a bad car, he just could not trust it.
Yeah.
And particularly when it got wet. He just wanted to get out and walk away from it. So he's so much more comfortable in that car.
I think we all remember when he finally had, I think, a sense of humour failure at Fuji. Lots of wrong choices made there. By the way, I think it was very cruel of you to remind Paul of the failure of the de Resta Metro chain of shops.
Into the pits is the purple Porsche. Felipe Fraga stays at the wheel of the 57 Project 1 car. That came in from second. Slicks go on there for the Brazilian. So I think Ben Keating has done his drive time, hasn't he? He did a big double stint right at the beginning, drove the first hour and quite a lot. So TF Sports' Johnny Adam back to the top of the pile. Again, you know, there is no pinning your money on a car in GTE AM. If you do, you're just tossing money out the window and hoping it lands in a winning square, because it is absolutely tough to read. Leader is in, Kamui Kobayashi for Toyota. Number 7 car is in the pit lane.
Pulled out a bigger advantage again at the end there, 46 seconds as he came down pit lane. It'll be slightly less than that on the road, of course, with the reduced speed in pit lane. But driver change.
So he hands over to Jose Maria Lopez, and we heard from Ant Davidson that Pachito will do his stints, and it may well be, Mike Conway, beg your pardon, may well, getting my Toyota and former Toyota drivers confused, may well be Mike Conway who finishes off the race.
And remember, none of these men in the number 7 car have won this race, the 6 Hours of Spa, before, and Brendan Hartley in number 8 hasn't won it either. 3 wins in a row.
So of the 6 Toyota drivers, only 2 of them have stepped on the top step of the podium here in a Toyota.
And they've won in the last 3 races here, the 2 of them.
So Kamui Kobayashi hands over to Jose Maria Lopez. Pachito exits the pit lane. There's not too many pit lanes where you exit on the full lock stops. And Brendan Hartley brought the number 8 car in. Will there be a driver change there as well? Well, we haven't seen Kazuki Nakajima in that car.
Let's have a quick look at the overview strategy there for the 8 car. That is the end of a second full stint for Brendan.
Yeah, there's no doubt that
he's staying in.
That the tyre change was going to happen. Not sure that's Brendan's helmet anymore. That definitely has much more of a look of a Nakajima helmet. So
they must have completed that driver change very quickly.
Yeah. Kazuki Nakajima stays in. And Brendan Hartley, unless he's borrowed a new helmet,
and face.
That definitely was not Brendan Hartley's helmet when he got into the car initially. It still had the Red Bull logo on. And so Kaz Nakajima takes over. Jose Maria Lopez in the lead car. And this is still our lead battle. This is Michael Christensen versus Nicky Thiem in GTE Pro. The white Porsche, Michael Christensen, and the yellow-nosed Aston Martin, Nicky Thiem.
Here's an oddity. Jan Pernoutet, by the way, still leads in LMP2, but now leads by 20 seconds. That despite the fact that United Autosports were 4 seconds quicker in the pit stop than the Racing Team Netherlands TDS crew.
Is that overall including TDS's 5-second penalty?
Correct.
Yeah, so in fact, TDS stopped a fraction quicker, and maybe just Job has got up to speed quicker than Phil Hansen.
Well, Phil's sector times are substantially down, 3 seconds down. Let's have a quick look.
Yeah.
Is he in
Well, part of it is where you come out. If you come out just ahead of a bunch of GT cars, or you come out just behind a bunch of GT cars, that might be, you know, enough to make that difference.
Phil is in clear traffic.
He might be now, but that may not be where he lost the 19 seconds. We'll wait and see what happens with Phil Hansen, whether he is called in again shortly. Maybe Duncan can get down to United Autosports.
It's a 2:18 last time around from Phil Hansen.
Well, Duncan's at Toyota and United are the opposite end of the pit lane, so I think he's going to have to run, isn't he? Because we do need that question answered really quite urgently.
It's his first flying lap, remember. This is not his out lap, his first flying lap. And I don't think he had a whole lot of traffic there.
So Phil Hansen was 19 seconds back, is now 22.5 seconds back. The gap is yawning. Question is, how far further back and how quickly is Thomas Laurent for Cinetec catching?
But the key was he was 10 seconds back before the pit stop, and they gained 4 seconds in the pits. So he's lost a chunk of time on his in lap and on his out lap.
Yep.
Not very Phil Hansen.
Last lap for Thomas Laurent, 2:12.4 in third. For Phil Hansen, 2:18.5 in second. For Joop van Uyten, 2:13.7. So 5 seconds slower, and a change for the lead as the Porsche skates off. Just a fraction offline. All it takes, Alan, is for you to get the left front onto the wet instead of onto the dry, and suddenly, oh, I'm in a world of hurt.
Yeah. Here you see it again coming up to the top of the hill. Then the Aston went onto the drier part. It was just that initial braking and a lock on the right front that caused the 92 just to run wide. Michael Christensen a little bit offline, a little bit too much initial brake pressure, and that was enough to send the Aston Martin into the lead. So Nicky Thiem now leading.
So Nicky Thiem forcing the error from Michael Christensen, taking the lead. Nicky Thiem with a different helmet livery this weekend. It's a replica of the helmet livery that his father had when he won the DTM Championship back in the late 80s in a black and silver Tabac-sponsored Mercedes 190E. The best of the DTM cars, obviously. None of your BMW M3 nonsense.
Nothing tribal there.
Toby Moody is throwing bricks at the television even as we speak. Jose Maria Lopez, our race leader in LMP1. Joop van Uyten, 4th overall and leading LMP2. Nicky Thiem is the new race leader in GTE Pro. And Nick Nielsen for AF Corsa Ferrari leads in GTE AM. In GTE Pro, very few of these overtakes have actually been on the AM class cars. They've largely been on your own class rivals. And the man there at La Source with the blue flag must have biceps like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Let's hear from Duncan Vincent down in the pit lane, reporting back on what's going on at United Autosports.
Yeah, straight from Philippe Albuquerque. United are happy, they're just taking it easy just now. They have got a Paul di Resta in their pocket. So why blow everything straight away? They know what they're coming up against. So they've told him just to relax himself. I maybe think 20 seconds is a lot to lose, guys, as you obviously see that as well. But United are very happy with what's going on.
All right, there you go. We did say that the battle between Frits van Aert in Racing Team Netherlands and Paul di Resta was possibly not the most equal of competitions between racing drivers, but for my money, you also have to look behind you at Cinetec and at High Class and at Cool Racing, because again, there's very little muppetry involved in their driver lineups. This is a really tough class to win at.
Yeah, it is. And you also have to look at the fact that we've still got, what, a couple hours to go, and you could have a technical problem. You could have, you know, got to change a tail if you get a tap in traffic and the rear legality panel or the lights go out or something like that. So I certainly just wouldn't be coasting to the flag. I'd want to be, you know, not dropping 20 seconds in 3 laps.
And the other thing, of course, is there might be some weather before the end of the race. Stranger things happen at Spa.
And by the way, there are 3 cars within 15 seconds behind Phil Hansen, including the Bicolis, but including as well the 3rd and 4th placed cars in LMP2. The Signature Alpine car, as you quite rightly say, still there. Anders Fjord back in the high-class racing car, just 7 or 8.1 seconds back from Thomas Laurent now.
And actually, Phil Hansen's picked up the pace again on the last lap. He just set a 2:10.9 to the 2:13.7 of leader Joop van Uytert, and the 2 9s and 10s and 12s and 13s behind him. So, yeah, 2 or 3 laps to get settled in, but now it is properly dry in most places. OK, Phil, time to pick the pace up, get back to where you were. The problem is, if you're not driving at full racing pace, Alan, then you start to wander a little. Your concentration can go, and that's also where mistakes creep in.
I think your tyre temperatures and pressures go first of all, and that's when you then get a risk point. And from there, you know, if you make any mistake, run a little bit wide, have to do something slightly offline, and as you say, concentration can also go. But right now, Van Uytert is actually a fair chunk ahead of where Phil Hansen is. And he's sort of lost, obviously, visual sight. But, you know, you're also getting to the point if a safety car comes out and it comes in between you and the other car. That helped Guido van der Garde before, if we remember. But in this situation, you know, you could quite easily be on the wrong side of it. You don't want that to happen.
609 kilometres completed already, 87 laps. And pit stop for the Bicoles car last time round under investigation. But our leaders still Toyota 1-2.
But third place and the fastest lap of the race, a 2:02.154 for Gustavo Menezes. Quick Laps 2 coming at the lead of the GT-AM class. So this is the car that now holds the fastest lap of this race, and bright sunshine now around the circuit.
Duncan Vincent saying that the number 4 car still had the earth clap attached to the back of the car that you have to use for refueling when it left the pit lane. So luckily the clip was less strong than the engine in the Bicoles, and it broke that tie. Otherwise it could have been dragging something else behind it.
Yeah, they've said to our car in practice they hadn't got their fuel rig earthed, and they got a 20-minute stop and hold. And so that's not looked upon just as a light issue, and so I presume that there could be something coming for that Bicoles car as well.
Because that causes fires. Nick Foster continues to drive the number 35 Eurasia LMP2 car. That has just left the pit lane again. And their battle is trying to catch the Jackie Chan DC Racing car, 37 car, that Ho Pin Tung is at the wheel of. Those 2 cars are 8th and 9th in LMP2, and both were significantly delayed early on.
Unfortunately, 5-lap gap between those 2, so that looks like a long afternoon for Nick Foster. They'll feel the victory is going to be to get the car home this afternoon.
Yeah, probably right.
This is all about practice, particularly for Nobuya Yamanaka, ahead of the Le Mans 24 Hours, where he should be making his debut with the team. Lap times, sector times beginning to tumble again. Past his first sector of the race right now, with just 2 hours and 5 minutes to go, goes to Kazuki Nakajima, 42 seconds. The gap between Jose Maria Lopez and Nakajima. 7 leads the 8.
And it's still not fully dry, is it? The last time it got nearly this dry, it was the United Autosports and Racing Team Netherlands LMP2 cars that were setting the outright fastest race laps, because the Toyotas were still on the wrong tyres. Now the Toyotas are on the right tyres for the condition. We just saw the 3rd place car overall, Gustavo Menezes at Rebellion. This is the car that lies 3rd in LMP2. Cinetec Alpine. Andre Negrão started it. Pierre Rag's been in. Thomas Laurent has been in. I think probably Negrão and Rag will drive it again before the end of the race. To wait and see how they slice that particular cherry. They are 3rd in LMP2. The gap to Phil Hansen is just 2.3 seconds, so it's pretty close. Phil Hansen is 25 seconds behind the leader in LMP2, Joop van Uytert. So just in the queue ahead of us is the United car. They come across the line. Down into La Source, there's the Gulf Racing car. And who's driving the Gulf car at the moment? That is in 5th place in GT-AM, and still Andrew Watson at the wheel of that machine. He's chasing Charlie Eastwood, who's taken over the TF Sport car again. Sam Yollet will probably try and get in the final couple of hours and complete his minimum drive time, and that is the car just ahead, I think, of the Gulf Porsche. Yes, it is. The Porsche has a run up the hill and goes by the Aston Martin. know it wasn't. What was the Porsche going by? There's the Aston.
Another Porsche.
And there is the United versus Senior Tech battle. So this is now second. That is not any longer 3.6 seconds. That is barely 1.6 seconds.
And just to clarify, Sally Yolak actually has done his driving time so far, so he's clear.
All right, so here's 2 stints in the wet, in the miserable conditions. Will free up Charlie Eastwood in the red car there, who is still in 4th place in the AM class. And he's trying to chase down Factory Pro Porsche driver Matt Campbell, who's 3rd in the 77 Dempsey Proton car. And again, that car led early on, slumped way back down the order and has come back up. GTE AM is the roulette wheel of the 4 classes at the moment. It's the one that is hardest to possibly try and read.
92 car on the 95, this for the lead of GT Pro. This is another class that's been, well, can we put this, engaging?
Well, this is the same battle, isn't it? And Nicky Team managed to slip by after forcing Michael Christensen to make a mistake under braking. But you can see that the Aston has got absolutely no advantage over an entire lap over the Porsche, and likewise the Porsche possibly has nothing over an entire lap over the Aston Martin either. Behind them is the Mentos Team Project 1 Porsche. That's Felipe Fraga, 2nd in the GTE AM class. The gap between these two has remained fairly constant at next to nothing over the length of this stint. And they both, in fact, used their teammates going a couple of laps earlier onto slicks to confirm that that was going to be the call. And look at it now. But look in the background. If you look at the top of the picture there are so many dark clouds hovering around us. It'll be interesting to see what we're looking at if we look back from this view.
And the forest is steaming.
Yeah. It's not too bad, is it, actually, the sky behind? That's going past us when you're looking up the hill. Nicky Team leading Michael Christensen. 85 laps each. Aston has done one more stop. And that might put them possibly on a very different fuel strategy towards the end of the race. Because the first thing, almost inevitably, you do when the car arrives at the team is chuck fuel at it. So at the moment, leaders are just half a second apart in GTE Pro. 3rd and 4th, the 2 F Corsa Ferraris, they've sort of met in the middle. Alessandro Pierguidi in the 51 car was at the front, and Miguel Molinar in the 71 car was at the back. They are now met in the middle. They're 7 seconds apart. And they are only 1.8 seconds ahead of Alex Lynn. So 3rd, 4th and 5th, 2 Ferraris and the Aston. And then 35 seconds behind them, the 91 Porsche of Jimmy Bruni. Race directors allowing them to turn their lights off. Let's hear from our race leader, 95 Aston Martin.
You can push these tires. You can push these tires. You can push these tires. We are new tires to the end.
There you go.
Lovely. That is a radio message from your engineer. You think, yes.
Yeah,
especially when you've got a guy behind you that's absolutely on it. So, you know, I've got equal to him in terms of tyre, so I don't have any negative penalty there, and I can absolutely thrash it. I can even, you know, push into the braking areas. There'd have to be less issues coming into the pit lane. If I flat spot them into the pit lane, into the speed lane limit, it doesn't matter.
Because I'm not going to have to use them again. But because we've had so much rain and used wet tyres for quite a long period, the same will be true for the Ferraris and for the Porsches as well. So, yeah, once they get to the end of this stint, it'll be fresh all the way to the end.
Yeah, but remember the Aston, when they put on their first set of slick tyres, it was a scrubbed set of tyres from qualifying.
Yeah, well, I'm sure it would have been from the Porsche as well, but yeah, having that wet weather tyre means that you suddenly all full of nice, warm, fresh, lovely, grippy tyres on your outlaps. Here's the battle for second in LMP2.
It's the
has changed,
car ahead. Thomas Laurent.
And this is where... Oh, and Phil Hansen got held up behind the Red River Racing Ferrari. And Thomas Laurent did not. He saw that was coming. Hansen probably did as well, but had nowhere to go.
Here you see it on on board.
And that's what happens when you can keep it buried up the hill, and the guy in front has had to have even the tiniest breath off the throttle to avoid ramming a Ferrari from behind.
Yeah, but may I say that Hanson's dropping back a lot. I know that they told Duncan that they were quite confident and everything else, but now they're also racing Signatec Alpine. It's not just looking at Fritz van Aert, it's a whole different dynamic.
Formula E champion Antonio Felix da Costa has taken over the 38 Jota car. Let's get to Brendan Hartley at Toyota with Duncan Vincent.
Brendan Hartley, the driver of the number 8 Toyota. Brendan, you have had a few issues today with the car, and I believe it's energy recovery.
I mean, for the most part, it's been fine. We had a couple of issues, once exiting the pit lane, one entering the pit lane. I think Seb exiting the last corner. It's when we lowered the battery. Let's say we had a bit of a bug in the system that we couldn't re-accelerate. So, yeah, it's cost us a little bit of time today. Maybe the other car was, well, they gained the gap during this time when I couldn't accelerate out the pit lane. But yeah, it's been a hectic race with the weather. I was in the car when we had the very heavy downpour. Yeah, the eyes were wide open, but I still couldn't see anything. So it was tough for everyone out there. And actually, I'm quite amazed that we didn't see a big crash in that little time, because it was pretty sketchy out there. And so far, we won 2. It's going clean, and it looks good. Yeah.
How was your car in the low drag configuration in those horrible conditions?
It's probably not ideal to have the low downforce, but on the other hand, we have 4-wheel drive. So I think, you know, it balances. I think having 4-wheel drive in these conditions is definitely an advantage for us.
Thank you very much, and the best of luck.
I love that statement. It's probably not ideal.
Not only is he the master of understatement, he is the king of the curate's egg. If the back of the car is on fire, but the front's still pretty good. He has a positive take on everything. Yeah, ooh is right. Swerving through traffic.
Threading the needle there.
Yeah. Through the GT Pro lead battle went which of the 2 Toyotas? Number 7. That was the race leader, Pachito Lopez. I think he thought perhaps that he was going inside, and then thought that the Aston Martin was going to go inside, and so he chopped to the outside. But again, that's why they get the big dollars, to make those decisions in traffic and avoid hitting slower moving objects. And for the Aston Martin, he will probably be very happy that Toyota has gone by as well, so he can just continue to hold the bait tantalisingly in front of the Porsche driver, while yet not opening the door at all.
Back to Formula Deja Vu again, GT Pro, and this battle continues. Just a quick word about that LMP2 battle. 32 seconds now back from Job van Uitert for Phil Hansen, with 2 cars between him.
Yep.
But can't recall whether it was yourself or Alan saying, big issue here is the Signatec car.
Yep.
They do not have quite as, how can I put this, imbalanced a crew as perhaps the lead team does across the 3 drivers.
It's less an issue giving away time to Racing Team Netherlands, although, as Alan pointed out, you never want to give away any time, because you never know what might be coming. Rain, accident, hail, blah, blah, blah. But you're right, you know, it's a very strong crew at Signatec Alpine. Let's take a look again at where Pachito Lopez goes. Inside the Porsche, Porsche moves away. OK, so it's inside outside. And actually, that was a Daytona banking swippy-swappy that Ari Leyendijk and the likes will be very happy to witness. And in fact, that was never in question. That possibly may be infringing the track limits there.
Just a tad.
Whoa!
Front wheel, beautiful.
If your wheels aren't on the ground and you go
That's
over
okay, you've not actually touched the track limits there.
May I say, the chap's in the right place, but the rallycross circuit's over the other side.
It's going the wrong direction.
Spa, wrong track.
Wrong direction, and that was the Gulf Racing Porsche. Still Andrew Watson. Is his radio broken? Is he?
Come in.
Are they not going to get it yet? Come in, number Gulf Racing number 68. Are you in trouble?
We're going to have to see Mike Wainwright back in that car at some point.
Yeah.
I think he did a short spell at the start of the race, but it's been a good run in Gulf Racing. Led the race more than once this afternoon.
Yeah, Mike started, then Ben Barker had a short shift, and I think Andrew Watson's doing the heavy lifting here in terms of not being out of the car for a while.
I'll wait till Al's finished with...
he's fiddling with something else, isn't he?
I think Ben did a double.
Possible. Alexander Lynn in the Aston Martin behind the red Ferrari of Miguel Molina. This is 71 versus 97 for 4th place. Lin's got a good run out of Eau Rouge. Here we go. It was a decent run from Molina. Has Alex got enough speed on the overlap? Hasn't got any fan boost. He's going the long way around the outside. It's dry. That's the grippy line. He's intimidating the Ferrari. The mirrors touch. The Ferrari runs out of road. And Alex Lin is still there. Great pro racing. No quarter given, none asked. Both retain their mirrors, despite both of them having a little wobble there. And that was very well controlled by both men. Fantastic action.
Yes, Grand describes the quality, touring describes the sort of racing you're seeing there.
Yes, absolutely. And the leader coming up behind this battle in GTE Pro as well. So Alex Lin in the Aston Martin, harassing Miguel Molina for 4th position. Had a really good run down the hill through Eau Rouge and up the other side. And this was the end under braking. Watch the mirrors.
Biff. Bink. You can tell there from that the mirrors on the Aston Martin are made of sterner stuff.
But a willow that waves in the breeze will last longer in heavy weather than a tree that doesn't. So flexibility is not necessarily a bad thing. Around the outside goes the Toyota, and they have plenty of flexibility to pick and choose a line. In fact, it was the number 8 car, Kaz Nakajima, that went by them there. Fritz van Aert, Duncan reports, is getting ready to take over. We are inside the final 2 hours of the race. Minimum for a driver in LMP2.
1:15.
There you go. So he's got more than enough time to do his minimum and possibly stick the Ed van der Garde in for a run to the flag if they can charge for a podium spot.
Yeah, needs to do 2 full fuel stints aboard the car.
Yeah.
Thomas Laurens just 30 minutes into his first stint in the 2nd place Significant Alpine, and Pierre Rag has still got to do 20 minutes, so you know, 3/4 of a stint in his side. But Pierre Rag's last stint was actually a pretty good one. It wasn't as if it was off the pace at all.
No, not at all. Whistling down is Nick Foster in the black Eurasia Motorsport car.
Good run through Eau Rouge and Radion this time for the Aston Martin.
Here we go. He's closer earlier this time. And Miguel Molina has to plant the car very firmly, middle and leg, but Alex Lin has got by.
That was beautifully done.
Yeah. Again, it starts on the run out from La Source. Just get that momentum up behind the Ferrari, and clearly Alex knew that's where he had an advantage, and you've got to use it where you've got it. Through a little applause from the Aston boys.
Whatever happens, by the way, in LMP2, we are going to see Paul di Resta push hard.
Yeah, possibly. I think there's an evens bet on that.
I thought so.
98 Aston Martin, which is running 10th in GTE AM, is in the pit lane. Now Augusto Farfus brings the car in. It is chasing the Red River Sport car of Johnny Molan. So let's wait and see whether Augusto hands over. Paul Dall'Anna, I think, has probably done his time in the car. They haven't released their gun driver. You see what I did there? Much as I hate that phrase. Ross Gunn has not had a go in the car yet. I sense that he might be about to. And that gives Ryan Cullen in the 37 Jackie Chan Racing team car a spot. Moves up to 27th overall, just ahead of Ross Gunn as they recover from their brake fires. Ross Gunn is coming out in the 98 Aston, and he will probably run to the end of the race.
Locked and loaded.
Yep. Nicky Teams still leading and still dragging the lure for Michael Christensen, but the gap is now out from 0.5 to 1.3 seconds. So Nicky saying, can I lean on these tyres? And being given the go-ahead is leaning fully on them. And look at Christensen, cuts fully across there at Radion. And so he has not got the tyre to keep pace with the Aston Martin, even by trying to straight line Eau Rouge Radion.
Yeah, he charging Kazuki Nakajima, closing on this pair. 2:04.3 for Nakajima, closed up 3 seconds on that lap.
And a purple first sector for Kaz Nakajima, so perhaps the best track conditions matched with a lower fuel condition in the Toyota that we've seen all the way through the race. The Toyotas are definitely quicker than the LMP2 cars in these conditions. Andrew Watson being given a black and white flag for abusing track limits, not only 4 wheels inside the line, but 4 wheels off the ground inside the line. Is that a double warning?
I think it should be an applaud.
It should negate a warning.
Nicky team's just edged away a little bit.
Yeah.
Aston's have came into their own, really, at this point. You know, Porsche were clearly there in qualifying. Maybe slightly different tyre strategy. In terms of the beginning of the race, they were a little bit better. Aston's dropping back, but at this point of the race, which is going to be honest, be the critical point in the race because it leads towards a checkered flag. Looks like Aston's have got a slight edge.
They could yet end up with 2 cars on the podium unless weather, accidents, fate, and all the other stuff intervene. Looks like they may have the pace too.
Nicky team, never someone who doesn't enjoy racing, but he's just seemed to come back into this with real spirit. We said at the qualifying show, new dad during lockdown, welcome to Isaac team. And he's up for this fight, isn't it? There's something about the tone of voice.
And so is Phil Hansen. Phil Hansen is now back into Phil Hansen mode, isn't he?
I think he's been told
to hurry up.
Yes.
Yeah, but surely you would tell him to hurry up before he lost second place. He is now closed right up again on Thomas Laurent. Maybe there is something in the balance of the car that is just starting to work better now.
Yeah, they don't have a heck of a lot of fuel load on the car, so it's not really a big fuel effect. However, it does have an effect, there is no question.
I wonder if they had maybe a slightly too low tyre pressure early in the stint on those slicks, who knows? Because he was giving away time early in the stint, and he's making it up late in the stint.
No more rain expected, hearing from weather forecasting.
Hearing from the pits, Duncan saying that Michael Wainwright's getting ready to jump into his Gulf Racing Porsche, number 86.
Yep, I finally managed to get the solution to unglue Andrew Watson from the seat. Sometimes you do think that drivers just don't want to stop doing what they do, especially now. It's been 6 months. Do I really have to give a car to my teammate? Yes, I'm afraid you do. Those are the rules. Alessandro Pierguidi. Yeah, Pierguidi. How much does James Collado have to drive in that car?
1:15.
Okay, so there's an hour and 45 minutes left. I did sort of suggest they might split it 3 hours and 3 hours. I think clearly Alessandro Pierguidi is going, I'll do 4 hours 35, you can do 1 hour 25.
So Mike Wainwright just needs to do about 18 minutes in this car to fulfill his...
Which is half a stint, so he'll do a stint. Or will he? It depends where they are, and it depends what they'll lose in 1 extra pit stop compared to what they might gain in terms of pace for putting Ben back in.
Yep.
I mean, there's because of our different wet weather periods and safety cars and so on, there are all sorts of imponderables. Felipe Fraga in second place. Matt Campbell now down to third. Oh no, still in third. It was Charlie Eastwood who was trying to catch Matt Campbell, wasn't it, from behind? He's lost a bit of ground for TF Sport, but Matt Campbell closing in on Felipe Fraga for second in the GT Pro class. Still a Ferrari leading the sport, despite the fact that Porsche qualified 1, 2, 3. Baikonurs are back into the pit lane, and so too is the Gulf Racing Porsche of Andrew Watson.
Excuse me, just clarify for me that we have only had Alessandro Pierguidi in the 51.
As far as I'm aware.
Okay, so if he hasn't got out, if my memory serves me correctly, when I was a little boy and used to race in these vehicles, you had a regulation that you couldn't do more than 4 hours in any 6-hour rolling period, which would mean that he cannot run more than 4 hours in the car, and we are now with 1 hour and 44 minutes to go, so we add over 4 hours.
Well, that's why we need a professional racing driver with all that sort of information at his fingertips. Alan is going for the book. Meanwhile, Philip Hansen is going for the Cinetec Alpine car. Whatever ailed Philip Hansen, I don't think it was inability to drive early in the stint. He certainly showed last week and throughout the early part of this race that he is just as quick as he was, but well, Paul de Rester is getting suited up according to Duncan. He's tapped into the Scottish grapevine. Do they have grapevines in Scotland? The Scottish I don't know. And Paul di Resta is getting suited up, ready to take over from Phil Hansen. But there was more than a Phil Hansen issue in that car, more than take it easy, more than just relax. There was something that was not quite right at the start of that stint that is definitely much more right at the end of it, Graham.
One correction before we get into the investigations with Inspector McNish in the regulations. It is a minimum driving time of 40 minutes for a professional driver in GT Pro.
But surely Alessandro Pierguidi can't do 5 hours and 20 minutes and then just give it to James Collado for 40 minutes. I mean,
I thought not.
That's going to end up in proper handbags. James Collado has also been waiting 6 months to drive a GT car for Ferrari. All right, he has raced other things in between, but he has been waiting a long time. Fritz van Aert takes over our race leader in LMP2 from Joop van Uitert. And with an hour and 42, he must do an hour and 15 of those minutes.
Loses the lead in the pits. Through goes the first and second place cars, 36 and 22.
And we will soon see a Canadian racing driver in WEC because Bruno Spengler has taken over the wheel of the number 4 by Collins car.
We've already seen a Canadian racing driver, Paul Dell'Anna.
Indeed, but not in a prototype. Yep. When was the last Canadian to drive a prototype? Yeah, off we go. Answers on a WhatsApp. No, not WhatsApp. On a postcard, please.
Jacques Villeneuve.
Oh, that was a while ago, wasn't it?
Yes. Bill Adam before that.
Possibly not Bill Adam just as the last Canadian before Jacques Villeneuve. No, don't be silly. Don't be silly. Oh, now you've really... No, now you've really...
I'm now going to have to look... You realise I'm going to have to Google racing drivers in check shirts. You realise that?
Plaid, not checked, plaid. Because lots of Bavarians wear checks as well. The battle for second, for the lead, I beg your pardon, in LMP2 is now fully joined. Thomas Laurent for Signétec Alpine, and this is the first time this car has led this race, pit stops notwithstanding. And United Autosport's Phil Hansen wants to go in to the pit lane as the race leader at the end of this stint. He is all over Thomas Laurent. Whatever Richard Dean, whatever line he has been spinning, it is not. We were just taking it easy because here comes Phil Hansen up the inside. Looking up the inside towards Stavelot, you can see the back of the Aston Martin in front being illuminated by the flashing lights of the 36 Signétec car. He puts the Aston between himself and United, and he hangs on for the moment. Thomas Laurent ahead of Phil Hansen, 2 young chargers in the LMP2 class, and the gap has opened back up, courtesy of that traffic, but Hansen gets by the 98 car, and Battle is, in fact, there wasn't a 98 car, it was a 95 car. 98 is ahead. Battle is rejoined down the hill. So they've gone by the lead Battle in LMP2, in GTE Pro, as they continue their lead battle in LMP2. And 35 seconds back in third place, Cool Racing's Antonin Borger. Now, they still need stops. Racing Team Netherlands with Fritz van Aert on board. And again, look how quickly Phil Hansen has caught Thomas Laurent. Don't tell me he was taking it easy. There was something fundamentally wrong with the balance of that car early in his stint, and whatever it was, what gets better later in a stint as the tyres wear, it tends to be pressure of the tyre going in early on. And Hansen, yeah, this is not the driver who was, who looked like he was asleep early on in the stint. This is definitely a little bit of an issue with the car. Whatever it was, it is definitely not an issue now. Car 22 must respect the track limits at T9, which in layman's terms is, the outside of Speaker's Corner, no name. Phil Hansen all over the back of the leader for LMP2, Thomas Laurent. And again, he is perfectly poised to start to climb the hill, Adam McNish, looking to try and make the pass for the lead. Here we go. And this may not be good timing to go down to Racing Team Netherlands. We'll hear, though, from Joop van Uitert, who's got out of the car that was the LMP2 leader.
Job van Uyter steps out, the number 29 racing from Netherlands car, and that was a very good stint for you. Tricky conditions, you had to deal with a lot in the car, but how was it?
It was, yeah, very tricky in the wet. Our tires were going off quite early already compared to the 22 car. Then I started to save them a bit more, and towards the end it was pretty good. Then when we went on slicks, like at the end of our stint was the right time. Track was quite dry. But we had a massive problem with the gearbox, and all things went actually quite wrong. But surprisingly, it went right from the outside. So yeah, we managed it all okay.
What's the plan for the team? Will Fritz take it to the end, or will he pit and let Guido take it to the checkered flag?
I know.
I love your honesty.
To get Fritz's minimum driving time done, and then we see. I think that Guido will do the last stint, or me. We have to see.
Okay, thank you very much and well done.
Talking of stint times, then, just for clarity, then Pierre Guidi can do 4.5 hours in the car, and the 4 hour in any 6 hour rolling period's actually gone. That's not in the regulations now.
Okay, so United Autosport's Phil Hansen did take the lead just as we were going there, because into the pit lane came Thomas Laurent for Signatech Alpine. So also making a pit stop, and now in third place overall, Bruno Senna has taken over the #1 Rebellion. Phil Hansen leads in LMP2. United Autosport's back at the top of the pile. They have done 5 pit stops. Cool Racing now up to second. They've done 7. Racing Team Netherlands with Fritz van Aert, they've done 6. They're in third. Signatech Alpine, Thomas Laurent stays at the wheel. He comes back out of the pits in 4th place after their 6th stop. 5th in LMP2 is High Class. 6th is Jota with Antonio Felix da Costa, the newly crowned Formula E champion at the wheel. And he and Chetilars and Andrea Bellicchi are trying to chase down the High Class racing car of Anders Fjordbach. And Antonio Felix da Costa, I think 2 or 3 seconds a lap quicker than Fjordbach, but he's got over a minute to catch. So that's going to be a long old chase. So here is Phil Hansen bringing in the LMP2 leader. They started on pole, and just some issue with the car in the last stint dropped them back, but now Paul de Resta gets back in. He will have to hope that the car is as quick at the end of this race as it was at the beginning. It certainly looked to be pretty much flying right at the end of the stint there for Phil Hansen. So Paul de Resta will take over. Gary Robertshaw there in the back of the picture, overseeing the engineering of this United Autosports team. He might be able to shed a little bit of light on it. Graham Goodwin.
As we watch the United team go to work, last Canadian prototype driver in the WEC came in 2015 in Bahrain, Chris Cumming at the Spa-Francorchamps.
Until the day I die, I could never have answered that question. That might have been one for Hindhoff, possibly. He was there, he might well have remembered it, I didn't. Thomas Laurent stays in at Signatech Alpine, heads back out of the pit lane. And Racing Team Netherlands' Fritz van Aert is now our race leader in LMP2. Pit stops for our outright race leaders. Both Toyotas are in. Whoa, and the United Autosports car comes out inches in front. Let's see if Paul can de-wrestle his way through here. Oh, goodness me!
Oh, wow.
Okay, that was exceptional stuff. Hats off to Thomas Laurent. That is proper cojones. And also for Paul de Resta under pressure. Wow.
Well, Thomas Laurent, after a fighting display last weekend in the European Le Mans Series, I think that's a calling card. Replaced as the test and reserve driver for Toyota. I wonder whether or not he's got another high-profile drive in prospect, but that was one heck of a moment.
Okay, here we go. So Laurent, 1 lap in on the tyres. Out of the pit lane comes de Resta. There he can accelerate. And Laurent's already coming flying down the hill behind him. Alan, this is great.
Yeah, well, Paul squeezed him across. Then Laurent went through the damp patch. And it was at this point I fully expected Laurent to back out of it. But he didn't. He just kept his foot in it. And both of them were able to nicely run around it. It was, yeah. Now let us watch it on board. We don't need to say anything. We just need to watch it. right in the mirror, just to make sure. Yep, job done, but the job might not be completely done. De Resta's coming back at him.
It ain't over, is it? Hour and 33 minutes of this knockdown, drag-out knife fight. Yes, Fritz van Aert leads in LMP2 at the moment, but will he be leading in another hour and a half? Can't see that happening. Paul de Resta will be very miffed at having been passed. And the team as well, thinking now, could we have found even half a second in the pit stop that might have made the difference? He's having a look straight away into La Source. Laurent goes out wide, tries to V off the corner and cut back. Here we go again. This is version 2.0.
No, he doesn't have the momentum. What he's got to do now is try to make sure that he can stay that close up through the hill, which is going to be quite difficult for him. He's had to lift out of it. The rest has got it done.
Fantastic racing, fantastic racing. This is Paul selling in the dummy. I'm not coming, I'm coming. Sends it down on the wet, but the critical area there, just where you need the maximum retardation, is just dry enough. And he moves up to second for the moment in LMP2. And as we reset, he is just under 20 seconds behind Fritz van Aert. So, breath there, let's look back at our GTE Pro Battle. When we last saw them, Nicky Thiem was leading Michael Christensen by a little over a second, having eked the gap out from half a second. Oh look, and here they are. Nicky Thiem is leading Michael Christensen by just a fraction under half a second. These two have been at it for about 30 minutes and must soon be due to head to the pits, Alan.
Yeah, they're coming up to it now. They've done 22 laps on this stint, so they're pretty close. In fact, the Porsche ducks into the pits now, coming towards Duncan. Michael Christensen is actually coming up to the speed limit line for the next stop.
Now that's interesting, because their maximum stint length will be 27 laps, so they've decided to come in now. They're back timing it from the end of the race, so they're assuming that 54, 53 laps left in the race.
And then you've got also a driver change going to happen there as well. There was a driver there ready to pop in.
So that'll be Kevin Estre, who started the race. Paul de Resta. Marco Sorensen due to take over the 95 as well shortly. Paul de Resta creeping away from Thomas Laurent.
Well, I'm looking forward to the next telephone call with Mr. de Resta and asked him how he got done round the outside of Eau Rouge.
Last lap round for Paul de Resta, 2:07.9. Last lap round for leader Fritz van Aert, 2:13.2. So 6 seconds a lap.
3 laps away from being a battle for the lead there. Yep. Lead gap overall has come down since that pit stop cycle. Was up to about 43, 44 seconds. 37.5 now with Jose Maria Lopez ahead of Kazuki Nakajima.
And you'd say that's plenty. He can't attack me from here, but we've still got 90 minutes of racing.
Yeah, I think it's a manageable gap by Jose Maria Lopez, there's no question. In the same way that, you know, here we have got another super slow-mo of the end of the battle around about the outside of Eau Rouge. This was an interesting one, actually, looking at it.
All 4 wheels outside the white line.
Yeah.
So wouldn't have been allowed to keep it.
I would have turned a blind eye if I was a steward on that one, applauding and thinking, by God, that was a good overtake.
Unfortunately, it's not a steward, it's a camera, which doesn't turn a blind eye. It's an automatic pin. However, just massive racing excitement.
De Resta has responded very well. Once he dived down the inside into La Source, he wanted to get that job done quickly, and then he started to disappear off into the distance, showing some of the speed that he had at the end of the pre-season when we were in Kota, and also what he had in practice as well.
Fritz van Aert is at the moment in the bus stop, piling down towards there. The second and third place cars. This is going to be a battle for the lead in LMP2 very soon now. Fritz van Aert has basically got to hang on here for about another 8.5 minutes. How long has he got still of driver time?
8.5 minutes. 90 minutes.
It's not long. And then it will be neatly 3 stints to the finish.
Inside 90 minutes here at Spa-Francorchamps, round 6 of the FIA World Endurance Championship, the total 6 hours of Spa. We are heading towards our final denouement. Toyota lead 1-2, Racing Team Netherlands with Frits van Aert at the wheel being caught fast by United Autosport's Paul de Resta and Senior-Tech Alpine's Thomas Laurent. That's the LMP2 battle as we ride on board with Laurent. In the GT Pro class, Alex Lynn's Aston Martin is now at the front of the field because the 2 cars that were battling at the front, 92 Porsche and 95 Aston, have both just pitted, a lap out of sequence with each other. And in the GTE AM field, Dempsey Proton's Matt Campbell got up to 2nd place in the class before pitting. The leader is still Nick Nielsen for AF Corsa Ferrari. Dempsey Proton, Team Project One rather, move up into 2nd place with a 57 car. There is your GTE AM leader. I'm Martin Haven, down in the pit lane. Duncan Vincent in the booth is Graham Goodwin and Alan McNish. And Alan, we have seen some vile weather and some fantastic racing so far in 4.5 hours of this race at Spa.
Yeah, we certainly have. The weather at the beginning of the race was torrential rain. It started behind the safety car, but since then it's dried up, rained again, dried up, and it looks like it's going to be a nice bright and sunny finish to this race. But the racing on track has been fast and furious. Different categories. This is a leader overall. It started absolutely last on the grid because it wasn't able to complete its qualifying due to laps disallowed from track limits. Got through into the lead of the race under the hands of Guido van der Garde and is now with the hands of Frits van Aert, basically, who is trying to do his timeline. He's got about another hour in the car.
So I misspoke. It's another hour to do from this point forward, and that's going to be too long, because 6 seconds behind him now is a charging Paul de Resta, 5 seconds a lap quicker last time around, and just another 2.6 seconds back for Thomas Laurent, also much quicker at the moment than the Dutchman.
Well, there you can see the Racing Team Netherlands car in the back of the shot. You can see Paul de Resta in the United Autosports car. So that is the gap, half the Kemmel Straight. In fact, that's not even half the Kemmel Street, that's half the Kemmel Street after the right-hand kink. So, yeah, distance in metres is not going to stay that big for long. And Frits van Aert will be very happy if they can hang on to a podium spot. I'm not sure his battle is with Racing Team Netherlands, with United Autosports or Senior Tech. They're looking further back perhaps at Cool Racing, who were in 4th but have now dropped back to 5th behind High Class, and Jota. It's those cars that might take a podium finish off them.
Yeah, I think if that's going to happen, it will be done not on pace, because we've still got some gentleman driver time to burn with High Class.
Yep.
I'd just like to point out, though, that Frits van Aert isn't actually going massively slowly.
Oh, no.
He's doing a good, strong pace. And so I think really it's the podium position. It's where we finish on the podium. As de Resta had a little bit of a sort of discussion there as he trying to get through traffic with the 77, who moved to block him into the Paul Frere corner leading onto the back straight.
Right, just a quick heads up. I sent Duncan in with an offensive strategy against Gary Robertshaw to say, come on, never mind we're taking it easy, we're quite comfortable. What was going on with Phil Hansen? They were doing severe fuel management at the beginning of Phil's stint. So the deal there is they were trying to get to a point where they had complete stints left before the end of the race. At least that's what they're telling us now, Alan.
No, I can understand that, but they were trying to save probably 3 laps, which round here, that's 21 kilometres. And that's a very difficult thing to do. They aborted it. They did 19 laps on the previous stint, which is roughly what, well, it's exactly what Thomas Laurent did. So they have now got a little bit of a splash to go. 2 stints and a splash between now and the end.
But the splash is more likely to be before the end rather than later. They may be saved if there's a full course yellow that saves a little bit of fuel somewhere. But so that was the deal. It wasn't just that they were quite comfortable with where they were. They were quite comfortable because they were going to a strategy, but the strategy was we need to try and feather-foot it a little, and obviously they released him towards the end of the stint. And again, going back to Fritz van Aert, you're right, he's not slow. If you were in the passenger seat of the car, you would think, OK, he's driving very quickly. What he's got behind him is an ex-Formula 1 driver. Fritz van Aert is not an ex-Formula 1 driver. So that's the comparison, basically. You've got a very quick professional racing driver versus a very quick gentleman racing driver. And so, in the end, the pros are going to win this battle, and behind him, young Thomas Laurent as well is closing in fast. So the battle is how much can Fritz stay ahead of high class, of cool racing, and of Jota. And that is going to be one for the Racing Team Netherlands pit wall, because time and possibly a slide rule might tell us, but I'm not clever enough to guess. Paul de Restre is now within striking distance and may make the move up to the bus stop. And Fritz isn't going to fight this over hard, because his job is not to lose time unnecessarily, and trying to hold off de Restre is losing time unnecessarily. He goes out wide, Paul can't quite get there, but maybe down at La Source. De Restre takes a good run out of the bus stop.
You know, this is spirited stuff from Fritz van Aert.
Absolutely.
It's not giving it away.
Well, he's racing for the lead.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I don't care who you are, Sunbeam. If you want to get by, you've got to get by. I'm not going to wave you by. Paul de Restre takes the lead, to a little ripple of applause there from United Autosports. And there is the Racing Team Netherlands garage. Again, their target, podiums, points. If they get to a position where they can win a race, and as they have done in European Le Mans Series racing last season, they will be absolutely overjoyed. And in a field that's this competitive, that will be a massive, massive boost. There behind is the 36 Senior Tech car. As you see, Jose Maria Lopez, the race leader, go by, the new leader in LMP2.
Also in that same shot is the next car along, which is the recovering by Collis in 7th, but with all three of these cars in its sights and going quickly.
Thomas Laurent will have to be careful here. If there's any contact with Fritz van Aert, then that will undo all the hard work for Senior Tech Alpine, because that will earn them a penalty. And you don't want to be doing that. Driver change at 97 in the pit lane, so Alex Lynn handing back to Belgium's Maxime Martin. Let's hear what the team have got to say as fresh slicks go on.
Brake really, really bad. Even though I come to pit on the whole straight, I arrive at the corner into the floor. Okay.
That is not good news. That was the voice of Alex Lynn on his in-lap. Even if I pump for the whole straight, the pedal still goes to the floor. That is not going to help them in the last 80 minutes of this race. On board again with Thomas Laurent, and again, Fritz van Aert. The line is good, the pace is good, his reading of traffic is good. Laurent is going to have to be clever here if he wants to find a way through.
Oh! That's a heavy impact. The car's rolled and back onto its wheels. That is going to be a safety car straight away. And it looks like the driver's okay sitting in, his head's moving around.
Yeah, shaking his head, and the safety car will meet the race leader. It is already sitting at La Source. The race leader will be told to slow right down. Yellow flags now. Can we get away without a safety car? Can we do it? No. Unfortunately, just a smidge too late to catch the race leader. The race leader will be told to slow right down. And that was a very high, that is, you know, one of the fastest points on the track. And there is Thomas Laurent.
The best news.
Yep. Well, we could see him shaking his head. Immediately the car came to a halt. And as you said, Alan, from the onboard, it very nearly went right over.
Here you see that the third car was a Collis, and Van Aert's just moved across to the line. Thomas Laurent got onto the bumps in the grass on the inside, and the car bounced into the barrier, onto its side, and then back onto its wheels again.
Big impact.
Yeah, just watch on board. Gets a run, Johnny Mollum in the red Ferrari there. Van Aert goes to one side, Laurent goes to the other, so he'll be out of sight of Van Aert at this moment in time, and just comes across. This is it. In fact, they touched. They did actually touch. It was the right front of Laurent to the left rear of Van Aert.
Whoa, that is a huge accident. Well, again, as you say, with the Red River Ferrari between them, Fritz van Aert, with very limited side vision, would not have been able to place where Thomas Laurent's car was and had to make the corner. You can't just stay out on the right there, or you're just going to go straight off at Blanchimont.
My guess is, with that impact, the safety light will have come on, the medical light will have come on.
Yep.
And I think at that point, am I right, he's got to wait for medical intervention before he leaves the car.
After a certain G-force impact, then a medical light comes on, which then is transmitted straight back to the medical car and the safety officials. And from that moment on, there's a certain procedure to make sure that the driver is okay. I remember we had this when Jose Maria Lopez crashed at Silverstone at the beginning. Here we see it again. So Fritz van Aert's just actually moving back to his line, at which point Thomas Laurent's already in there. He moves across to the grass to try to get out of it, lifts off a little bit, but the two eventually do touch.
Now, if Van Aert had come over a fraction longer, he would have been way off in the distance where those DHL signs are, completely missing any tyre walls. I mean, the car would have spun off as well. And all right, let's see what we can hear from Thomas Laurent.
Je suis désolé les gars. Putain, j'étais à côté de lui, j'étais vraiment à côté de lui quoi.
He's apologising, team, saying I was alongside him, and he was. But Alan, you know, how much sideways visibility have you got in these cars?
Very little, because you've got a big safety beam bar there for the driver. So in that respect, it's more of a racing incident than apportioning blame. And the first thing is, to be honest, I'm just very happy that Thomas Laurent is okay.
The other thing is, I wonder whether or not Fritz saw the Bicolis and thought that was the Signatec car. All he'd have seen was bright lights coming through where he'd have expected the Signatec to be, but further back.
Yeah.
I just think he was in a blind spot. I don't think he saw him.
Plus, it's not like driving a road car. You've got the hands device, which means you can't turn your head.
Or you don't turn your head at all.
Exactly.
You look in what is a tiny rear view mirror that shows you the rear wing, or alternatively, if you've got a camera in the car, which shows you out the back. But you know, it's a split-second decision there, and I think it was a case of being on a blind spot, and also certainly not an intentional move to try to block a car and put it on the grass, that's for sure.
Absolutely, he was just trying to survive the corner as well. So, very sad news indeed for Signatec Alpine's Thomas Laurent, as he has had a very high-speed accident up at Blanchimont. The car is wrecked, and the safety car is out. This is our fourth safety car of the race. We had 4 safety cars in last year's snow, rain, hail and ice race, and 2 full course yellows. We went briefly there to full course yellow. Was that a full course yellow or just yellow flags?
I think he went yellow flags and then straight to safety car. Yeah.
Well, so, yeah, okay, tough break, unfortunately, for Thomas Laurent. And again, I think if a driver of Alan's experience says you can't really apportion blame to either driver there, then I'm absolutely going to go for that. That was sort of the way it looked in real time, and the more replays you see, I don't think that you really can criticise either driver, one for having a go and the other one for not knowing that he was being had a go at.
Yeah, the best news, as Alan says, is it did look from the shots and from what we're hearing that Thomas Laurent is basically okay after a very, very big impact. Does, however, mean that that's another race that's not going to go the Signatec Alpine Elf team's way. They've not won a race this season, and it's the first season since 2015, their first entry into the World Endurance Championship. After there goes Thomas walking away, a little bit of a limp there.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. The way you get thrown around in the car, even though you're pinned in by the belts so that you can't even breathe properly, your legs get flapped around when you have a side impact like that.
No, it whacks your feet, actually. It's your ankles and your feet that get a bit of a bashing and a bruising. But he's walking out himself, first and foremost. He looks okay, he was alert and everything else, so that's a primary factor that we've got to be thankful at this moment.
Absolutely. The downside for Signatec is that's not just a crash in a race, that's a crash 4 weeks before Le Mans.
Yeah, and having just lost another chassis at Paul Ricard with the Richard Mille Racing team, with a very nasty accident for Catherine Legge.
Yeah. You've got to also consider in preparation for Le Mans the amount of spare parts you require and so therefore any incident actually depletes that, because he's racing for with an Orica.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, they've got a lot of Oricas preparing a lot of cars.
Well, I can tell you that when the day we had the incident for the Richard Mille Racing team, who, by the way, have another race to go before Le Mans, there were no spare chassis at Orica, which is just across the other side of the fence. The spare car for that team had to come from the Signatech stock.
Now, having just stopped the 57 Dempsey Team Project 1 car, rather, Felipe Fraga is catching the back of the safety car queue, but I'm sensing that they may have had to stop for fuel and taken a quick splash, because the safety car is out, hasn't been out for 3 laps, and so the pit lane was probably not open. In extremis, if the option is running out of fuel, you can come in and short fuel the car, but you will then have to come in and fuel properly. You can't do a full fuel stop. So they will have to have come in, and they may not be alone. If one car in GT needed fuel desperately, it's quite possible that maybe one or more cars in the category may have stopped on the same lap. So we'll wait and see. However, our GT Pro cars had predominantly all just stopped. And, of course, quite a lot of the LMP2 field had as well. For Paul de Resta, the race leader, Racing Team Netherlands, Frits van Aert right behind him on the road. There is your overall race leader, car number 7, that is Jose Maria Lopez. And again, a hard-earned and possibly gifted by a technological problem lead for the number 7 car has been eroded. It's down to 12-13 seconds over car number 8. Well, Duncan is down at the Senior Tech team with starting driver Andre Negrão. Let's see what they know.
Well, as you can imagine, the devastation inside the Signatech Alpine garage is huge. Everybody's shoulders down. But ultimately, Andre, everybody happy that Thomas walked away from that, because you don't have small crashes at Blanchimont.
Yeah, it was a big chance for him. He tried to overtake that car 29, and then he take also the GT, so the 29 doesn't see him, so push him a little bit to the grass. And of course he spun and crashed in a high-speed corner, but we spoke with him a little bit, and he's fine for the moment. Definitely have to go to the hospital now to recheck, but for the moment he's fine.
The big concern for the team is it's 4 weeks until Le Mans, and you have a very damaged chassis lying at the side of the track.
Yeah, well, for the moment we don't know yet what's going on in the chassis. Definitely, I think should be something not too good for us. We have 4 weeks until Le Mans, so a lot of work to do, and cross the fingers to everything goes in the good direction to make Le Mans right.
We're happy to see Thomas walking away from that, and thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Duncan. Thanks also to Andre Negrão for chatting to us. I mean, that
super guy, Andre Negrão, super guy.
You know, and lovely bunch of drivers. You know, great team and super professional, and a really, really ill-timed break for them. And again, you heard, you know, as Alan said, Andre saying, can't apportion blame to the 29 car. He clearly didn't see him. Wave around continues. TF Sport there, of course, to get waved by. GTE, AM and Pro cars getting waved by the leaders here, so they don't go a lap down.
Of course, this is going to close up that LMP2 battle.
The other thing it'll do is people that were on the margin for the fuel mileage, they then think back to the United discussion, saving laps to try not to have a splash and dash. That will bring people into play. We need to see how it works out, but I think it will definitely change the dynamic very slightly with a few cars.
Well, here's the remarkable thing. Behind the safety car, the top 5 cars, my apologies, the top 4 cars in LMP2, plus the Bicolis, 13 seconds.
Well, they're examining the tyre wall as well. It's not just cleaning up the debris, it's making sure that all the safety equipment is still in place and will do its job should somebody else be unfortunate enough to go off in the same position. It looked like the tyre wall had taken the impact fairly substantially and had bounced back, as you would expect it to, but you have to go and double-check these things. Eduardo Freitas, safety, 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 first, second and third.
Well, Frits van Aert is not losing any time. now, any silver driver will be able to do their time behind the safety car without loss.
One team that may be in trouble here is High Class Racing, because Mark Patterson's not been in the car. And I think he has to do an hour and 15 minutes. So has that safety car, because they couldn't pit to put him in.
Because the pits were closed as soon as the accident happened.
Yeah, Duncan, you said that Mark was ready to get in, wasn't he? Safety car queue goes by. Poor time to open Duncan's mic.
Sorry.
Yeah, you said that Mark Patterson was ready to go in. Pit lane is open now, though, I think.
Yeah, good work with the finger on the button there, Martin. The train's now passed. Mark Patterson was just ready to go. The guys were in the pit lane, the tyres were there, they were ready to pit, and then pits closed when that happened. So disaster for them. They're now looking a little bit lost in the pit lane. Patterson's coming back towards the front of the garage. And yeah, there's a bit of shouting across. You could probably look out your window and see it to your left down here, guys.
Yep.
You'll see the pit wall shouting across to the garage. They have got headsets on, but, you know, it's sometimes good to talk without a headset.
Now, I seem to recall there isn't a penalty for driver time 3 times the difference.
Well, now the question is, when were the pits closed? Because if the pits were closed before his driver time minimum would have been not possible, then they will claim force majeure. So we need to know the exact time that the safety car was launched, and if there was more than 1 hour and 15 minutes, then he's good.
If a driver does not achieve his her minimum driving time, a penalty will be imposed by the stewards up to disqualification.
Yeah. However, is there a codicil that if it is not possible for the car to come into the pits, you can only come into the pits when the pit lane is closed if you have an emergency level of fuel?
Oh, you can come in at any time, but you just have a penalty for it.
That is true. So what's the bigger penalty?
Disqualification.
Pit entry closed 11 minutes ago. 13 minutes ago. So he could have done it had the car been allowed to pit.
Yeah.
With a margin.
Okay, so they now will have to say to the stewards, we were coming in and the pit lane was closed.
I think the only thing they can at this point do is pit him as soon as it's open and plead their case. And that's a real shame because they're close, well, at the moment, in a podium position.
Now, we don't get any indication on our timing screens as to whether the pit lane is open or not. Cars come in the pits, but they can come in for fuel.
No, they can come in if you're
for a
running
short
low
stop,
or have a puncture. You can come in and do emergency repairs and then go back out, and then you have to finish all of those or fill completely once it is green flag racing again. So you do not get an advantage of having pitted under safety car.
Exactly.
Which would be the same for a driver.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So they could perhaps have... Can you do a driver change?
You can do whatever you want. You just have to take the penalty from it.
Yeah, no, but without a penalty, you can't do it. You can come in and put in 5 laps of fuel or whatever without a penalty.
No, yes, but you get the penalty when you have to do the pit stop after it's green flag racing again.
But you don't get an additional time penalty, no. So, but could you do a short fuel and change drivers?
I don't think so.
No, I wouldn't have thought so either. That seems to me like that would be gaining an advantage while the pit lane was closed also. So that will be one to go and argue later, I think.
Absolutely. While we're under safety car, a better offer on the latest Canadian in a FIA WEC race.
A better offer?
Jens Jensen, John Ferrano, Le Mans last year.
Oh, very good. Yes, there we go. Right, final bits to tidy up.
Oh dear.
I know.
It's never good when it's an entire wheel and bits on it. That doesn't look good, does it? That will not, as they say, buff out.
I've got to say, 280 km/h accidents usually don't.
Doesn't look any better. The second or third time of seeing it.
One thing I will say, the monocoque stood up extremely well. This is again on board, both sides of the Ferrari. coming back together.
I'd be prepared to put some substantial money that if you were to ask Fritz van Aert afterwards, he thought the car was delayed behind the Ferrari, and I think he saw the bicollis and thought it was that car.
Again, you know, he was out wide to go around the Ferrari. He was always going to come into the apex there of the corner to make it round at maximum speed. So he was on the line that he was expecting to take, and clearly had no idea there was another car there. And actually, he is quite fortunate that Thomas Laurent wasn't just a little further forward, another foot or two, Alan, a metre or so, and there would have been a much bigger touch on the back of that car, and Fritz may not have been able to catch that.
Actually, a metre or two, and it probably have got away with it, because it would have been side-to-side impact as opposed to rear wheel to front wheel. So the lighter section of one car touching the heavier section of another. And pits are definitely open. One car coming in. Well, I'd say pits are definitely open.
I'd say one car is coming in. I'm not necessarily sure that pits are definitely open. High class are in. Bicolles are in with Bruno Spengler. He's come and gone. It should be after 3 laps of safety car that
I think we've had 3
pit
now.
lane is open. So high class racing driver change. Anders Fulbach is out.
He's just done 3 stints, Anders Fulbach.
Yep. So that's Mark Patterson then getting in to try and complete his driver time, as we were talking about earlier on.
TF Sport, Charlie Eastwood in. I think he'll be continuing in that car, though. I don't think there'll be any driver change there.
So fuel only for Charlie Eastwood.
Fuel and tyres on the high class.
Yeah, you want to give your driver the maximum opportunity. So, decent rubber, full tank of fuel.
Oh, door issue there. Not a big problem because he'll just run up to the back of the safety car anyway, so you can take an extra second there. It's not so critical. He's now running off down the hill.
Well, no play today at the Ageas Bowl in the second test between England and Pakistan, but rain has not yet stopped play here. We've got an hour and a minute to go in the total 6 hours of Spa. Round 6 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Round 6 originally was due to be Sebring, but that seems to be a very long time and a very different world ago.
One sad record that's just been broken. We'll come to that after we've listened to the 92. Kevin Estre at the wheel.
Okay, Kevin, so we expect to pit this lap, we expect to pit this lap. You stay in the car, this should be our last stop. We also expect a busy pit lane. I confirm we box this lap, Not be box this lap, we should be smart on the fuel because the Aston has 1 lap left.
Alrighty.
Okay, just about to add from our good friend Alex at WEC Data Twitter feed. Afraid that huge accident for Thomas Laurent signals the end of the longest uninterrupted race point scoring streak in the championship's history. 36 races, rather ironically.
Wow.
Having scored points at every race for the 36 car. That started at the 6 hours of Nürburgring in 2015.
Into the final hour of the total 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, and a busy pit lane as everybody now heads in behind the safety car, 4th safety car of the race, and the first time we have had, well, second time we've had one for an incident, twice for rain, once for Paul Dall'Alana beaching his car in the gravel, and once now for a high-speed incident for the Signatech Alpine car of Thomas Laurent, who hobbled away but seems to be okay after the accident. 17 cars are in, neither of the 2 Toyotas are in, but fuel and a little squeeze for the 92 Lollipop Man. As the 92 Porsche goes in, 91 comes in past him. 92 goes out, 91 comes in. And almost all the GTE Pro field has stopped for fuel. Almost everybody in GTE AM has stopped for fuel. Racing Team Netherlands have stopped for fuel as well. Frits van Aert remains in the car. So, Alan, this is the sort of time where brains are working overtime, trying to work out, right, if we stop right now, then what does the rest of the race look like? Talking to Alex Stalig, who you just saw a little earlier with the boss of the Porsche GT program, he said, we'll judge full course yellows whether we stop or not on how the strategy is. He said safety car, fuel stop is a no-brainer.
At the end of this lap, safety car in at the end of this lap.
Lights off on the safety car. Clean-up operations after Thomas Laurent's accident have been concluded. We have just under an hour to go in Spa. Toyota 1-2 from Rebellion in third place, making a pit stop in LMP1. United Autosports lead Cool Racing and Racing Team Netherlands in LMP2. It's Aston, Porsche, Aston in GTE Pro. It is Ferrari, Porsche, 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 Porsche in GTE AM. No more rain is forecast. Hopefully there will be no more safety car interventions. We should be set for a fascinating run to the flag. In the pit lane is Duncan Vincent. In the booth here at Spa-Francorchamps, Graham Goodwin, Alan McNish and me, Martin Haven, and we are getting ready to go green with Jose Maria Lopez trying to make sure that he can jump away at the front of the field and open up what is now down to a 3-second margin over teammate Kazuki Nakajima in the number 8 Toyota.
92 and 95 have rejoined this train as well. So it's going to be a 3-car battle in GT Pro again.
And nose to tail in the queue, United Autosports and the Jota car. Yeah, that is Antonio Felix da Costa, the blue and yellow car, trying to unlap itself from the United car. And Paul di Resta has probably been told, Paul, that is not for position, allow him to go. The Formula E champion has a mission here for Jota to try and get themselves from 5th to 4th and possibly even on a podium. Meanwhile, in GT Pro, the Aston Martin comes piling down the hill. Kevin Estre goes inside that black Golf Porsche. And 2 Aston Martins side by side as the 95 car goes by the 98 AM category car and also runs the curbs to go by the Golf Porsche that Mike Wainwright has taken over in the AM category. So 92 Porsche having just stopped like everybody else. Maxime Martin leading in the 97 Aston, but we heard Alex Lynn saying, even when I pump the pedal all the way down the straight, the pedal goes straight to the floor. And if we heard it, Alan, Porsche will have heard it as well.
Everybody's heard that one. That isn't a good situation. Here, when you need a lot of confidence on the brakes, there's 2 huge stopping points, and that's into the bus stop and also into La Source, where it's very easy to snatch a break. And that's 2 good overtaking opportunities as well. Toyota 7 and 8, that's the 8 car, which is 4 seconds off. And you see Antonio Felix da Costa has disappeared from Paul di Resta. He's up ahead of one of the cars. Now, the thing there is he's trying to make sure that if there's another safety car, then he can unlap himself and get onto the back of that lead battle in LMP2. So that's the reason da Costa's going for it. Not that he thinks, all right, we can get back into the race and pull a complete lap back. He's thinking, well, if there's another safety car, I want to at least be in the position of it. Right now, he's between the 2 Toyotas. Number 8 behind, number 7 up ahead. The 2 Toyotas, by the way, they didn't stop because they'll do another 7 laps or so in this, and then that'll allow them 1 stop to go all the way to the end of the race. Both cars on exactly the same pit strategy right now.
On board with the number 8, there's the Jota car in front of Antonio Felix da Costa. And as the hybrid boost comes in, just shooting ducks in a barrel, straight by he goes. Kazuki Nakajima down through Eau Rouge and climbs over Rédillon. Into the pit lane comes the Cool Racing car from 3rd in LMP2, Alexandre Coigny. He's experienced some of the worst of conditions and now some of the best in this 6-hour topsy-turvy race. TF Sports' Charlie Eastwood on the heels of Ricardo Sanchez, that is. Jeroen Bleekemolen's taken over the 57 Team Project 1 car. This is the battle for 5th position. Again, TF Sport have led, have been last in class just about, and are back up, trying to fight their way into contention in the final hour, Graham.
The push from Antonio Felix da Costa puts him through with a 2:05.601. For comparison, that's 0.2 slower than the lead Toyota right now, and it's quicker than Rebellion.
And it's 4 seconds faster than Paul Di Resta, but admittedly Di Resta's looking at a different race and not really Da Costa.
Gulf Porsche changing drivers, so Mike Wainwright has completed his driver stint, and I imagine Ben Barker may be the guy put in. He started the car in the rain, and he might be in there at the back at the end of the race. TS Sport Aston goes by, so after Ross Gunn took it over earlier, Charlie Eastwood doing the final hour, it would seem, and he moves in front of Ricardo Sanchez. Ahead of them up the road by 12 seconds is Jeroen Bleekemolen, but Bleekemolen within a second of his own teammate Lawrence Hur in the 56 Team Project 1 car.
Well, that's not going to be team orders there. That's two completely different teams under the same awning.
Yeah. So the 56 car, Lawrence Hur in the Mentos car, and the 57, which is the purple Wins car with Jeroen Bleekemolen.
And what you said about the driving time of Mark Patterson, and their car is under investigation for that pit stop under the safety car period, which I can only think is related to the driver change and the driving time of that.
Now, did they stop under the safety? They didn't stop under the safety car. They stopped after the safety car.
That's what it said. Under safety car was the.
Did they come down pit lane
and then wave it by? I'm not sure. They were clearly confused. Nico Lapierre has taken over the 42 Cool Racing car. Again, they've dropped back to 4th place behind Mark Patterson. They sense there is a definite chance of a podium and maybe even 2nd place. Fritz van Aert lies 2nd in LMP2. Paul Di Resta is the race leader in LMP2, and still Aston versus Porsche versus Aston versus Ferrari is the story in GTE Pro. Five dramatic hours so far in the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, round 6 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. After 2 baking hot weeks, rain on race morning within half an hour of the start. The first time the cars had even fitted wet weather tyres. We started behind the safety car with the track absolutely awash. So awash that the Cinetec Alpine car had spun, leaving the pit lane, coming down the hill towards Eau Rouge. As we got racing underway after 5 laps behind the safety car, the Rebellion, starting from pole position, was quickly overwhelmed in the slippery conditions by the all-wheel traction of the hybrid-powered Toyotas, number 8 taking the early lead from number 7. In fact, the Rebellion would drop back down to 4th place, being passed even by the Bicoles. In LMP2, honours were a lot more even. Pole Sitters United Autosports led early on. Racing Team Netherlands starting on the final row of the grid. But as everybody tried to sort out the different grip levels on this waterlogged circuit, we had epic battles all the way through. In GTE, Ferrari had started at the back in the Pro class, worked their way through to the front as the race continued in streaming wet conditions. Alessandro Pierre Guidi doing the early stint, 2nd safety car of the race, and that was for Paul Dalla Lana on an outlap on slicks on a drying track going off in the gravel. The Toyotas continued to battle themselves as Guido van der Garde came from the back to the front in LMP2, last LMP2 car on the grid, passing the pole sitter in slippery conditions. An epic couple of stints from van der Garde brought them from nowhere right into contention. 51 Ferrari, Alessandro Pierre Guidi still apparently super glued to the seat, yet more pit stops, he stayed in. Racing Team Netherlands battling with United, and 36, the Cinetec Alpine car, also battling with United, having stopped a lap earlier. Thomas Laurent putting in a heck of a move on Paul Di Resta, who came fresh out of the pits. Door handle to door handle through Eau Rouge, over Rédillon, and just phenomenal racing, clean, precise, ultra-professional and respectful. A lap later, and Di Resta grabbing the lead for United Autosports. And this time, Laurent had nothing he could say about it. Then trying to get by Fritz van Aert on the grass at one of the fastest parts of the track. A huge accident. Thomas Laurent was able to walk away. The car is no more, and that brought out our 4th safety car of the race, just on the edge of the final hour. In GTE AM, Nick Nielsen leads for AF Corsa. In GTA Pro, Maxime Martin for Aston Martin. United Autosports lead LMP2, Toyota 1-2 overall. So we're in our final hour of the Spa 6 hours. Martin Haven, Alan McNish and Graham Goodwin. And finally, Graham, James Collado has been allowed to drive the Ferrari that he nominally shares with Alessandro Pierguidi.
He was actually in the car when we were discussing that, but the lead gap under 2 seconds now after that last safety car. Kojima pushing hard.
Gulf Racing car in the garage. Ben Barker had taken it over. I'm not sure it left the pit lane though. Ross Gunn has gone back out. Right, so he's come back in. Ross Gunn has gone back out in the 98 Aston Martin. And the final car in the race is the Eurasia Motorsport number 35 car. Roberto Meri again driving that car. Cinetec Alpine, the only retirement so far. Last year, despite the hail, the rain and the snow, Graham, all cars that started the 6 hours of Spa finished it. This year, we will have at least one that does not make it to the flag. But,
sadly so,
here is Maxime Martin versus Kevin Estre. That is the lead in GTE Pro. Toyota 1-2 ahead of Rebellion. United lead Racing Team Netherlands, High Class, Cool and Jota in LMP2 by Collers, of course, in 5th place. Overall is a P1 car. In GTE Pro, Aston Martin 97 leads the 92 Porsche by 1.9 seconds, and the 95 Aston is third. Ferrari's star is waning. In AF Corsa's favour, though, they are leading in the GTE AM cars from all the Porsches. And the TF Sport Aston Martin clawing its way back up the greasy pole towards a potential podium finish. But Charlie Eastwood has got to get by Jeroen Bleekemolen, which is not easy on any day of the week. Back with our lead battle now. We heard Alan McNish from the 97 team before they stopped that Alex Lynn was saying no matter how much you pump the pedal, it goes to the floor when you try to stop the car. Despite that, Maxime Martin seems to be holding off the Porsche moderately well.
Yeah, I was wondering why they were so quick, but maybe that's the secret of it, that the brakes aren't working, aren't stopping the car. But Kevin Estre is 0.6 of a second behind, but Sorensen in the other Aston Martin's catching quickly, and it's a couple of seconds behind as well. So it's going to be a three-way battle for the lead very, very soon. And at the moment, it's the Porsche and the Aston Martin sandwich.
Top three in GTE Pro. Aston, Porsche, Aston. Let's hear from the 92 car. What is Kevin Estre thinking?
So Kevin, we do not need to pass 97. We need to save fuel like you are. The fuel saving you're doing is perfect. Please continue.
Well, we do hear that quite frequently from Porsche. The engineers saying you're doing a perfect job saving fuel. Yes, but I'm really losing ground. You're doing a perfect job saving fuel. They are trying to make sure that they have one stop remaining and don't come up a lap shy.
But the last stop of the second place car, the 92 car, is under investigation.
Well, that won't be for speeding in the pit lane because it would have told us.
Yep.
So it will be for a pit stop infringement. Too many people over the line, not enough people over the line, i.e. no fireman, or visors not down, or earthing strap not, one of those. Oh dear, that's really tough
Well, it's really, really tough if it does produce a penalty, but what a mighty points haul for the championship that would give to Aston Martin.
Yeah, but you've got to say that the pit lane here it's a big pit lane, but it's actually quite busy with the size of those cars. We've seen a couple of cars having to be pulled back in that respect as well, just because positioning. It's the part of the actual event, though, so it's the same for everybody.
Now, remember when we were watching the pit stop, the 92 Lollipop man had to jump out of the way as 91 came in. Now, that can't be a penalty for 92, but there was obviously something else there. But that, again, that underlines the point of just how busy it is, particularly when the entire field comes in and cars are garaged in pairs.
It could be unsafe release.
Well, the other thing I was going to say here is, I think it was the 92, when they were talking to the driver, that was actually saying, said to the driver, remember, it will be a very busy pit lane.
Yep.
Could that be the genesis of what could be trouble ahead for, I'm afraid, the second car in this battle? What a great battle it's been.
GTE Amley battle is a humdinger as well. Nick Nielsen in the black and white, and Tricolor AF Corsa Ferrari leads from Matt Campbell in the Dempsey Proton 77 car that started on pole, don't forget, but Campbell warned about track limits. Well, 92 hasn't been released there, so how was that a penalty for 92? Was he not in his box?
He wasn't released.
He wasn't released because they weren't
said
ready
the
to
pit
release
stop of the 92.
Yeah.
So it didn't say that it was related to the 92, it said the pit stop of the 92. So I presume, and can only presume, it's about that particular situation.
Yeah.
Let's wait. We'll have to wait and see.
We'll wait and see. Things will develop. What have Aston got to say? Here's Team 95.
Hey Marco, we are tight on fuel. We are tight on fuel. We need to try to do fuel save. Try and do a bit of fuel save. We are pushing for 92 to have a penalty.
Excellent. It's an American Le Mans Series race. We've got a fuel race on our hands. Hooray!
Yeah, but the engineer should never have really said that in the radio, that they're pushing for the 92, the Porsche, to have a penalty. That probably wasn't strategically the best.
The title of the guy with the lollipop is the car controller. Did he release that car?
It didn't move.
No, the car didn't move. That's a different thing. He actually had the lollipop up and then danced round, but the lollipop was up, which is a release of the car. If the car moved or not, it's a different point. So it could be related to that. I
think it's exactly that. I think the driver may have thought that was the signal to go, but it wasn't. It was him diving out the way. It's unsafe release. I suspect is what they're looking at. What a hard call that one is.
Now, you know, as a punter, I would say unsafe release would have been if they'd released the 92 as 91 was swinging in and they somehow managed to avoid an incident. 91 almost taking 92 Lollipop Man's legs off. Doesn't seem like you're
No, it's not that. 92. It's the 92. The 92 was not under the control of the car controller. That's the point. The car controller's job is...
He was jumping for his life.
Yeah, I think, like, it was clearly quite a squeeze in the pit lane, and it was closer than expected. They're all fighting for a position. I think we've got to leave it down to the stewards to make the judgment and decision, because they'll look at it, review it, and see it from also the different angles from the cameras they have as well. Toyota in the pits.
Plus, we're guessing it's for unsafe release. It might be for something entirely unrelated with too many people or any other thing. Eurasia Motorsport have left the pit lane, by the way. The 35 car now has Nobu Yamanaka at the wheel in slightly more favourable conditions than he was trying to drive the car earlier, the poor chap. And in comes the 8 car. Now, this is a lap before 7 comes in. This is the first time they have not stopped on the same lap. So, has Jose Maria Lopez held the lead and been abstemious with his fuel load?
Jose Maria, he's done 21 laps on this stint. Nakajima's just done 21, but he's on the out. He's actually doing a 22nd, which will mean that there is a chance for Buemi to undercut with a fresh tyre. However, then Jose Maria Lopez, or if they change driver, will have less fueling time as well. So it's going to be pretty tight out of the pits.
Let them race. So it is Seb Buemi.
And I have to say that it's been a clean lap so far for Jose Maria Lopez. He's now coming down to Pouhon, and he's got an LMP2 car and a GTE Pro up ahead of him. So I think he's going to have a pretty clean run at it. Whereas if we look at now Buemi going out the pits, he's got some GTE AMs that he will come into.
Well, he's going to get by them before he even gets down the bottom of the hill. He's got a brand new, straight out of the mould set of tyres, but you're right, there's another group of AMs at the top of the hill now as he starts to fly.
Oh, what a shame.
Come on, 40 minutes to go, and Baikoles really looking to put miles on this car before Le Mans.
Well, they've done that.
You know, they need to put as many miles on as they can. Bruno Spengler at the wheel. And the bodywork comes off. That's a real shame. They had electrical gremlins. Remember, Duncan told us about an hour and a half ago they were trying to manage it towards the end. Number 8 Toyota is in traffic. He's got by the crowd, or some of the AM cars, but he's now behind the 42 Cool Racing car, so that will slow him down a little.
Setelar car, it's actually the Setelar with Andrea Bellicchi at the wheel.
Leader is in. Jose Maria Lopez making what should possibly be the final stop for a Toyota with 38 minutes
It will be
to
the
go.
final stop. This will be to the end.
We've done 125 laps, or at least the leader has. And he hands over to Mike Conway. So they are giving this everything they can. Mike Conway started the car. Kamui Kobayashi took over. Both of them have dealt with wet and miserable conditions. So too has Jose Maria Lopez. Nobody's got fair weather only. And now in the...
door's not shutting.
Yeah. Conway's not in yet.
Yeah, the door's not shutting. He's tried to shut it 3 times.
Just double checking that, even though the crew member had changed it. Race leader is in overall. LMP2 race leader is in as well with Paul de Resta. And here comes the number 8 car. It will take the lead.
Nope. Look, there's the 7 guys to the pits.
Okay, so Buemi with 1 lap of hot tyre.
And the traffic that Sebastian Buemi had and the clean lap that the 7 had is the situation. That's the difference.
And right behind them was the battle for 3rd in GTE AM. There is your race leader. Paul de Resta will stay in. They will fuel him to go at the end. Gary Robertshaw there in a headset with the stopwatch, watching the action. New tyres all round, being filmed by Felipe Albuquerque, because he's got no more part to play in the race here, other than hopefully to celebrate victory at the end of it. And Racing Team Netherlands, Frits van Aert, still holding on strongly to 2nd place.
He's going to go to lead.
Yeah, he is. He's 16.5 seconds ahead of Mark Patterson, who's 3rd for high class. Nico Lapierre, though, is less than a second behind the high class car. So we've got all sorts of very tight battles shaping up here. 4 seconds 1st to 2nd. There is your new race leader in LMP2. Alan now goes back to the strategy software to find out when is the earliest he can stop, Graham.
Just a bit of an update. We've had a bit of traffic on social media. Some of you spotted it's in the aftermath of the incident that affected Thomas Laurent. There was a 2nd person receiving medical attention, not injured in the incident. It was a marshal feeling unwell when the medical crews arrived. Has gone to the medical centre, but thanks for your thoughts. All is well.
So, TF Sport have just moved up into 3rd place. So you see the red Aston Martin there. He's just got ahead of Jeroen Blekemolen. So how did that happen? Well, here is Charlie Eastwood in the red Aston. Running out wide is the Red River Sports of Johnny Molam. But Charlie Eastwood got ahead of Jeroen Blekemolen. First time of asking. It is now nearly a 2.5 seconds clear, Alan.
And you were asking how long Frits van Aert still got to go in the car to do the minimum time. It's about 4 laps that he needs to do. So about 8-9 minutes. And then he will have done his time. They'll be able to do a pit stop and then run it to the end with another driver in there.
Well, we hear from Duncan that is lambda sensor issues on the engine in the Baikoles car, and that is what determines the richness of the exhaust mixture, which tells you whether you're overfueling or underfueling, as every other digital car engine management system uses to figure out how well you're breathing. LMP1, 7 versus 8. The Toyotas now gap out from 4.2 to 5.9 in a lap. So Mike Conway pulling away from Sebastian Buemi, and Bruno Senna lies in 3rd place.
The exhaust is broken on the Bicola's car, and so they need to take the lambda sensors off to be able to do that.
Yeah.
That's...
So, yeah, well, again, like your road car, the lambda sensor is screwed into the exhaust, so if you change a bit of exhaust, the lambda sensor comes off with it. You just plug the new exhaust, new sensor attached to it, and fire it in. Final stop for Chettilar, top 6 run at the moment for Andrea Bellicchi and this crew. And also, they are within a lap of overhauling the Bicola's car for 9th place overall. So it's a top 10 finish at the moment. Here, though, is our LMP2 race leader, Frits van Aert. 2 minutes 13.4 last time round. In comparison, high classes Mark Patterson, 2 minutes 14.1, has now been overhauled by Nico Lapierre, who's doing 2:09. So Lapierre in the 42 Cool Racing cars moved up to 3rd. And Mark Patterson back to 4th place for high class. He's been caught by Antonio Felix da Costa, but Antonio is 35 seconds back in 5th position in the 38 car, plus 5, so that is 40+ seconds behind Nico Lapierre. That is a really tough ask to try and get onto the podium with one even Goodyear car. At the moment, though, Racing Team Netherlands 29, leading from United 22, Cool Racing in 3rd, and that is Geert van der Garde, ready to be dropped in at the last minute to do what he can, because that is not a 2.5 second margin any longer. It is down to half a second, it is down to 0, again in a battle for position in LMP2, and around the outside goes Paul de Resta. He takes the lead back from Frits van Aert, and Racing Team Netherlands have one more stop to do.
Yeah, and so does de Resta, though. We've got to remember he's done 22 laps on this stint, so I expect him to be coming to the pits at the end of the next one, most likely, and Frits van Aert won't be very far away from that as well.
So we could get a last half-hour dust-up between Paul de Resta in the United Autosports car, potentially with Geert van der Garde giving chase in the 29 Racing Team Netherlands car. Behind him, though, here comes Nico Lapierre, 3rd place, 3 blue lights, means he's 3rd in LMP2, and he, too, is closing in on Frits van Aert. And these guys at Cool Racing could well produce a big podium result for themselves.
I think both the 1st and 2nd in LMP2 will be pitting at the end of this lap.
What about Cool Racing? How much longer can they go? Cool Racing have made
got a little
9 stops.
They're a little bit different on their strategy.
Can they go to the end?
No, they
that
can't.
Could be drama.
They can't go to the end. There's about 16 laps to go, and they've already done 10 laps, so therefore they can't quite make it.
They'll be 2 or 3 short, unless...
Safety car.
Unless... Oh, my goodness, that could be entertaining. You see, they've made 9 stops, Cool Racing, 7 each for United, for Racing Team Netherlands, for High Class, for Jota, for Chettilar. So the cars that have struggled, 37 Jackie Chan DC Racing car, the brake balance valve stopped working. It, well, didn't stop working, it worked wrongly, pumped all the pressure to the back, so the rear brakes were just about the only retardation that they had. Set fire to them, they had a long stop. They are down, how many laps? 10 laps behind the leaders. They are 7 laps behind the LMP2 leader. Eurasia have struggled to find pace here, really. They've had a couple of problems. And, of course, the other LMP2 car that's out of the race, the only one that's out of the race, is Cineotech Alpine. Thomas Laurent having that big crash just before the end of the 5th hour that brought out the safety car. Toyota 1-2, and the gap remaining in the favour of Mike Conway, growing bit by bit. In fact, on the last lap, it grew by 2.7 seconds for Conway. So that's a big margin. Well, let's hear from Marco Sorensen. He is 3rd in GT Pro for Aston Martin.
Marco, fuel save is good. Fuel save is good. We need to do this for the rest of the stint. 35 to go, 35 to go.
Yeah, it's quite clear they're right on the limit of being able to make it with that car. Kevin Estre is in a slightly better position and a little bit further up the road, not very much. But the lead Aston Martin of Maxime Martino's 1 pit stop.
Well, we already heard Kevin Estre bring praise for his fuel saving. What are the teams saying now?
Are we okay on fuel? Continue like this. Continue like this. Heavy continue.
Okay, so he was asking, are we okay on fuel? Can I attack? And the answer was, no, you can't yet. But Nico Lapierre can, the team boss of Cool Racing. He's an owner-manager.
He's a shareholder.
He's a shareholder, so yeah, owner-manager, manager-coach, one of those footballing things. And certainly still no slouch behind the wheel. He wasn't accidentally a Toyota factory driver, was he?
I must apologise, I miscalculated on my driving time there, and so Fritz van Aert's got another 2 or 3 laps to go.
All right, so Fritz now still in a podium spot, and the next car behind him, High Class's Mark Patterson, is not catching. Let's hear from our leader in GTE. How's his fuel saving going?
Copy, you're doing a great job, Max, you're doing a great job. 32 race minutes remaining, but we'll have to splash for fuel.
Oh, okay, so everybody is doing a great job. Max Martin last time round, 2:17.2. Last time round, Kevin Estre, 2:17.2. Last time round, in third place, Nicky Team, 2:17.6. So they're all on the same pace, which is why the gaps aren't growing or falling. And they're all desperately trying to eke out 1 or 2 laps before the end of this race.
Yeah, but the issue for Martin there is that he could quite easily go from 1 down to 5th by a splash because of the pit lane delta. It's not the fuel time, it's also the time coming into the pit lane and going back out again.
Did he stop before the other cars?
Yeah, he did.
Right. Okay.
He's done 19 laps so far in this particular stint.
The safety car was 2 laps too short for him.
It's the only reason I ask is, it wouldn't be the first time a team has wrong-footed another on late fuel strategy.
What, on the radio by saying,
Really?
oh, we definitely need a splash? Yeah, no, well, I'm afraid we're going to have to splash. Okay, right, guys, don't worry. Now, again...
You can't wrong-foot them too much because everybody's got, you know, strategy software that tells you when everybody has done whatever.
And if we can read it, then...
They can.
Yeah, clever brains than ours, possibly. Apparently so. The real question, though, is we have still not heard no further action over the 92 pit stop. So Racing Team Netherlands are preparing a fully suited and booted Gallardo van der Garde. Here's Antonio Felix da Costa in the 38 car, the Jota Sport driver on Goodyear tyres. The other Goodyear car, of course, is Ho Pen Tung in the 37 car, way back down in 25th place. And he is still chasing High Class's Mark Patterson. He's still 25 seconds behind third place Racing Team Netherlands. So it's about a 24-second delta in the pit lane, which is, if you drive through with no other work done, that's what it costs you. So on top of that, they have to make a stop and put a short bit of fuel in. James Collado just holding off Jimmy Bruni, and James Collado getting fully 20 minutes in the car up to this stage in the race. Seems ridiculous that it's true, but it is. He was in just after the beginning of the final hour of the race.
It's Alessandro Pierguidi who was in the car for 4 hours, 13 minutes and 53 seconds.
Did he think he was driving home in it or something? It's a big road trip. James Collado hanging on ahead of Jimmy Bruni. Looks like Jimmy Bruni isn't doing much in the way of fuel save. And this is the battle for 4th place in GTE Pro. And of course, if 92 gets a penalty or 97, who leads, has to stop, then this might be a podium position. Almost definitely be a podium position if either of those eventuality happens. And if both of them happen, bizarrely, this might not be the battle for 4th, this might be the battle for 2nd.
Yeah.
So you know, every inch of racetrack on every lap of the race is fought over tooth and nail, because you never know. Down pit lane comes Fritz van Aert. His driving time has been, at least the minimum has been completed, and now with 25 minutes to go, Gallardo van der Garde is going to try and repeat what he did earlier on from the back of the field, not the back of the LMP2 grid, right up to the lead. He is going to try and wrestle this car right back into contention.
Just the Ferrari and the Porsche here that we're on board with Collado and Bruni. They're exactly on the same strategy to the end, so they'll run all the way to the end. New tyres at the last stop. And so therefore it's a pure battle for position.
Bit of clarification, by the way, from Toyota about the issues that we had earlier for It was the 8 car, wasn't it? Being told that it was going into some kind of safety or protective mode. They're not quite sure what yet. It'll be investigated after the race. Also reminding us, by the way, their team policy is that after the final position, they will hold a final pit stop. They will hold positions.
All right. 9 seconds is the gap between Conway now leading and Buemi in second. So that day is done.
This is a fantastic battle, though, and may well end up with a very significant podium result. And as a result, James Calado, after Alessandro Guidi, basically drove across the Alps all the way home through wind, rain, snow, and just about, well, not quite snow, just about everything else, is desperate to try and hang on. Bits of debris coming out of the arches of the 35 Eurasia car, driven by Nobu Yamanaka. And there is Fritz van Aert, looking fairly hot and relieved after another big, strong stint for him. Of course, he will be concerned for Thomas Laurent. He will have known on the radio that it was Laurent who was challenging him. Down the pit lane comes...
Cool Racing from second.
Lapierre from second. So United Autosports can go all the way, we think.
Yes, definitely.
Cool Racing have made their final stop.
Everybody can go now at the top of that.
High class with Mark Patterson now moving up to second ahead of Racing Team Netherlands and Jota, but a question mark over the fact that
driver time.
He has not or will not be able to complete the minimum driver time.
If you weren't with us during that period of time, it was pit lane closed for the safety car for Thomas Laurent's accident at the point at which they were about to pit to put Mark into the car.
Well, Duncan Vincent is down at Racing Team Netherlands. Let's hear from Fritz van Aert on what that stint was like for him as the Aston goes off and loses the lead in GTE Pro.
Fritz van Aert has just stepped out from the 29 Racing Team Netherlands car, and that was some stint for you. You had almost a bit of everything in there. How are you after that?
God damn it, yeah. I'm just out of the car and it was not too bad. You know, we were leading. You know, for me as a bronze driver, it's so hard, it's so hard. You know, these guys in the front of the field are really pushing and I'm really doing my best, but I don't want to crash the car and I want to have a good result for the team, everybody. Also for myself, and I tell you, if we can make it to the podium today, I'm going to be a very happy man, very happy.
Fritz, what did you know about Thomas Laurent being alongside you as you had that unfortunate little bit of contact?
God, yeah. I really didn't see, I didn't feel. And then I didn't know what happened. And then one lap later, I saw the big accident. The LMP2 car really crashed. But I was happy to hear that the driver was okay. And, you know, I'm so sorry because I know these guys were much faster than I am. But, you know, I didn't do it on purpose. It just happened. And I would really like to see the onboards and the videos, what exactly happened, because we have to learn from this.
Fritz, you drove a great stint. Congratulations. You've handed over to Guido. Let's see how you guys can finish the race.
Yeah, you know, they're straight out of the car. God, these guys are so hard. You know, it is a really tough battle when you are a non-professional racing driver like Fritz against these hard seasoned pros. That was a great little bit of interview. Now, as we saw, don't forget we heard 40 minutes ago Alex Lynn complaining the 97 brake pedal went to the floor, and then suddenly the 97 Aston just ran straight up on the exit of La Source, and through went the 92 Porsche to lead. 97 is still in second ahead of Marco Sorensen and is back up to speed, but Sorensen now with the fastest first sector of the race for the 95 Aston Martin, looking to try and close in. And this battle continues. James Calado, though, creeping away, Alan, from Jimmy Bruni in fourth and fifth.
Yes, it is a little bit coming back to the Aston Martin. He locked up the rears coming into the hairpin, and that was the reason. This is a replay, not really sure what. Just a little bit of, excuse me, could you move left a little bit? Thank you.
Thanks.
A bit of friendliness. But there he locked up the rears as he came into the hairpin at La Source and ran completely wide. But we also have to remember that that car still owes us a pit stop. It cannot go to the end of this race in the last 20 minutes without fuel.
Now, despite the troubles that they've had, Bruno Senna in the Rebellion #1 car running in third place, 1 minute and 50 seconds behind the Toyota that leads, driven by Mike Conway, so very nearly a lap behind. But that #1 car in the hands of Gustavo Menezes about 2 hours ago, when it was last like this, set the fastest race lap, 2 minutes 2.1. What did they qualify it? It was about 2 minutes 0, is it?
I think he did. It was 159s.
159s maybe, but that car didn't have the luck here today, but it certainly has plenty of pace in the dry. What they didn't need was lots of deluges.
That's a change in LMP2 as we watch the GT cars go through, and that is because Nico Lapierre is 2 seconds off the back of Mark Patterson on his outlap, and closing in as well, Guido van der Garde. Is this going to be a bit of a carbon copy, with or without a penalty for high class, losing a podium position right at the end? It happened at Fuji.
Yeah. Well, both. Well, in fact, Nico Lapierre's gone by Mark Patterson. Oh. There's Mark Patterson, and that's why he's gone by him. Mark was 6 seconds a lap slower on the last lap than both Nico Lapierre and Guido van der Garde goes by as well. So he's gone past. Next up will be Antonio Felix da Costa. And so the high-class car down to 4th place, 38. Antonio Felix da Costa is 5th at the moment. And we will see what the margin is to Mark Patterson as he comes across the line. So Mark locking up Nico Lapierre right behind him, and Mark clearly just reacting to that pressure and just breaking a fraction late and still trying to carry the speed into the corner.
Yeah, that corner's got a very odd camber where you're actually like cresting a rise, and you've got to go over it with the front of the car sort of sliding a little bit, not the rear, or it pendulums around, and I've seen quite a few spins there, just very simple, slow spins.
Mike Conway leading from Sebastian Buemi. Conway through traffic going past the TF Sport Aston Martin that is currently in 3rd place. Charlie Eastwood back up into a podium spot for that car. And are they AM points leaders? They are our AM points leaders, aren't they? Johnny Adam, Charlie Eastwood and Sally Olick ahead of Paul Dall'Anna, Ross Gunn and Darren Turner. No, who's the top AM?
83.
Which
the lead car
is
the leading car now. The A, of course, Ferrari is leading the GTM points by 2 points.
Okay, not on the points I'm looking at. I'm looking on the overall drivers' points for GT. So GT-EM, yes, Manu Collard, Nick Nielsen and Francois Perrodo. So it will still be a massive battle now. Here we go, another battle. This is Team Project One versus Dempsey Proton. Matteo Cairoli and Ricardo Sanchez. And Cairoli gets the upper hand there. And the Mentos car pulls away.
Pit stop for the Rebellion. That'll be a late splash.
And late evening sunshine. Beautiful. Just in the pit lane, yes. It's a very nice golden light.
Looked like there was tyre going on that car.
It did look like there were tyres going on that car. They may have some to spare.
Not at risk from behind from Paul Di Resta at the moment.
Duncan saying it's rears only. Battle here between the James Calado driven 51A, of course, Ferrari, and the 91 Porsche GT of Jimmy Bruni. And that's pretty static, isn't it? Jimmy Bruni can't get any closer to James Calado. He was closer a little earlier in the stint, 4 or 5 laps ago, 5 or 6 laps ago he was closer. But now James just creeping away enough to deter any lunges. High class in the pits, Mark Patterson stops. That will be his final stop. Collet's car, still with Bruno Spengler, waiting to see if he can take it out, remains in the garage. 33 pit stop completed, so no dramas for Mark Patterson, no driver change. It was just fuel to get them through the final 15 minutes. The drama will come at the end of the race when he hasn't managed to complete his minimum mandated driving time.
Let's wait till that one pans out. Mark will have to wait for the next race for his Day of Destiny, when he becomes the oldest starter at Le Mans 24 Hours in history.
Oh wow, no kidding, really? Even past all the old days?
All the old days. He will be 6 months older, helped a little, of course, by the fact the race will be later than Jack Gerber back in 2013. He's now got to see whether or not he can beat Jack's record of being the oldest finisher and the oldest podium sitter.
Wow, that's a mighty target, isn't it? Okay, again, looking here at the battle behind Mark Patterson, James Collado suddenly finds that Jimmy Bruni is within lunging distance. He might have to have a parry here or two, the Ferrari driver. Jimmy Bruni got very much closer there as they caught the high-class car. Of course, now the LMP2 car will beetle off out of the way down the hill. At least that will be the devout hope of James Collado. James just sending it down the hill. And just hoping that Mark Patterson does stay out of the way, but Jimmy Bruni is closing a little more here. Getting ready to try something. If they do catch the high-class car, it's likely possibly to be at the bus stop. Looks as though Mark is quite happy. I think they changed tyres, so the car shouldn't feel an awful lot different to him. That should keep him out of harm's reach. 5th place at the moment, high-class racing. Not sure Roberto Lacorte for Chettilar is going to catch him. He's nearly 40 seconds back in 6th place.
He's a lap and 40, I think.
Oh, yes, I think you may be right. United Autosports Cool Racing Team Netherlands. That's the 1, 2, 3. The quickest of those 3 cars right now is, in fact, Cool Racing's Nico Lapierre by half a second quicker than Paul de Resta in the United Autosports car that leads LMP2. And again, James Collado has to play a fairly straight bat there to make sure that Jimmy Bruni couldn't quite get to him.
Extraordinary runs coming here from United Autosports as we watch the last knockings of this GTE Pro battle, which has been fantastic throughout. If Paul de Resta crosses the line and wins this race, that will be 5 consecutive LMP2 race wins in competition from United Autosports.
Wow.
4 of which will have included Felipe Albuquerque and Phil Hansen, and 3 of which are a 3-race streak in the WEC.
Yeah, so Phil and Felipe have had 3 straight LMP2 wins in European Le Mans Series racing here at Spa in 3 years.
That's another one.
And they are looking for a 3rd straight WEC victory in LMP2.
Correct.
So that's starting to come together quite nicely. Those boys might turn into a decent squad.
They might make through with this. They've not actually lost an LMP2 race as a team. United Autosports was the 32 car won the European Le Mans Series at Ricard since Bahrain in December of last year.
Right, well, we're hearing that Bruno Spengler is about to bring the Bicolis car out for the final part. And so...
A good effort from them, actually, today.
Absolutely. Well, you know, and it's the rule number 1 in motor racing is never give up, because you never know what's going to happen. For Porsche, expecting 97 to pit for a splash soon, which will be Maxime Martin. They're saying Kevin Escher is pretty tight on fuel, but so is Marco Sorensen. So it's squeaky bum and feather foot time for both Porsche and Aston Martin. And again, if the Aston, as everybody expects, including possibly even Alan McNish, does have to stop, he will drop from the podium down to maybe 5th position. So, whoa! 62 Red River Porsche, Johnny Molam trying to go the outside route around Jeroen Bleekemolen. That's not a battle for position. But no, it's not there, a lap apart. So he was trying to go by, but didn't quite work.
51 and 91, this battle for 4th position in GT Pro continues. James Collado holding off Jimmy Bruni. Current Ferrari star fends off multiple championship-winning driver for Ferrari back in the day, looking for a win in the championship with Porsche. At a time when I think every Porsche driver is going to want to show what form they've got. All sorts of cards in play.
Too close. Too close.
Tries to back it out. Spot on.
Now, the little bump you saw the Ferrari there is a new little curb as well there at Rédillon.
There is the Bicolis in the background. Bruno Spengler back out to the race.
And the Eurasia car behind him, Nobu Yamanaka. They are the last
he stopped.
cars.
The Bicolis has just stopped.
Oh, no.
And that could potentially be a full course yellow or something. He's stopped at the coming up towards. He's got moving again.
It might be a slow zone.
No, he's got moving again. He's got moving.
However, has he stopped now at Les Combes, or
he's
is
still
he
moving.
creeping and crawling? All right, well, hopefully he will continue. It is an outlap for Bruno Spengler. Jimmy Bruni got very close there, didn't he? But James Collado creeping away in the middle sector.
He hasn't posted a first sector time.
Who?
Number 4.
No, he's passed it.
He's come from the pit lane, so I'm not quite sure how he hasn't. Mind you, don't forget that the timing and scoring wasn't quite working with that car, because it did show him ahead of the race leader behind the safety car.
It did for a while.
Or ahead of the safety car behind the safety car, so we'll take that as a non-sequitur. 97, Aston Martin, second in the GT Pro field, and 3 seconds behind Kevin Estra's leading Porsche. The Porsche that was on pole, wasn't on pole, was on pole. They had their pole taken away after qualifying finished for exceeding track limits here.
Well, that was a mistake.
They didn't. And right behind him is 95.
Right behind him.
Yep. So that is Marco Sorensen behind Maxime Martin.
And these two drivers, 51 a Collado, 91 a Bruni, given their last warning for track limits as well. So the next time will be a penalty. Go to the stewards.
And that will be a penalty that takes away a podium spot. There's the number 4 by Coller's car, thinking twice about sending it down the inside of the Ferrari under braking at such a tight corner. After all, you've got this nice squirt down the hill into Eau Rouge in which you can get past, and he does. Past the old pit lane, the old start-finish line. Yeah, so James Collado and Jimmy Bruni, again, assuming that the 97 Aston has to stop, and we are assuming it has to stop in the final 8 minutes, then they are battling for a podium. Do not give it away by running wide on track.
Watching as well the GTM lead battle. Matt Campbell 3 seconds back from Nicholas Nielsen. There's not much in it in lap times. Clock is ticking down, 7.5 minutes to go, but that is a lead battle that could be traffic affected.
Marco Sorensen closed right up on Maxime Martin last lap. Now he's dropped back again. Their team just telling him, don't make a pass. He's going to come in this lap for fuel, or next lap for fuel, or whenever it is. Just don't make a pass. And right now, are Aston Martin just going to hang on till the last possible gasp of fuel?
Matt, for info, when you have to box, it'll be only about 5 seconds fuel. So you'll have to be quick in the pit stop, but continue now.
Yeah, they're going to leave it to the very last minute.
If you get a safety car.
You've got no time for recovery. Yes, anything could happen. You've got to leave it to the last minute. So it'll be a 5 second, which will be enough for maybe 1 lap. And that is going to be bitter. In he comes. OK, so it's going to be more than 1 lap. It's going to be about 3 laps shy of the checkered flag. And in he comes. So up to second goes the 95 Aston Martin, but he's 6 seconds behind Kevin Estra. Now, who's got fuel?
So Collado was 30 seconds behind as he crossed the line.
Who has got
in
fuel
the bus stop now
for victory in GTE Pro?
This is the next pair along.
Now he's going to get out, isn't he, before then?
It's going to be tight. It's going to be tight.
A three-way battle for the podium. Now he's on the throttle, but it's such a tight corner. Does he come out in front? He does, but here, with a head of steam, comes the Ferrari. Tucks in behind immediately. Davide Rigon closing in, James Collado rather, closing in behind Maxime Martin. This for the podium. Collado has been told by the team it's going to be close. It is close. Right behind is 91 Jimmy Bruni, 3rd, 4th and 5th, with 5.5 minutes to go. Who's got the pace? Has Maxime Martin weathered the storm? It looks like he has. Wow, they obviously worked out we can't wait another lap. We must go to the pit lane now. Yikes! So at the moment, Kevin Estra leads by 6 seconds from Marco Sorensen, and Maxime Martin leads by 6 meters, maybe, from James Collado and Jimmy Bruni. That is 3rd, 4th and 5th, and Martin got out just in time.
GT Pro delivers again. Absolutely amazing stuff.
So it's door handle to door handle into Eau Rouge. That's the drama and the dramatic pictures, it's the in-lap and out-lap that is equally dramatic, and that's what gives you that vital meter that holds you in a podium spot rather than costs you a podium spot. And that's what you heard Max's engineer saying to him. You have to be quick on the pit stop, which means don't brake early before you get to the 60 kilometers an hour line for the pit speed limit. So Maxime Martin on the outlap. He'll have the same fuel as everybody else. We've got 4 minutes remaining on the clock. In comes the number 8 Toyota. Well, it was shy on fuel. It stopped a lap before number 7 last time. They've got a lap on the field. Can they work an undercut? They were 6 seconds behind. No, they'll be told to hold position anyway, won't they?
Yeah, they've done. They've actually only done 16 laps on this particular stint, so they've been able to do 20, 21 laps before.
So it's a problem. So a random pit stop. It's going to have to cost them a lap, to cost them a position. At the moment, Toyota looking set for a 1-2. And there is the rebellion. Undoes that lap deficit to the number 8 car.
Just a splash of fuel, we've been told by Toyota.
Okay.
Unless they underfueled the car the last stop for some reason.
Well, that's always possible. Here comes Maxime Martin, behind him the Rebellion. There's the number 8 car, but it is almost a lap ahead of the number 1 Rebellion. So it is out of the pit lane, so drama has been averted. Right in front of James Collado, who must be cursing. Get your wretched prototype out of my way. I've got a podium to fight for. And then he gets levered out of the way as well by an LMP2 car. Which one's that? Is that the Cool Racing car? I think it was. And behind, we ride in 5th position with Jimmy Bruni. Doesn't look like he's going to get anything out of this one. I'm afraid James Collado, I think the bolt is shot for the Ferrari. I don't think he's got a chance now of catching the Aston Martin, but who knows. 2 minutes, another lap to go. Where's the race leader? He is coming up towards the bus stop. Let's take a look in GTE AM. The Wins car and the Red River car get together, and that's again Johnny Molam in the wars in the Red River Sport Ferrari. And we saw him outbraking himself, trying to go by the Wins car a little earlier, a few laps ago. Now, contact between him and the 57 car of Jeroen Bleekemolen that lies in 4th. And that will take some pressure off 3rd place GTE TF Sport with Charlie Eastwood. So 6 seconds first to second. It does look as though the car that started on pole here will finish on pole. Kevin Estre for Porsche. Finish on pole, finish on top of the pile. The 92 car is significantly ahead of the closing Marco Sorensen. Sorensen found half a second on that lap. But with 1 minute and 15 seconds, the leader is at Bruxelles. This should be the last lap of the race. I don't think he's going to get back to the line within 1 minute.
Agree.
So this will be the last lap for everybody. Mike Conway leads from Sebastian Buemi, Toyota 1-2, Bruno Senna 3rd. We ride on board in the 91 Porsche with Jimmy Bruni. He's 5th, ahead of Davide Rigon. The 71 Ferrari has not been a contender pretty much at any stage of this race, apart from when it was really wet, when the 51 and 71 met in the middle, 3rd and 4th. Other than that, they've been in trouble. The stewards will look after the race, I imagine, at that Johnny Molam and Jeroen Bleekemolen contact. Probably won't look favourably on Johnny for that, I'm afraid. Here's our race leader, 18 seconds on the clock. He's on the fastest corner up the hill. But the checkered flag will be waiting. 8, 7, 6, slow down, slow down, slow down. No need to rush to the line. 2, 1, 0. The checkered flag is out. The total 6 hours of Spa has been won by Toyota. The number 7 car, Mike Conway, takes it across the line. He, Kamui Kobayashi and Jose Maria Lopez, the championship leaders, extend their advantage slightly over teammates Sebastian Buemi, Kaz Nakajima and Brendan Hartley. The GT Pro win goes to the 92 Porsche GT car. Kevin Estre and Marco Sorensen started on pole and claim victory. And here, further back in GT Pro, is the battle between James Collado and Jimmy Bruni. Just ahead of them, the final car on the podium. Marco Sorensen finishes second in the 95 Aston in GT Pro. Just ahead will be Maxime Martin. There he is. This is third, fourth and fifth. Behind Racing Team Netherlands, they claim a podium with third position, Guido van der Garde. Behind Cool Racing's Nico Lapierre and Paul Di Resta for United Autosports will win in LMP2, but our GTE AM victory goes to Ferrari. The 83 AF Corsa car, Nick Nielsen, weaves across the line. Second goes to Dempsey Proton, the pole sitters in the class, the 77 Porsche, and third should be the TF Sport Aston of Charlie Eastwood. We're waiting for this car then to come across the line to continue a remarkable run of form. A week ago in the European Le Mans Series race here, over 4 hours, not Paul Di Resta, who's driving the car now, but Felipe Massa and Phil Hansen claimed their third straight win at Spa in ELMS. Now United Autosports claims their third straight win in LMP2 in World Endurance Championship races, as they take victory for a second time in 7 days here at Spa-Francorchamps with an LMP2 car. And Paul Di Resta joins Felipe Massa and Phil Hansen in the victorious lineup. Graham Goodwin, again, a race perhaps in dry conditions that Toyota might have struggled a lot more to win, but as soon as the weather had a hand, their power, their grip from the front-driven axle always was going to come into play. A bit like having a quattro against everything else in a wet race. And they made no mistakes on their way to a strong 1-2 victory.
But not without trouble, remember. There were some systems issues for the number 8 car in particular. We've got Le Mans coming. They'll be worried by that. That thing will be down to a bare chassis, I can tell you, by Tuesday morning.
Well, now, the other thing that we were talking about before the race is that if Rebellion won it, as perhaps they should have done on pace, some of the balance of power between the non-hybrid and hybrid LMP1 cars might have changed for Le Mans, but Toyota have just gone 1-2 here, so that won't necessarily help in that particular fight. Here is our GTE AM victor, of course, the 83 car.
And extends their championship lead, 25 points to add to their 85. They had a 2-point lead over the number 90 car, so extend that by a further 10 points.
So Francois Perrodo, Manu Collard and Nick Nielsen, the winners in GTEM. Mike Conway, Kamui Kobayashi, Jose Maria Lopez, they'll go up to La Source. The car will turn around and come back down the pit lane the wrong way to our podium here. And again, as we've seen in a number of race championships, and as we did last weekend here for European Le Mans Series and Michelin Le Mans Cup, there will be a truncated podium. Only the 4-class winning teams will come in. So underneath us comes the number 1 Rebellion, which would appear to be going the wrong way because they didn't win overall. Here comes the number 7 car, though, and he will try and pick up his teammates. So Mike Conway stops at Toyota. We will also see United Autosports number 22 car come in. The 92 Porsche GT entry. Kevin Estre will bring down the pit lane, and Nick Nielsen will bring the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari in as well.
So 3 of the 4 championship leaders before we started this race win their classes. And it's a good point score as well for the 4th championship leader, that being the 95 Aston Martin.
Well, again, we always say you need everything on your side, and luck is included in that equation. Either not bad luck for you or bad luck for somebody else can make a big difference to your races. And just when it looked as though the number 8 team had fought their way back into contention and the safety car certainly hadn't hurt, they had an electrical gremlin that allowed number 7 to run away again. Number 7 always looked like they had the potential to take it on pace, but pace isn't always what decides these races. Mike Conway shuffling through pages on the screen, trying to remember how to switch the car off after 6 months.
Again, like I said a couple of times during the race, first time wins at this race for all 3 of these men. And that ends a streak for Sebastian Buemi and Kaz Nakajima. Goes back further 3 years. I'd say as we watch the 92 car coming in, Martin, thanks for everybody for sticking with this. We'd love to have had you here at Spa-Francorchamps, but the second best thing is having you with us around the world, watching, listening, interacting on social media, and enjoying the fact that the FI World Endurance Championship is back to racing. And really bittersweet for anybody who would otherwise have travelled here to Spa, as you've watched a fantastic, thrilling race in all sorts of weather conditions. You know, if it had been dull as ditchwater, you go, oh, well, you know, maybe I didn't miss too much. You know, we're here and we've missed the frites and mayonnaise. So, you know, thank you, yes, as you say, you know, not just to the fans for watching, but also, of course, to the RACB, to the organising committee here at Spa-Francorchamps, to the Belgian regional and national medical and safety authorities. Everybody has worked absolutely tirelessly to try and cover off every potential availability for getting this racing going. Last week with European Le Mans Series and Michelin Le Mans Cup, this week with the World Endurance Championship. So the Le Mans Endurance Management crews and everybody else who's been involved have done a superb job to allow us to go back to racing. And that is our warm-up for the next time, hopefully, we see these cars on track, which will be at the Circuit de la Sarthe for the 24 Hours of Le Mans. So Francois Perrodo and Nick Nielsen out of the car. Francois Perrodo engulfing him, and Manu Collard standing back there a moment as in comes the United Autosports car. Paul de Resta. LMP2 winners. Yeah, Paul de Resta joining these guys on the top step of the podium. As they come to a halt, Manu Collard there, another record for him will come. He missed out on the 24th consecutive Le Mans 24 Hours last year, but he'll make his 24th starts this year with the team leading the championship in GTM. Well, Alan McNish has headed down to our podium area. If they find him a box, we might be able to spot him. Here's our finishing order then. The classified pools check. Toyota 1-2 ahead of Rebellion is your LMP1 result. United Autosports victorious from Cool Racing and Racing Team Netherlands after fantastic battles from all of them. And then in GTE Pro, the 92 Porsche ahead of the Aston Martins, 95 and 97. In GTE AM, AF Corsa extend their points lead. Dempsey Proton 77 finishing second. TS Sport Aston up, down, finally on the podium in third. And not making it through to the end, I'm afraid, only one car, the 36 Senior Tech Alpine, Thomas Laron, suffering a big crash just before the final hour of the race. He's okay, the car is wrecked. But let's get down and hear from our winners.
Congratulations, guys. A fabulous, fabulous victory here at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. It sets you up perfectly for the Le Mans 24 Hours, doesn't it?
Yeah, to be honest, a bit unexpected. Coming into the weekend, we thought, oh, P3 should be the best we can do with the penalties and stuff, but you know, we did a good job with the car. We just got it really dialed in. And we saw from free practices that we had a good shout maybe to battle car 8. And yeah, today we did just that. And we just did a solid job. You know, Jose had a really tough stint and did a really mega stint. And obviously Kamui as well, the mixed conditions, he did a mega job. So it's what we had to do to beat, you know, Sister Car and Rebellion, because we didn't expect to have this.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, guys. Well done.
So congratulations to the crew of the number 7 Toyota. Mike Conway, Kamui Kobayashi and Jose Maria Lopez, first-time winners here in World Endurance Racing at Spa-Francorchamps. was a race that they really controlled their teammates pretty much from the first hour to the last. And with the
Kamui Kobayashi, Jose Maria Lopez, and representing Toyota Gazoo Racing will be Katsuyoshi Hikichi.
They did from the
GT
very
Pro,
first moment
the
of the
winners,
race.
again
So
from
here
pole
are
position,
our
Kevin
overall
Estre and Michael
race winners,
Christensen, a very
leading our
hard-fought
4
win,
top
but a
teams
very
out
well-deserved
onto
one.
the podium.
And representing Porsche, Adam
Will
Hardy.
be winners only for the classes on this truncated podium
United
ceremony.
Autosports, this is 3 consecutive
Our
victories
GT Pro
in the
winners
WEC.
from
Phil
Porsche,
Hansen,
Kevin
Felipe
Estre
Albuquerque,
and
finished it off by Paul
Michael
Diresta,
Sorensen,
represented by Herbert
Michael
Seeley for
Christensen.
United
Their
Autosports.
day only got better,
And
didn't it?
for AF Corsa in GT
Paul Diresta, Felipe
Frodo,
Albuquerque,
Emmanuel Collard,
and Phil Hansen
Nicholas
are
Nielsen,
our
who
race winners in
extend their lead in
LMP2.
the championship.
And the
Congratulations
83
to
Ferrari
all
team,
the
Francois
winners.
Prodo, Manu Collard and
Could
Nick
you please
Nielsen
lift up your trophies?
winning in GTE AM. So servez-vous, it's self-service trophies.
Ladies
Toyota
and gentlemen,
team not
Toyota,
quite
lift up
catching
your
up with that
trophies.
then.
Yeah.
Again, it is new to everybody. This is the new normal, and we will become more
And
accustomed to
now,
this.
It is the time to spray the champagne.
And time for Alan, as all wise men do, to run away immediately. So let's see who gets the bottles to open first. Oh, hey, Kel Surprise, it's Felipe Albuquerque and Paul Diresta. So congratulations indeed to Richard Dean, Gary Robertshaw and the United Autosports team. It's been a very, very successful, long, hot and stressful, probably, 2 weeks here in Spa-Francorchamps. They have really earned their champagne, and the Toyota number 7 team extend their championship lead. Our race winners here in all 4 classes at Spa-Francorchamps. Well done, all. The 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps after 2 weeks of baking hot weather started with a downpour. Torrential rain soaking the track before the due start time, which meant the cars came to the grid wearing wet weather tyres for the first time in 2020. Start was behind the safety car. Rebellion had claimed pole position, the fastest car in dry weather running, but after 5 laps behind the safety car to suss out where the water and the rivers were, we went green, and Rebellion immediately found, as was expected, that the 4-wheel drive, when the hybrid power was introduced in the Toyotas, allowed them to rocket by into the lead as Rebellion and by Coles gave chase. Rebellion had not got their tyre selection right at the start. They dropped back to the tail of the LMP1 field. In LMP2, United Autosports led from pole position as everybody else battled behind. From the tail of the field, Gero van der Garde was coming through. GT cars fighting their way through P2 cars as they diced to the lead. Aston Martin versus Porsche, but Ferrari came on strong. Alessandro Pierguidi, who'd go on to race nearly 4.5 hours without a break, bringing the 51 Ferrari through the field and right into contention, passing Astons and Porsches in some spectacular racing. As he changed onto slick tyres, Paul Dalla lost control of his Aston Martin on the outlap, queuing another safety car and triggering another round of pit stops. Rain was never too far away from everybody's thoughts, but our attention was riveted to the battle in LMP2 between Gero van der Garde, who'd started last, and the pole-sitting 22 United Autosports car. The Dutchman finally sneaking through for the lead, much to the delight of his team. 51 Ferrari, they couldn't persuade Alessandro Pierguidi to hand it over. Aston Martin, as the weather improved, ran to the top of the field, and then another battle in LMP2. Signatec Alpine closing, Thomas Laurent getting past Paul Diresta, who was fresh out of the pit lane. Diresta retaking 2nd position at that stage in LMP2 as he got to La Source. And then disaster for Signatec, trying to take the 2nd place away from 2nd place away from Fritz van Aert. A big accident. Thomas Laurent walked away from that one uninjured, but the car was wrecked. Fritz van Aert then overhauled by Nico Lapierre for Cool Racing in the closing stages of the race. Van Aert doing a great job to hang on to the podium. Trouble for the 97 Aston Martin. Losing it under braking, losing the lead of the class inside the final hour. Last splash for the 97 car, dropped it behind the sister 95. AF Corsa ended up on top of the pile in GTE AM. The 92 Porsche winning in GTE Pro. The number 22 United Autosports car, the LMP2 victors for the third straight race. And for a first time ever at Spa, the number 7 Toyota crew claiming the top step of the podium as they won the total 6 hours of Spa 2020 outright. The 6th race of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Well, they extend their championship lead over their rivals in the 8 car and at Rebellion. And here are our 4 winning crews in LMP2, in GTE AM, in GTE Pro, and overall, and in LMP1, Toyota claiming victory. Well, that is it from a fascinating 6 hours of Spa. On behalf of everybody here, thank you so much for joining us. We are so pleased to have racing back. You're seeing the top 3 in GTE AM, the TF Sport Aston, ahead of them the pole sitters, the Dempsey Proton Porsche and the AF Corsa Ferrari. That was your 3-2-1. And that means that the championship currently looks like this, with a 12-point lead now. The 83 car has extended its advantage. They finished first to the 3rd place finish of Charlie Eastwood, Johnny Adam and Sally Yolek. And Ben Keating and his crew in their 57 Team Project 1 car finishing 6th position, dropping back. 3rd in LMP2, another great podium result for Racing Team Netherlands. Cool Racing with team boss and part owner Nico Lapierre at the wheel at the flag, taking 2nd. And gold medal status for United Autosports. 3 on the bounce in World Endurance after winning their 3rd straight race at Spa here in European Le Mans Series just a week earlier. Felipe Albuquerque, Phil Hansen and Paul di Resta. Well, di Resta's now 2nd in the championship because he hasn't done all the races with them, but they are ahead of the 37 Jackie Chan DC Racing car, who really struggled after a major brake issue. 3rd in the GTE Pro class, the 97 Aston Martin with what seemed like a brake issue in the final hour and then a final splash and dash. Handing the Dane train, Marco Sorensen and Nicky Team a 2nd placed finish, but fighting from pole position and fighting for pole position, Michael Christensen and Kevin Estre for the 92 Porsche team rising to the top. They too have the points advantage. Marco Sorensen, Nicky Team just ahead of them, but Estre and Christensen closing in a fraction. Alessandro Pierguidi drove nearly 4.5 hours of the 6-hour race with his teammate James Collado. After starting on pole position, the weather was just what Rebellion didn't need. Bruno Senna, Gustavo Menezes and Norman Nato made the best of a bad job, and despite problems, they finished in 3rd place in LMP1. Sebastian Buemi leading the field away with Kaz Nakajima and Brendan Hartley finished in 2nd place, but Mike Conway, Kamui Kobayashi and Jose Maria Lopez claiming victory in the total 6 hours of Spa, and they lead their teammates by 12 points with a not inconsiderable 99-0 points still on the table for the 24 hours of Le Mans and the 8 hours of Bahrain, the final 2 races of this long 2019-2020 Season 8 of World Endurance Championship. Well, racing is back. It may not be quite as we know it from the outside, but watching the race today, the drivers are as desperate to win as ever they were. On behalf of the whole crew here, everybody who has made this race weekend possible, from the TV crew, from the organisers on both sides of the fence, for all the teams and drivers, on behalf of Duncan Vincent, Alan McNish and Graham Goodwin, I'm Martin Haven saying thank you for joining us. We'll see you in just 4 weeks for the 24 hours of Le Mans 2020. And we will hope for racing every bit as exciting as this. Until then, thank you for being with us. We'll see you next time out in the FIA World Endurance Championship.